Sounds good.
Can I get mine a little louder in my headset?
Um,
My voice in my headset. So basically just a little bit louder than I
test,
usually.
test. That was mine. That was mine.
Yeah, that was yours. Then I don't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Then I don't yell.
Yeah. Which one is mine? Which one's mine? Is it that one right there? Test, 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 test. That was mine. Mine's right here. There we go. Is your... Yeah. Whatever. Coffee with like cream. Coffee with cream. Whatever. Yep. Yep. Thanks, Pat.
and my hips don't move that way. And I don't know if it's something I'm doing wrong or just the way I was born.
We're not all gay Maeros.
That's true. But here's the thing. So at Mayhem, I'm walking around the facility, and Guy and Haley and everyone are doing these cute dances, and they look so cute. And I just can't do that. But I love that they do it.
Every time they do post one, there's as we're here, I think this was like really good.
Yeah, I just got in last night, so this is my first time in the venue, just walking over to this stage, and it was a quick walk, but just in that 5-10 minutes of walking, the little that I did see that I was able to take in, it seems really cool. It's very open. Obviously the weather isn't great today, but that's okay. It's still.
It's the best weather in the country right now, though.
That's true.
You're right.
Back home. It's icy.
It was 15 degrees when I got on a plane in Reno yesterday, so I'm fine with this right now. But yeah, I like the venue. The stages seem really cool. It seems obviously there's a lot more space, which I think as Wodapalooza started to grow, I think it just outgrew what was available at Bayfront.
Talk to me about the athlete experience. You've seen this floor as an RX athlete, as elite. This weekend you're here on team. What is it like as an athlete for you? I mean, a lot of people come through this floor as a team, as a community, as a spectator, but for you personally, what's that experience been like over the years?
It's really cool. The first time I competed here was 2 years ago. I competed as an RX individual, and just qualifying as an individual athlete in the RX division was one of the coolest things. Like, it was an incredible experience to walk out onto that floor. Some of the athletes I was competing against that weekend were phenomenal. And just being on the floor with them and experiencing a high-level competition with a very large audience that wasn't like the high-pressure situation of, this is semifinals, you're trying to qualify for the games, or something like that. It's just, the weekend is what it is, and that's it. And so it's a high-level competition, but it feels a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more fun, a little bit less stressful. So that was really cool. And then making it as an elite individual last year was even cooler. And just, being on the floor with girls that I've come to know and, become friends with. And, competing with your friends is always fun.
Something I would love to get both of you.
I don't have an athlete story to tell.
That's okay. You're an athlete to me, Brian. Something I would love to get both of your opinions on. This event is more than just a competition. I think Wodapalooza does a really great job impacting kind of the greater CrossFit community. Obviously, we've got some really great ads going on right now. But this event does so much for the community. Talk to me what it's like, whether it's getting sponsorships through this event, whether it's just experience of it. How do you think it really impacts our ecosystem as a whole?
And I've experienced this competition from a fan perspective, being involved with some brands here, being every role but the athlete one.
Athlete thing? Yeah.
And it's the place that people want to be, and almost everyone I talk to, whatever really part of the community you fit into, it's like the premier networking event of the year. Whether it is at the friend level, if it's on the business level, if it's somewhere in between, you're gonna either get a chance to connect with people that it hasn't been a while, new people, and I think that it's for almost everyone, it's worth the investment to come here and integrate with. I consider this to be the most well-represented global fitness festival in the world. There's 57 countries competing. Who knows if there's fans from other countries here? 47 of the 50 United States are represented.
Who knows if there's fans from other places? I think.
Besides those 57 countries, probably. I haven't been able to pull the stats on the total number of fan nations represented, but there's 57 on the athlete side.
Yeah, I think on top of just, meeting new friends and seeing old friends, from an athlete perspective, this is also a really cool networking opportunity. A lot of the brands that I have worked with or that I currently work with, a lot of them I've met at Wodapalooza, just, walking around Vendor Village, everybody's excited to be here, just getting into good conversations with people, and then that kind of just grows into something. So it is a really cool networking opportunity here. And then like Brian was saying, just the international audience, international group here, like you don't have that anywhere else. We might get a little bit of that this year with the new game season structure, but for the past couple years it's been region based. So you're only seeing people, you're only seeing fans generally from that region. So to come here and have a much broader representation, it's really cool.
I love it as well. I'm going to see all my friends here. So to me, it's arts the greatest weekend of the year. Something that's new this year, we saw it at SoCal. I know you're very involved with Reps Ahead, Brian. We had Reps Ahead last night. We saw some epic matchups. Con Porter said it was the greatest night of his life. And I think if that says anything, I think Con Porter has had a great life. And so if he is saying that it is that much fun, and that he would do it again.
He's yelling at you right now.
I love you too, Con. The most. I think if an athlete like Con, who has experienced so much of the sport, has such amazing things to say, there's obviously some legs here. So from your perspective, what do you see Reps Ahead bringing to the table that we don't already have in kind of the greater functional fitness CrossFit event? And then would we see you on the floor anytime soon? I would love to see you on one of those cards.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I get to talk to the athletes after they do it, and the athlete experience from the first pro event that I was involved in, which was down Pepper, James Sprague, he's got the Alexis Raptors, or the headliners there, and those are some of the best athletes that we know, and they had a great time. They said that it didn't disrupt their training. It was an easy opportunity to get that competition experience in a kind of pressure environment that they're not used to. You know, athletes who have competed at final stage of the games said there's still 10 of us out there most of the time. You know, and it's not like a one-off lifting event that we're ready for. This is like head-to-head, and I know that if I'm either going to win or I'm going to lose. And if you're a high-level athlete, you like that. You like that pressure. I think so.
As a high-level athlete, do you?
Yes. You know, I used to swim at a high level. No, it's that butterfly feeling, right? It's that nerves and excitement right before, like, it's something that you've been preparing for. And you know, I talked to Dallin and Jason this morning. They were hosting the rain activation on the sandbox stage when I got here, and they both win or lose. Said, yeah, man, you know, it's just nothing like getting in the ring and upset. They've both done it before. They both decided to do it again, and those are two of the best 5 we have in the sport on the male side right now. And the fact that they're showing up a second time to do it, I think, is a pretty loud statement.
Well, first off, I would love to be in Reps Ahead matchup.
Don't someone who's listening.
So, if you're looking for someone. No, I think it's a really cool format. I think I've spoke about it on a podcast before about how it's just really easy for a spectator who might not know much about CrossFit to follow. It's one person's ahead or they're not. And so it's easy to get into the sport as a spectator to watch that, and then like Brian was saying, just like that high pressure, like you're winning or you're losing, as an athlete, that just it seems really exciting and really fun.
Well, we can talk about fun. Hopefully I'll see you on the next matchup. I would love to see it. We're watching, guys. Let's switch gears a little bit, look at the competition today. It's the second day of our elite individual competition. I know you're not competing until tomorrow, but we can get into what's happening this weekend. On the men's side, we can talk about it first. We've got the returning champion, James Sprague. He won the games this year. He's winning currently. Seeded to win Wodapalooza this weekend. He's got 294 points. Second, Pat Velner, 267. So he's just nipping at his heels. And then Harry Lightfoot and Wodapalooza are tied for points in third. What is it going to take James Sprague today to hold on to that position? Do you think he is the athlete, knowing the events this afternoon, that can hold up Pat and the rest of the field? It's not set.
I mean, just for those 4 guys, you have international, you know, 4 different countries represented. You have big age range. I think there's at least 10 years between Sprague and Velner. Yona closer to Pat, Harry closer to James. So you just see this blend of not just range of nations, range of ages that are filtering to the top, but we're at the halfway point. Like, a lot can still change. There may have been some athletes. I mean, Austin Hatfield talked about it last night. He's like, get me off that beat. Like, well, we got him in the arena, and you know, look what he does. So I think there's some athletes that will make a move today. The lifting event is going to throw everything up in the air. So, and James has been working on his strength. To come into a day 2 of a competition with the lead and a lifting event first thing, it's another chance for him to make a statement right out the gate.
We were talking about this earlier today, the height difference between James and then the rest of the field. Here's the thing, James is very tall, Pat is also very tall, but then Harry and Yona, and then the average of the field, you're saying 5'7"?
So last night, the top 5 guys on that event with all that handstand push-ups and handstand walking, 4 of them were 5'8" or shorter, and James 6'2". It's a testament to the fact that this guy is actually ascending through the ranks. I think everyone left the games this summer not quite sure how to know where he falls, and Rogue, you know, it shouldn't be that great on paper for him. He was sick beforehand. The next competition he does, here he is leading at the halfway point, so James is the real deal.
But to be honest, that probably has to play to his advantage. He's got this chip on his shoulder. Nobody thinks I'm the fittest. Nobody's giving you that credit. Is that something that you've ever experienced where people maybe are discounting your ability as an athlete and you're just, I know who I am. I know that I'm incredibly talented and strong. I will show you.
Yeah, it's for sure a motivator when it's that situation where it's like, oh, people are second guessing if you belong or if you deserve it. And I think, you know, it was a weird games, and I think it's a combination of a little bit of that chip on his shoulder, but also he did win the games, and so that brings a lot of self-confidence for him that I think he's carrying into this weekend that has, you know, really helped him shine so far?
Well, now on the women's side, it's a little bit different than we probably expected. Lucy Campbell's return to the competition for 276 points. She's 16 points ahead of second place. Brian, thoughts on Lucy Campbell? I'm happy she's back. I'm happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, her potential was so good 2 years ago. Obviously, a pretty devastating thing that she had to endure and fought her way through. She got like her feet wet in competition in Marbella, but this is a totally different field. To be in the lead after one day, and she was not happy with where I projected her, but how could you really know? But she's definitely back. Lucy, we're glad you're here.
She is so back. Guys, this has been an absolute blast. We've got competition going on shortly, so don't go away. You're not going to want to miss it. Lifting stage coming up.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones are acting, not bragging. Lip bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, but who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here. Rolling stones are acting, not bragging. Lip bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, but who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here. Rolling stones in the rap game, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
Bienvenidos al evento. My name is Omar. Bienvenidos a Worth the Wait. Bienvenidos a Miami Beach. Wodapalooza. The competition. And it really, we're a Latin American gods. Our best CrossFitters from Latin America. Brasil, México, Puerto Rico.
Ready whenever you guys are. Do we have Nope.
I got nothing. That's our program.
I'll watch this. It's all right.
Les presento el kit número 1. Worth the wait.
I'll watch this program.
On lane number 3. Tenemos en el carril número 3 a Pablo. Raúl. Lane number 4, Matthews. Perno. Carril número 5 presenta a Israel Ron Gonzalo. En el carril número 6, lane number 6, Richard. Ricardo García. En el carril número 7, Jerónimo Grauden. Lane number 8, Bernardo. Y así cerramos the first heat of 2 of this Worth the Wait. Esta es una de las cosas más divertidas que existe en el CrossFit. Ver a estos gigantes levantar peso y más peso.
Welcome back to Miami Beach as the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza continues. This will be the last day of individual action here, starting off with Worth the Wait. I'm chasing. Along with me is Bill Grundler. Bell Martin will be joining us a little bit later in the show. We're kicking day 2 off with the Latin America Cup presented by Whoop. The men will start off. We'll have 2 heats. And, Bill, we got ourselves a complex.
It's kind of cool the way they do this in Miami. They want that big show, and that's exactly what this is. The big show is your big lift. We get to see our big, strong athletes throw around a ton of weight. And the way the complex is going to go is you have a 1 clean and then a hang clean after that. Doesn't say that what kind of clean it needs to be, but you have to do that unbroken, and you have a 30-second window to get that done. I mean, so used to you can start your lift right before the 30 seconds, which kind of gives you some time. You really don't have that time anymore. You have to do the entire lift in that 30 seconds.
As Bill said, you got to get the lift done in 30 seconds. They'll do it 2 platforms at a time. So the platforms will be staggered. Odd platforms in the front, even and back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 will be lifting at a time. And they must declare their weight before the lift. And we'll just sit here and pray that the placards will be correct as they move through this event.
The judge did say that they want to make sure that gets on there. That will be the first part. Second part's they want to count the lift, but we can't have some of the athletes adjusting in between. And 295 pounds right there for Pablo Arns, trying to get that to start. Again, we have 3 attempts.
295 on the bar. Pablo will be in lane number 3. Mateus Farrow would be in lane number 4. Now, he's still going, but... blank window of no lifting before we go to lanes 3 and 4. Otherwise, some heats may get 2.5 minutes of rest while others get 90 seconds, but they just filled it with the athletes that are competing.
And I think that, that I'm glad that they did that. It is fair. Sometimes for us, it kind of gives us a pause where we're kind of looking around. We just get to look at the crowd at that point, and that's fine. But it does make it fair for all the athletes across the board, whether you have a full heat or a short heat.
10-second will be coming up next. And it will just be Pablo Arut out of Colombia. They'll be lifting on his own, as we do not have an athlete in lane number 4.
Pablo shot out the back the last attempt. We'll see if he can get it this time. Nice lift out of the bottom. Okay, went for that squat. Now that's something that we haven't really talked about, is having to take that bar again down to the hips like that, whether you're going to re-grip with the nails or with the thumbs. But that was a really beautiful lift compared to that last one, the first one attempt that he had.
And if you look at the left side of your screen, though, those are the athletes that are competing in this heat, and hopefully some updates on the weights that they hit. Arut did hit 295, not 292. And it looks like 305 is good for Michel Montalvo. So our lane 7 and 8. In the front part is lane 7. Our boy Geronimo Bodine.
Geronimo. It's fun to say that.
Going for 305.
Ooh. So the hang squat. Big, powerful legs. For you, would you choose to do that? Would you use it?
Bill, I live my life above parallel. I'm power all the way. It's funny is that the My power clean and squat clean are 5 pounds apart. I can squat clean 5 pounds. But
Come on, Chase.
You want to know something worse? My hang power clean is 10 pounds better than my best squat clean.
Okay.
So, 2 things I'm horrible at, and people should know this by now. I'm terrible at pulling off the ground. I'm terrible at getting below parallel. But you put me in a hang, like, I live in a hang power world.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang power world. So, hang power clean is the heaviest lift.
Now, for those that do squat or have a good squat, the nice thing about that is you don't have to get that bar up so high. Just get a little bit of a pop off you, and you kind of get underneath it. So it does allow those that have that great mobility under the bar and they have those big, strong legs, that is a safe position. I just don't think that that's something that a lot of people would think about out of the gate. I mean, who wants to squat something heavy twice if they don't need to?
I don't want to squat something heavy ever. So, let alone twice. Final attempt for all these athletes in heat number 1. There's only 2 heats for the Latin American men. Latin American Cup, sponsored by Whoop, is a competition within the competition here at Tier Wodapalooza. It's been going on for several years now, and these are athletes that are representing South America, Latin America in this competition. Pablo Root, right in the center part of your screen, has 295 in the bag, now going for 315. Again, bar must start from the floor on the first rep.
Oh, ooh.
So a miss there. And saw the same thing on his first attempt in the first round. Is going that backward? Is that over pulling at the top?
Yeah.
3,
So if
2,
you're going to ease
1,
it, so you're not trying to pop it off just to get underneath it. You're trying to keep the bar back, getting yourself out of position and losing that balance.
Ricardo Garcia going for 345. Got to stay on the platform of the count. That is good. Now going for the hang.
Look at that. Oh, you can see the bar just trying to double bounce it. Man, I think that was a quadruple bounce, trying to get himself a little bit of momentum to come back up.
Now, there is one man that has done that in the past, and that is Mr. Jack Farlow. We see him on the lifting platform a little bit later for the elite individual men. You guys are in the CrossFit Games. 2 years ago in 2023, Jack Farlow had that 400-pound clean and jerk out of only 2 attempts.
Yep.
And quadruple bounced off the toes and still made it up at the right age of 20 years old.
You know, when you're
10 seconds, 9 and 10.
that quad dominant and that powerful and that young, you just don't know what that's supposed to not be good for you.
And that'll do it for heat number 1 for the Latin American men. Heaviest lift we saw listed looked like 335.
Yes, sir.
So that'll be the weight to beat for heat number 2. Heat number 2 coming up next.
60 seconds.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2 for the Latin American men. The Latin America Cup presented by Whoop. These are your top 8 coming out of day 1 of competition, as we'll go from basically reverse order on the lifting platforms from 10th down to 1st, in this case 8th down to 1st. And the reason for that being what?
Well, we want to see what our big dogs are going to do. We have reseeded into this day from the last 3 events of yesterday. So you have your leaders up at the front. You get to see where that race is. You also get to see if you're going to have anyone that is in the lower part of this final heat that is going to be able to mix it up with those leaders. Since we're going heavy, this is very specific. This is for your strong athletes.
Right. This is a lifting event, but a little bit of a cat and mouse element as well between your top lifters, but also your top athletes on the leaderboard. And the benefit of being last to go because you're doing so well is also great.
Well, and this is, you talk about this particular event. If you need to add a pound or 2, you get to do that by seeing all those other athletes below you hit those lifts.
That's a miss right off the bat. That's João Borba.
Taking your time.
Brazil.
305 on the bar, el carril número 2 del primer.
30 seconds.
3 and 4, stand by.
Véngase para arriba, fácil.
That's heavy.
The 305 now trying to get the hang.
2, 1.
And Judge shakes it off, so.
And the athletes, they really
Lane number 2 and
they
lane number 3.
listen and watch.
Lane number 3 and lane number 4 now in action.
Listen, you got to listen to the MC that's out there. They're calling that switch, and that's important. You got to know when that is. And the thing is I think this is something that's going to throw a lot of athletes off. Is they are used to having the whole time frame to start, and that's not what you have to be very aware of that.
Alejandro Trios gets 330, as now we have Juan Diego Tobon and Esteban Espina on their attempts. Looks like 320 on the right, 315 on the left. That is Esteban on the left side of your screen, Juan Diego on the right. If you look at the left side of your screen, those will be your lane assignments, trying to get the listed successful rep
right
there for you guys to see. This is the second and final heat of the Latin American men. And now we are getting into our top 3 athletes. Back in lane number 7, right side of your screen, is Marco Saladaña out of Mexico. He's currently sitting in 3rd place. 5 points behind 2nd place. That's Enrique Moreira, as he has 255, so 5 points separating, which overall leader after 3 events will be in lane number 9, right side of your screen, Roldan Goldbaum with 290.
Oh, wow.
290 points, going for 300 on the lift, and that is probably the smoothest lift we've seen out of all these athletes so far.
And I haven't even got a chance to talk about the way you should be approaching every single one of these lifts. That's what you want to hit. You want to hit something that you know you're going to be able to hit. An 85%, maybe a 90% that you know you can do pretty casually. That's exactly what that was, because then you can assess across the board what everyone else is going to look like to think, okay, how heavy do I need to go? Because you really only have to win.
Yes.
I'm not trying to set a PR right now. I mean, unless you want to, I get it, but you really only have to win.
Okay, resetting for round number 2. Each pair, and they're going lanes 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 6 down the line. You have 30 seconds to complete this. And João Borba, who's in the upper left corner of your screen, is going for 315. Got 0 because he couldn't finish the lift inside the 30 seconds.
Oh,
jeez.
That's that rewrap. That's a tough position. I think he tried to rush it because he didn't make the time last time. Now he was rushing it. There's a problem. He's down. That's 2 no reps.
Right.
Now, the nice thing is you can readjust your weight. So he can come down.
You can go down.
The board, which is smart.
355 on the bar. That's Alejandro Trios, who currently has 330.
Ooh. Wow, that was a beautiful squat there in the purple on the right-hand side.
Trios on the right going for 355.
Dang.
And 305 is good for Mateus Gomez on the left.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Left side of your screen, Esteban Ospina. Lane 5 on the right side of your screen, Juan Diego Tabon. You got 320 on his first lift. And 335 is good for a second. 330 for Ospina.
All right. Yeah, I tell you what, I've seen a lot of really beautiful squat positions as they pull themselves underneath that bar.
Lane 8 on the right. Or sorry, lane 8 on the left, lane 7 on the right. Lane 7, that is Marco Saladania.
Wow.
Who's sitting in third. And Enrique Moreira. Looks like Moreira will get 325. And 325 is what is on the bar for Roland Goldbaum, who's sitting in first place overall by 45 points. So 325 is good. Moreira got 345. So you look at the left side of your screen, that is the athletes in this heat and the weight that they hit. And now what's important for João Borba is that he has no lift yet.
That's right.
Missed the time on lift 1 and then missed the lift on lift 2. He went for 315 the second time. It looks like he's trying to go 315 again.
Man, I tell you,
and
ego can be mean sometimes.
If anybody wants to heed the warnings of a man who's been in this position before, the gentleman to my right.
I'm just saying, you don't want to have a zero. You don't want to have a zero. So you can't see him. He's underneath the numbers there, but he's got the one lift.
Maybe it's because the camera was actually on him that tripped him up.
Oh, finally.
There he goes. 315 on the board. Sigh of relief.
I mean, no pressure or anything.
365 rounder.
365 on the bar.
Alejandro has that on the purple. Easy out of the hole for that squat. Watch the way he snaps himself down under that bar.
365 is good for Alejandro.
3, 2, 1, lift.
And we have lanes 5 and 6. Juan Diego Tabon, Esteban Ospina. Tabon going
Very
for 340.
nice.
345 is good for Esteban. Next up, Marco Saldana and Enrique Moreira. Moreira was 10 pounds behind Trios. It looks like he's going for 345. Sorry, 355 in the back.
And
not 450.
Not 615 either. We're getting there. We're getting through the numbers.
Moreira will get what I'm assuming is 350, but he got 345 on the first one, so we'll have to see. As with everything in live competition and weightlifting, it's
We're adjusting.
It's all unofficial.
It's unofficial.
It's officially unofficial. And your leader, Roland Goldbaum, will hit 340.
Give it up, boys.
And he's sitting in first overall.
And that's a great lift to keep him in that position. You know, he's up there. And that's one of the things that I think we're going to see, especially when we get to the elite level. We didn't see a whole lot of weight yesterday. So you may have done really, really well on the skill and the capacity and the endurance, but how much damage control can you do here? And if you're strong, this is going to be a benefit anyway.
And if you're strong, it's going to be a fun start to the day for you. This is just the start of day number 2 as the Latin American men are done, and it'll be the Latin American women's turn coming up next.
train smarter, recover faster, and feel healthier. Understand and optimize your sleep. Get coaching and insights for every age, stage, and cycle. Track over 140 habits. Get a 360 view of your training and workouts. Never miss a second of data with a wireless and waterproof charger. Expect all new features all the time.
No sé yo. Eso dice mi abuela, eso dice mi mamá. Empieza uno a bailar, te quita el frío. Quiere decir uno, ¡cuál al frío! Oye, ven a la isla del público, al Sebastián Lobo, representando Cancún.
It's like bigger lane.
Y así le damos la bienvenida a la belleza en Miami. Las reinas de Latinoamérica. Coming up next here on your Wodapalooza 2025 at Miami Beach. We present you lane number 1. Número 3. Lane number 3, we got Isabel Orozco. Yeah, I need the hands and the love. When you hear the name, lane number 4, carril número 4, Sofía Estrada. Lane number 5, viene Camila Rodríguez. After that, lane number 6, Andrea San Claudio. Carril número 7 para cerrar este team número 1 es Lucía Piedra Calderón. Welcome to the world, the wet defense. We got next.
60 seconds.
Just one movement. Simple complex. Off a clean.
It's 1 and 2. Stand by.
Yes. And clean.
2, 1, lift.
It is the individual women's turn here for the Latin America Cup presented by Whoop as we are doing the Worth the Wait and been waiting indeed all morning to get out here and see what type of list we'll see. It's a heavy complex to kick off day number 2.
Yeah, we start off with a clean of any kind, right into a hang clean of any kind. For max weight, you have 3 attempts. You have a 30-second window that the lift must be completed in, which is something that's we've already seen that come up in the men's Latin America Cup. That's something we're just not used to.
Oh. Para
But hey, let's go ahead and get some.
Yes.
Get some numbers on the board.
One off the floor, one from the hang, squat, power, whichever you prefer. That is lane number 4, Sofia Strada.
So a squat out of the first part into a hang squat. Okay.
Now they're doing 2 lanes at a time. The odd lanes are in front, 1 through 9. The even lanes in the back. They'll have 30 seconds to complete the lift before they rotate to the next 2 lanes. 2 heats of women here for the Latin America Cup. Your top athletes after day number 1 will be in the second heat. This is the first of 2. Bill, you're talking about getting used to getting the lift underneath the time cap. What's the latest? Obviously, it's pretty much weight dependent, but it's like, listen, you've got one shot at this. The idea of changing weights or switching weights or resting is like that bar needs to come off the ground at 0, so you're not rushing to get under 30.
I think in all reality, you have, they're giving you a 30-second window. You have a 15-second window.
Okay.
I mean, if you don't start before 15, if you're going for a heavyweight, not one of your light opening weights necessarily, but if you're going for one of your heavier weights, that 15 seconds, because we've already seen it, the actual clean, getting under, especially if the squat coming up and get it back down and getting yourself re-gripped and ready to go, you're looking at 15 seconds.
Now, each platform pair will have those 30 seconds. Lanes 1 and 2 are empty. Lanes 9 and 10 are empty. So even though we would rotate through at the 2:30 mark,
30 seconds rest.
The athletes will still not be lifting yet because we have athletes in 3 and 4 waiting. So another 30 seconds will go by. And the reason for that being is that everyone gets the same amount of time in between lifts regardless of who's in their heat or who's not.
Yep, and that's totally fair. Again, you're trying to keep it as fair and equal for each of the athletes all the way around. If you have a heat that has only a handful of athletes in it, you don't want to rush them and force them to go sooner than the rested, equal to everyone else. So everyone gets that same full 10-person platform time.
5 athletes in this heat. The athletes are on the left side of your screen, and listed by their name is the weight that they hit in the first round as we move into the second. Lanes 3 and 4 will be next. Lane 3, Isabel Orozco and Sofia Strada. Orozco out of Colombia, Strada out of Argentina. Orozco on the left, Strada on the right. Still going for a power clean and hang power. And you can't get lower. It's basically 2 complete opposite lifters at the moment. It's about as low as you can possibly
get. You cannot get any lower than that. And one of the things that I think that a lot of athletes are always concerned about is, one, do you have the flexibility to get down there and the strength down there? But the plus to doing the squat is you don't have to get that bar to move up as high. If you have the speed and you have the squat position and the power underneath it, then just get it off your shoulders or off your hips and pull yourself under the bar like we see right there. Beautiful, 215-pound.
Camilo Rodriguez will hit 215. And Andrea San Claudio is trying to change her weights in that time frame, but there's absolutely no Ooh. That is impressive.
Are we counting that?
Counting it on the floor based off what they're counting down.
Wow.
The clock on the screen is everyone's favorite word. Is
unofficial. Unofficial.
There's a clock right in front of us. There's an MC counting down, and based off that, she got it in the time frames.
Now, we talked about, how much time do you have? I still think that you saw how fast she was able to go between the clean and the hang clean. If you're maxing out weight-wise, you're not going to be able to do that.
Right.
I think that, again, she was just trying to get a lift, I don't think that was near her 1-rep max or anything, so great job. I'm glad she was able to pull that off. Shocking.
Yeah.
That was shocking.
So the last 2 lanes will not have a lifter. The first 2 lanes will not. So we'll reset through a minute break for all of these lifters as we have 2 rounds done. The third and final round is coming up. And we have a tie between Camila Rodriguez and Lucia Calderon at 2:15. Those lifters will be in lanes 5 and 7. So Lucia, who has the heaviest lift, tied with Rodriguez, will be last to go by herself. So she'll have an opportunity to see who may get what, especially what Rodriguez is going to put up. And it looks like 225 is on the bar. Rodriguez is in the center lane in lane number 5.
And that's one of the advantages in this the way they have it set up. The concept of this is that if you are towards the end, that means you're one of the higher ranked athletes in that heat. You get to look across the field to see what you want to do. And we talked to the head judge earlier. You have up until the time, basically even up to where you have your 30 seconds, that you can adjust and readjust the weights if you want to.
Isabel Orozco and Sofia Estrada.
Oh, elbows just dropped there.
210 on the bar for Estrada.
Oh, man, she does great underneath that bar. Great position, way to keep her chest up nice and tall.
That's got to get this underneath that 30-second mark. Oh.
Heavy.
All right, next up, Camila Rodriguez in lane number 5, 225 on the bar. She currently has 215. Woo!
Wow.
Do not adjust your screens. That was how tough the squat was, and she is not able to hit that. So 215 is still the heaviest. 225 is what's on the bar for Lucia Calderon, and she will be the last to go in lane number 7. So she hits this, she'll have the heaviest weight so far.
Solid. That regrip position, so tough.
Oh!
I saw that knee almost come down. Just a little. You could tell the bar was a little low. Elbows dropped a little bit. Pulled her forward. Just not able to get up out of that.
She's looking as if she's going to try again, but there's absolutely no time left. So 215 will be the heaviest weight between Camila Rodriguez and Lucia Calderon. As Heat 1 is done, the second and final heat for the Latin American women will be next.
I need you to put all the energy and all the love to this heat.
8 number 2 on the field for the Latin American women. 215 has been lifted twice. And as I scan the platforms, Bill, I see a 220 already on the placards. That's in lane number 3, Thais Franca. So lanes 1 and 2 will start. We go every 30 seconds. And it'll be Kia Marchant out of Chile. We'll be starting off 200 pounds for our clean, hang clean complex.
Go. The first attempt of the final heat of Black Cup.
Right side of your screen. 2 lanes will go to time. We don't have an athlete in lane number 1.
Oh, that regrip is so tough.
Yo.
Oh, there you go.
Better than better than the first one.
Yeah.
If you look
Kinda like you like the hang clean better, right?
Lane number 3, lane number 4, Kais and Mariangela. 220.
All right, 1 and 2 are done. We'll move right into lanes 2 and 3. See on the left side of your screen. Oh, that is a miss. So 220 was on the bar, but totally just went off the back of the platform. That's lane number 5, Mariangela Cordero. Will hit 185, and not enough time left for Franca, as the lift has to be completed by 30 seconds. Do you think it's one of those things that should just be standardized across any competition? Is if we're doing a lifting event on a time frame, just have either finish before or finish by as just a standard across the board, just for simplicity for comps around the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that it's like, is that really what's important? Like, what are you truly trying to test here?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you want to truncate that time frame a little bit.
Either way, just like maybe standardize, say set, and it's like, hey, it's always done before.
Oh, I agree. I'm
right?
good.
Or always done after, but it does get confusing for some of these athletes. Now, you should know this because they told you.
Well, you're competing. What's crazy, and what's hard is the judge should be letting them know as well.
Yes.
Like, you have 3 seconds left. Don't even try your clean.
Last 2 lanes, lanes 9 and 10. Just have an athlete in lane 9, and that is your overall leader and previous champion, Mariana Mesa, who's sitting in first place with 290 points.
Wow, did you see the speed of her elbows underneath that bar? That was nice.
215 matches the heaviest weight we saw in the previous heat, so that is now 3 athletes at 215. Now, the race is much tighter for the women. Mariana Mesa is sitting in first at 290. Emily Andrade is at 280, so just 10 points behind her. Then Sarai Camacho is 5 points behind her. And those athletes will be in 7 and 8 with Mariana Mesa in lane number 9. 1 round is done, as we have 3 total attempts. Again, done in 30 seconds. And we have 215 on the bar for Kia Marchant. She'll be lifting alone in lane number 2, as there's no athlete in lane number 1. Successful first attempt at 200.
Oh, my goodness.
And it seems like if she can get the first one, if she repeats how she did the second time, she does much better on the hang. Oh, that's a lot.
Oh.
It's a lot of movement for...
No, not going to happen. You know, one of the things I think we're seeing for the athletes that do have more success in that hang is because that torso was up a lot more vertical.
220 on the bar for Thais Franca. Much better first attempt. Went off the back of the platform last time, and I think that was more just athletes. Here's the thing, coming in cold after waiting in the that's general part of the game.
That is, but this is like, it's cold today here. Yes. So not only do you have the time frame where you're cooling down, but like your literal temperature is cooling down. I'm surprised we don't see a lot more athletes out here with especially with the lifting, wearing sweats, wearing a sweatshirt to keep themselves warm.
220 on the bar again, and that'll be good for Natalia Freire. The two athletes at 220 leading, Freire and Franca. You see on the left side of your screen, there's the athletes that are in this heat and the lift that they have already hit. And these are your second and third place athletes. Lane 7 in the front row is Sarai Camacho,
Wow.
and she'll hit 210. And 205 will be a miss for Emily Andrade. Mariana Mesa has 230 on the bar. The overall leader by 10 points is now trying to get 10 pounds over the two best lifts we've seen so far. And she'll nail it, Bill. That was probably the easiest lift we've seen and also the heaviest.
Man, the extension she had on that clean from the ground, beautiful. Full, we call that triple extension, all the way locked out, legs nice and straight, big shrug.
So Mariana Mesa hits 230. She's on the right side of your screen. Over in lane number 3, Thais Franca had 220 prior to. Mariana went up by 10. Franca has now put 235 on the bar for her third and final attempt. She'll be going in the next round. It'll still be Kia Marchant.
The old Price is Right technique.
So 235 is coming up after these next lifters. 230 on the bar to try to match up for Natalia Freire. So the best chance for the heaviest lift will be coming up after this. Kia.
Oh, there she goes. Way to fight through that
I thought
squat.
she was stuck, but it was just the free straight. I was like, dang, fight for it. No, it's just fine.
Here we go. Get under it.
Much better. Much better.
Come.
Oh.
It's a good attempt, though.
Much better than the second attempt. Still not able to reel it in. So, Thais Franca going for 235. 5 pounds over than what Mariana Mesa just put down.
Boom. Big pop off the hips.
Ooh.
Just,
Did you hear that, Red?
come on now. I've been there. I get it.
All right.
Nice.
235.
That was pretty.
So now a decision. Franca is not necessarily challenging Mariana for a first place position, but you don't win an event if you're not a gamer itself, and it looks like 240's on the bar on the right side for Mariana.
Yep.
230 here for Natalia Freire. She goes for 230, and that's good for her. So that's the second heaviest, matching what Mariana just did. 5 pounds behind Franca. Now your second and third athletes trying to keep pace. Sarai Camacho sitting in third. She'll be in lane number 7 on the left side of your screen, going for 220. Emily Andrade is ahead of her by 5 points, as she's going for 200. So still well behind. So we could see a change in the leaderboard between these two. Because they're only set by 5 points, and all eyes are now going to lane number 9. Your overall leader, Mariana Mesa, going for 240.
And watch the extension that she has, the power she has off the ground. I love that she kind of checks that load. Big extension and so much speed under the bar. Dude, her elbows move so fast.
And 240 is good. So your overall leader wins worth the wait with 240 pounds. 2 heats of the Latin America Cup women are done. Up next, the elite individuals will take the stage here at worth the wait. Individual men will kick things off. No, it'll be individual women coming up next.
Very good. Very good.
How's everybody doing? Give it up one more time for your Latam Cup athletes. Our elite competition set to get underway, but no better way to get things started than with our national anthem. And I have a special guest singer here today. You guys can help me welcome out 8-time CrossFit Game athlete, multi-year tier Wodapalooza athlete, hailing out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, Haley Adams.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Haley Adams. Nice job, Haley. Great job. Competition getting underway here in just a few moments. Flyover for Haley. Nice job.
Wow.
Your elite women set to get underway here in just about 2 minutes.
Can you have us go live so we can talk about
1 minute.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grunler as we are getting set for Day 2 action and the final day of individual competition. We're starting things off with the individual women, and we are going heavy as Lucy Campbell sits on top of the leaderboard after a 2-year hiatus. Second year here at Wodapalooza, and all of a sudden she finds herself leading the charge with some of the fittest women on earth.
I'm kind of wondering who's more excited about that. Is she more excited, or are the athletes like, whoa, what are you doing back here? I know that I'm pretty excited. We knew that she was fit, but like it's always tough to come back like that. So to be in that top position with a decent little cushion.
Lucy Campbell sitting on top leaderboard at 276 points. This is heat 1 of 5 for the individual women as we have reseeded after day number 1. So these are our bottom athletes after 3 events. But keeping pace with Lucy Campbell, Emma Tall at 260, Raptis at 249, Rolf at 240, and your 2023 CrossFit Games champ Laura Horvath sitting in 5th at 223. What we know is that the lifting event has a massive impact on the leaderboard with only 6 events. So there will be a lot of shifting and changing after this one.
Well, and that's what I really am going to be curious about when we watch the athletes lift today. The ones that are needing to do damage control. There's a lot of room to go okay, I was in the top 10 to I'm in the bottom 10. And that's going to do a lot. That can do a lot to the leaderboard. You said there's going to be a lot of movement. This is very specific. It's not capacity. This is just brute strength.
How strong are you? And much different with a clean than it's a snatch, which is a way more technical lift. And we've had that in years past. We're now going back to that gritty. Jessica Androsik basically rebounds the barbell off her thighs at 225. Kyra Milligan hit 235 earlier. And these are your athletes in the first heat. Again, we have 5 total. Now, though, these athletes are no longer in contention for a podium position, maybe vying for a top 10, 15. However, there are a lot of athletes at the top, especially Laura Horvath, who's sitting 45 points out of first place, needs some of these lifts to get between her and the athletes that she's chasing, because Laura's going to have potentially one of the heaviest lifts, if not top 3 lifts here in this field.
As far as who's listed their top lifts, she does have the highest one on our list as far as what we looked at for everyone's records and stats. But now I want to see the attitudes of a lot of these women. How aggressive are they going to go for that? Are they really going to push for that one? One of the things about this particular time of the year, not everyone is in their best shape. Not everyone is at their peak performance position. So how aggressive do you get? And I haven't seen Laura hit things out of the park on a lot, or really attack like I would have seen, even in some of the events yesterday. So I want to see if there's a little bit of a payback on today's event.
You look at the events on tap for today. The lifting event to start things off. We've got bench press and chest to bar pull-ups after that. And you then throw some rings and heavy thrusters in competition. And this day looks on paper much better for Laura than yesterday did. Left side of your screen, that is Mariana Quintero, as she's trying to hit 225.
10 seconds, platforms 1 and 2. Stand by.
I actually think she went early. We weren't even supposed to get to the first 2 platforms yet.
30-second window.
What if she gets to go again?
I'm curious
Maybe
if they're going
to go again.
it's.
I think we have the head judge
conversation with the head judge,
trying to figure out where we are.
It's you went a minute and a half too soon. Not that that's an advantage.
That was a warm-up. Testing it out.
You look at the left side of your screen. Those are your athletes in this heat and the weights that they have hit. And now it is time for lanes 3 and 4. Kyra Milligan on the right side has already hit 235. Now looking for 245.
Wow. Lots of power.
245 on the board. That'll be the heaviest lift so far. Things to keep track of in the later heats, especially in that final heat, because it's not just about lifting the most weight or trying to hit your max. It's also making sure you lift more than those that are trying to chase you down and bump you down on the leaderboard. Jessica Androsik going for 240. And
jeez. Oh, my gosh.
That is a display.
My thighs just screamed. I didn't scream. That was my thighs that made that sound.
Jessica Androsik also showing that she has adamantium for bones.
Barry Helen with 200 flat. Pinheiro, 205 on the barbells. And a quick lift.
A lot of powers in these first 2 rounds for these athletes. Andrea Pinheiro on the right.
10 seconds.
Finishing up round number 2.
So this will finish platforms 7 and 8. We have platforms 9 and 10 still to go clockwise. If you guys are just joining us, athletes will have 30 seconds to complete the lift. And they'll lift 2 lanes at a time, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and so on and so forth. If there are empty lanes, they'll still run the clock, because limiting that will lessen the rest for other athletes. So they'll do the clock like there's a full field of 10 in every heat.
We see Kyra Milligan score a 245 up at the top there. She has posted right now 255, which she's going to be attempting. Now we have her listed best clean and jerk from the games in 2023 at 245. She looked really comfortable on that set for the clean and the hang clean. So I'm thinking that 255 is going to be a nice little lift for her.
245 looked very easy for Kyra on the second round. This is the third and final round. So platforms 1 and 2, which will be empty. This will be their 30 seconds. And we will rest until it is time for lanes 3 and 4. So Maria Quintero out of Colombia and Kyra Milligan will be next. Quintero has 220 on the bar. Kyra has 255. As Kyra has 255, Jessica Androsik, who's trying to keep pace with her, has 250 on the bar. So right now, Kyra Milligan is going to be your best chance at the heaviest lift with the field in heat number 1.
Look at that. Barely even a prep for Kyra. Ooh.
Kyra goes below the knee on the hang.
Man, you want to do an RDO for your clean? How about that? Okay.
So 255 is good
10 seconds.
for Kyra Milligan.
That's a great lift.
And unless Androsik changes her weight, she's going for a 250 attempt, which is 5 pounds less.
And
she is yet to do a squat. She's just living that power life. There's the first squat we've seen.
Wow.
And for good reason, we've been doing power.
I really thought she wouldn't have been able to get that off the ground much easier than what she had
Going
right there.
for another attempt. She has 10 seconds to complete it.
If she can come out of the bottom, I mean, the way she rebounded, I would almost say, okay, you got the time to do it if you can get it up the first time.
Last 2 lifters in this heat. That is Nina Vragovic. Oh, I am on the wrong heat. That's Mary Helen Saunders and Andrea Pinheiro. Vragovic will be in the next heat as Pinheiro will get 230 on the right. And that'll do it for heat number 1. So Kyra Milligan sets the bar at 255 as heat 1 is done. Heat 2 coming up next. Heat 2 on the lifting platforms here at the lifting stage. For event number 4 of 6 total for the weekend, I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grunler. Bill Martin will be joining us later in the event as we have the weight lifting test. 1 power clean, 1 hang clean. Kyra Milligan set the weight to beat at 255 in heat number 1. 5 total heats for the women. And that might be one of the heavier weights we see throughout the next 4 heats.
I think we will. I think that's going to be up in that realm. I think we might see something around 260 if we have some of those heavy hitters up in the top heat like Laura Horvath. But it's a nice little complex. It's a clean, any kind of clean, squat clean, power clean, whichever, into a hang clean again. You can squat it, power it, whichever you need. But the crazy thing is you got to do it under the 30 seconds, meaning you have to complete it in the 30 seconds.
Ariel Sanders on the left in lane number 2. Platforms 1 and 2 will lift by themselves. 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Each pair will get 30 seconds, as you said, Bill, to complete the lift in that time. Next up will be Nicolette Torrigiani in lane number 3. Jenny Muir in lane number 4. Torrigiani's got 235 on the bar in the red pants. Jenny Muir just over her shoulder, going for 210. Torrigiani will get 235. Bill's, you got 3 lists. What are the things you're looking at as far as the best approach or what to focus on during this event?
Yeah, definitely your keys are going to be, you need to know before you go when you're out here. You have to know what weight you can hit, especially on this first one. And then there's a little bit of game playing here. As we get into that second and third round, knowing what the other athletes are pulling off the floor and what they're hitting, know where your position is on the leaderboard to see either what you have to do damage control-wise or what you really need to go to kind of move yourself up the leaderboard. You know, with Nicolette Torrigiani, she hit 230 at the CrossFit Games for a clean and jerk. So that 235 was a nice clean for a nice little clean complex.
Campos hits 190. As Pernille Christensen hit 220. Vergovich in lane number 7 has 205 on the bar, 235 in the back for Lily Burkhead.
Wow, Nina went below the knee too. I would not do that. I mean, strong hamstrings, I get it.
So Burkhead in lane 8 actually, she got the lift, but she stepped off the platform. Got to stay on the platform to complete the lift. 2 rounds already down. They only get 3 total attempts. 255, the heaviest weight we've seen so far. And looking at the placards, looks like 245 is the heaviest that will be attempted. That will be in lane 3, Nicolette Torrigiani.
So with Lily back there in the background in the red, we have this kind of open set up here. Do you go up? You know you hit it.
Man, I was just about to ask you that.
Now me, I'm going to go up. I've done it before. I know what's happened, but I would take that as a win. I would take that as you made it and go up.
I would depend on the how it felt. If it felt easy and I just lost my stepping, I'd probably go up.
I would do it too.
If I was surprised I made it anyways, I'd probably stay there.
I would do that one again, yeah.
One more round to go. We'll start things off with lanes 1 and 2 again. Lane 1 is empty. Ariel Sanders will be in lane 2. She'll be in the red pants on the left side of your screen going for 225.
3, 2, 1, lift. Sanders now.
Bar must come from the floor on the first rep. Squat or power or split is up to the athlete. And then a hang for the second one.
Oh, that looked nice.
And a power receiving position for both. Easy lift, too. That's I
mean, I'd call that a power. I'd call that a split power.
Yeah.
Or a Starfitch power.
Sorry, this is the second round. Why did I think this was the third round? This is
second round.
Second round.
Second round.
I was like, that looked way too comfortable. Second round. Torrigiani, 245. Jenny Muir on the right side at 235. Clean is good for Torrigiani on the left. Muir on the right going for the hang at the same time as Torrigiani. And Bill, you can't see it, but behind us it is about 8 people deep, standing room only, aside from the stands on the right. Athletes are facing the crowd. And if there is a A time to lift some heavyweight. This seems to be the time. With a crowd in your face cheering you on. Victoria Campos on the left, going for 205. And Pernille Christensen will hit 230. Last two lifters, lane 9 and 10 are empty.
2, 1, lift.
Vragovic going for 220.
Oh, that was an easy pull.
Burkhead going for 235 again, as she did not get credited for the first attempt as she stepped off the platform and stuck with 235.
That's safe. See how easy that was? I would have gone up. She actually had, I could see her looking into the crowd to her coach or whoever. Should I go up, up, down, up, down? I said go up.
Yeah.
Positive thinking.
We also want positive numbers.
Positive numbers.
0 is a net neutral.
There you go.
Net neutral. Now we're on the third round. Lanes 9 and 10 are no lifters, so there'll be a 30-second break
and this
on
is where,
the clock.
This is where you start swinging for the fences, right? If you made the lift that you knew was close to your 100% of whatever it is you're going to get, go for something that's big or, play that game now, especially if you're in this heat. Mix it up with those upper people.
Well, one thing to note with the weight game and how much I go up or down is that these athletes, I don't want to say are limited by the number of places they have, but you either have 5s or 2.5. So we're living in my beautiful world of 0s and 5s. No, 6s and 7s and 8s do not exist here today. The third round, Ariel Sanders will be in lane number 2, left side of your screen in the gray top, red pants. She hit 225 with ease on the first round. Heaviest weight still held by Kyra Milligan at 255. As this 235 attempt.
Whoa. Wow, I think her elbows touched
I was going to say, wide feet, low elbows.
Hey, but a win is a win in competition, right?
I was going to say, it makes me a sore athlete the next day.
It's all right.
255. 255 on the platform for Torgiani. 245 for Muir. So this will match the best we've seen, as this is the second heat of 5. Muir will go first. Gets the clean. Torgiani on her left. Again, this lift must be done.
Look at that.
In 30 seconds, and Muir just hanging on to that bar. And she gets it. 255. No, too heavy for Torgiani.
Great attempt. Great attempt. She fought for it.
I don't see another 255 out here so far. Campos is going for 210. Christensen going for 235 on the right side. So Campos, one lift left. She'll get 210. Christensen trying to double bounce, and she'll get it.
Nice. Nice. Fired up on that one, too.
235 last. Two lifters.
2, 1, lift.
Lily Burkhead has 245 on the bar. She's already hit 235 twice, minus stepping off the platform.
Burkhead, 245.
Wow, look how far back on the platform she is.
235 won't be good, and 245 looks pretty easy. And Bill, without that first step in the first lift that didn't get credited, I think she would have had a chance at that 255 mark.
I think she could have done that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So 2 heats down, 3 heats to go. Kyra Milligan's 255 will stand another heat. Heat 3 for the women coming up next. Heat 3 out here on the competition floor. We've had 2 heats down. Kyra Milligan
10 seconds.
holding down the fort at 2:55.
1 and 2, stand by.
And we have a full heat of 10 here
1.
as we're working into the midway point of our 5 heats for the individual women.
200. First cleans are good.
We have Lexi Neely and Aline Verts.
Anyhow, right into
Neely on the left at 205. Verts on the right at 200. Up next is Hattie Canio and Erica Folo. Erica Folo's in the back.
10 seconds.
She's either ready to do a clean complex or win a breakdance battle.
Go win a breakdance battle?
1. Lift.
And I'm really excited to watch Erica lift. She has one of the bigger numbers on as far as like the listed clean and jerks that we have.
Hattie Canio going for 205. 225 is good
Beautiful.
for Erica Folo. Very easy.
Again, you want to have
Lift.
something that's going to kind of build a little bit of confidence as you get into this.
10 seconds.
Talk about hanging out in the stalls, getting ready to go. So that's a nice lift to start for Erica.
Well, what's also nice is that we are in Heat 3 and the clouds are starting to part. The sun is coming out and it is starting to feel much more like Miami Beach, as we have been sitting in cold, rainy weather for the last 36 hours, and it is starting to clear up and getting those Miami vibes we are so used to here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. Annika Greer will hit 235 for her first attempt.
Easily, man.
Platform 7 and 8, stand by.
Athletes on the left side of your screen, the list they hit will be designated as Ariel Lowen loads up for 220. Elizabeth Wishart going for 215. Ariel Lowen hits 220. Wishart will get 215 as well.
And you talk about how close to that first lift you should go, what kind of 85% or whatever. I think for Wishart that was pretty close to her 1 rep max because there was a lot of strain early. And she's tall. There's a lot of distance to move that bar for her.
A lot of limbs.
A lot of limb.
Claudia Gluck gets spit out the back at 220. She'll still have time as Georgia Pryor hits 195. Georgia Pryor and Claudia Gluck making their rookie debuts at the CrossFit Games last year in Fort Worth, Texas.
10 seconds.
As Gluck has to get that lift inside that 30-second mark.
Whoa.
And that was close.
Rest.
But she will get it.
Before back to the top of the order.
We'll take a 30-second break in between rounds. As we said earlier, it is a standing room only around the lifting platform.
Look at that. Sun coming out for your ladies.
And the sun is out. The sand is drying up. The rain is no more.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Knock on wood. Knocking on wood. Knocking on wood.
Lift. Nearly moving up to
A sigh of relief can be heard from the
up to 210.
director's tent.
Round number 2.
Round number 2. 220 for Lexi Neely. 210 for Aline Verts. And 210.
I think that was pretty conservative for Lexi. That was pretty easy. For a second round.
10 seconds.
225, 235 for Hattie Canio and Erica Folo. Hattie Canio, also a Games rookie last year, coming out of the West.
225 on the bar. Hattie Canio 235 for Erica Folo.
Erica Folo
Number 2.
looking very strong, building off her first attempt.
Wow.
225 and 235 is good. And in that type of speed, you talk about the first round jitters, the first round rust.
Yeah.
Second round is completely different. Is that just something you need to trust yourself on with the weight jump you decide to do between round 1 and not worry about how it felt?
Right. Yeah.
More than what you know you're capable of.
I think with Folo, I think that she's so confident because that second lift, she didn't even move her feet. There was no adjustments that had to be made there. So there was zero struggle. And I think she could have gone up and been a little bit more confident in herself on that one.
Annika Greer goes for 250. Actually almost lost the bar on the re-rack into the hang position, but now just 5 pounds away from Kyra Milligan's 255.
7 and 8, stand by.
Ariel Lowen has
3, 2,
had some success here
lift.
at Tier Wodapalooza and the CrossFit Games, and usually always surprises herself in the lifting events in competition and in competition only.
Lowen is good at 230 and a big smile.
Bill, did you know that Ariel Lowen trains out of her garage?
What?
Yes.
Of course I knew that.
Not a max outer. I don't even know if that's a phrase.
A maxer outer?
A maxer outer. She just saves it for comp day.
I think that is pretty cool. And guess what? You can still get strong by training just for life. Look at that.
205 on the bar for Georgia Pryor, 10 pounds more. As Claudia Gluck goes for 225. Much better lift this round than the second round. And just like that, 2 rounds are done, 1 round left to go. Looking at some weights on the bars, 255 is the best we've seen. Annika Greer just hit 250, but only went up 5 pounds to 255.
I think because she may have seen what that looked like for Kyra Milligan. And I get, Annika, she always seems to kind of have a rough competitive season. I think she just wants to have a good lift. I really think she could have gone the 260.
Well, a lot of this is that we talked about Tier Wodapalooza being the end of the off season and the beginning of the game season. It lives in both worlds. It's a bit of a day walker as far as competitions are concerned. But this is where athletes, it seems like they just reset the system. It's like smelling salt's version of competition to get ready for the 2025 season. Lexi Neely going for 230.
Way to get out of that hole down there. That was good.
15 seconds. 10 seconds only to get the lift. That's not going to be enough time. So Hattie Canio and Erica Folo are next. Folo goes up 10 pounds again. Looks like she could have gone up 20 based off her last lift.
I think so, too. You talked about the confidence.
Canio looks like she wanted to power that, and the bar made the decision for her. And Erica Folo goes for 245, and that looked very easy.
Wow. Again, no movement of the feet at all. I mean, she's got great positioning down at the bottom. Erica Folo does. But confident, easy coming out of the bottom.
And Erica Folo, who really was some dumbbell lunges away from making the games in her rookie debut, had a great open quarterfinals season leading into semifinals, and looking to build off that this year. Annika Greer now moved up to 255.
Whoa.
And Greer from the hang will get it.
Dude, she is solid down below. Wow. That squat position, like the hang position, she looked kind of jittery, trying to re-rack and bouncing and re-gripping. But once she actually got into that squat position, super powerful.
So 255 has some company as Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer get it. Ariel Lowen going for 240. And just can't get under the bar on the hang. Seem to be happy with her previous lift at 230. Wishart hits 220.
That was better than the last one.
Last 2 lifters to go. Georgia Pryor, Claudia Gluck. Pryor on the left going for 210, Gluck 230. So she just went up 5 pounds from her previous lift at 225. Both had the hang to go. Pryor, she'll get 10. Gluck will get 230.
There we go. It's crazy how much a half an inch of movement of that bar is going to change the position that some of these women end up catching that bar, receiving that bar in.
3 heats down, 2 heats to go. Heat number 4 will be coming up next with Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer now sitting both at 255.
Our biggest lift of the day so far. 2 more heats to come. Trying to get some more swag for you guys. Who wants some more swag?
Hey, you gonna make some noise.
see what we can muster up. Hey, we got our good friends at High Ground Beef Chips. Throw it out, throw it out. Our official beef chip of Tier Wodapalooza. You gotta check them out, man. There's like a whopping 1,000 grams of protein for a couple chips. That's a lot. It might be wrong, but it feels like a lot. Thank you to our good friends at High Ground. Okay, 1,000 might be a lot for protein. All right, next to you, the ladies coming out. Heat number 4 of 5. Heading down to platform number 1, Ashley Cope. Platform number 2, Amelia Youngberg. Platform number 3, Lucy McConicle. Platform 4, Nicole here. Platform number 5, Chloe Govan-David. 2 minutes. Platform number 6, Linda Kiesman. Platform number 7, Alicia Fuliano. Platform number 8, Caitlin Bernardin. Platform number 9, Sydney Wells. Rounding out heat number 4, platform number 10, Abigail Doman. 255 pounds. Our best lift thus far.
90 seconds.
Monica Greer and Kyra Milligan tied at 255.
Three heats down, 2 heats to go as Heat 4 is on the lifting stage. Worth the Wait is the event name. And everybody around us, it's been worth the wait to get the sun to come out as it is starting to feel a bit more like Miami Beach for the first time in a couple of days. Bill Grunler has 2 sweatshirts on still.
Yes, I do. And sweatpants.
As we are getting set to take on 3 attempts. 1 clean, 1 hang clean. Heaviest weight we've seen so far, 255. That's by Annika Greer and Kyra Milligan. As we have 20 women left, 2 heats of 10.
Seconds. Platforms 1
And this is going to be a really interesting heat as well because we have these ladies that are up towards the top of the overall leaderboard, and we have some ladies in here that can definitely throw wrenches into the mix for as far as the weights that are going to be thrown around.
Ashley Cope going for 225. Emily Lundberg to the right at 220 for their first attempt. Bill, a lot of times when it's a 3-event attempt or 3-rep try, or it's get one on the board.
Get one on the board.
Get
it on the board.
Reasonably okay, but one, it's like guarantee I can roll out of bed and hit this.
Right, but it's got to be heavy enough that's going to be representative of you. I mean, like you can come out here and a lot of these ladies, they can go, oh yeah, I can put on 150, but what's the point? You want a lift that's going to count, one, so that your nervous system is ready to go, but that also so you can knock off the jitters of being out here for just a single lift. You know, a lot of these ladies have been sitting around for 15, 20 minutes before they pulled anything. So it's almost like lifting a decently heavy weight cold.
Lucy McGonigal hits 230.
1 lift.
As Nicole here hits 205. Chloe Govan-David on the left at 195. 220 on the bar for Linda Caseman. Caseman, who made the CrossFit Games last year for her first time. Chloe Govan-David went back as an individual last year.
10 seconds.
Been on team for several years prior to that after the first time she went individually.
3, 2, 1.
Next up, Alyssa Fuliano at 235. 220 for Caitlin Bernardin.
First lifts.
Fuliano, though.
Ooh. She had that.
220.
I don't think that was too heavy for her. I think that was more of a positioning thing more than anything. That first round, we talked about the first round jitters. For that particular position, I would stay there because that didn't look like she was off balance necessarily, but I think I'd want a little bit more confidence going into that next round.
Next two athletes, Sydney Wells on the left, Abby Domit on the right. Domit wasting no time right into the hang. Both will hit 225.
2 more attempts to come.
And that's attempt number 1, as we'll rest an extra 30 seconds.
3, 2,
before we go back for round number 2. Looking at some of the weights being flipped over on the placards. It's like Lucy McGonigal right in the center part of your screen, and the orange top has 240 on the bar.
10 seconds.
Hit 230 on her first round.
Platforms 1 and 2.
Alyssa Fuliano, though she missed 235, you can see on the right side is that her judge is going up to 245.
It's the game you got to play.
Which we know Bill Grundler approves of.
I do. I do. Confidently, too.
Emily Lundberg on the right at 225. Ashley Cope on the left at 235.
Lundberg good at 225. Cope now. 235.
You can power, you can squat. It just has to start from the floor and start from the hang.
10 seconds.
Ashley Cope, she's so tall with those long legs. When she went for that split, she really looked like she almost did a squat, even though her feet were on total opposite sides of the platform.
Lucy McGonigal.
240 here. 215.
Teen competitor in this field. Won the CrossFit Games in her division as a 16-year-old.
Jump up here in round number 2.
And if you haven't been following her career, she's been steadily getting better every year. And maybe one of those next teen athletes to make that leap from teen to individual competition.
She might not have liked the run, but she definitely likes the lift.
Did not like the run.
For sure.
Chloe Govan David, 205. Linda Caseman, 235.
Whoa.
That was
a little dance happening.
Lift number 2. Good to go.
Lane assignments on the left side.
10 seconds.
Will be the lifts that they hit. McGonigal had 240. We'll see what she goes up to. 255 is the heaviest lift. Now, Alyssa Fuliano has got 245 on the bar, but missed 235 previously.
So we'll see what kind of confidence she has as she goes into this lift. Now, the first clean, she hit great. You see her right up high in the high thigh there.
That's where she missed the first attempt.
Oh, that's nice. Much better position. Elbows up nice and high, bar right up to the throat. Torso nice and vertical, beautiful lift.
Okay, go up 10 after missing the first one. Now you hit it. Got the confidence back for the third round. 255 is the most we've seen.
Yeah, that is true.
235 on the bar for Domit and Wells. Sydney Wells on the left, Abby Domit on the right. Domit still going in that power clean.
Oh, that's a great squat for Sydney.
Receiving in a squat. Squat for the second rep for Abby. Now, being a complex, 2 reps back-to-back, is powering the first one, maybe saving a little juice in the legs for the second one.
Absolutely. I think it really depends on what sort of pull you have from the ground. How much extension can you get? But you're right. If you are a very strong squatter, you're not worried about it. If you're worried about that squat and that hang, you're not going to be able to get down or get the bar up as high. I'd save it for that one, for the hang for sure.
Sun shining bright now on the competition floor. Just to the left of the athletes, so they're not looking directly into it, which is good. The athletes are facing the crowd, and this is our third and final round. Ashley Cope, 245. Emily Lundberg, 230. Lundberg will get that power split position. Same thing for Cope.
Lundberg good at 230.
Staying with that wide.
Win is a win.
Yeah.
It's competition.
There's collar to collar for a snatch, and then there's black to black for the power clean on the platforms. McGonigal, 250. So 5 pounds under. Milligan and Greer gets the first one.
Here is good. 220 and no.
Close.
Just unable to get it. So she'll be good at 240, where Cope hit that 245, splitting the difference.
See, that's what's tough is like how good did you feel on that last lift? I mean, 5-10 pounds, that's a big jump.
210 for Govind David. 240 for Linda Caseman. Caseman will get it.
It's a big fight there with those elbows. He was trying to really struggle to keep that bar in position.
All right, Fuliano, who hit 245 after missing 235, now going for 250 with Caitlin Bernardin behind her on the right side of the screen going for 240. First rep, good for Fuliano. Bernardin gets 240.
Ooh. Nice for Caitlin. Hup!
Ooh.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Oh.
No, man, there was a lot of fight there. You know, good on her for the fight, though.
Last two athletes, last lift. Sydney Wells at 245. Domit going for 240. They've been pound for pound in the first two lists. Sydney Wells increasing 10 each time. Domit only choosing to go up 5, but that'll be a good lift for 240. So 255 stands for one more heat. Annika Greer, Kyra Milligan with one final heat to go. But we got the big hitters, your top 10 after the first day of competition. Coming up next.
In this clouds. I don't know.
Well, you're from Ohio, Mike.
Yeah, we're basically vampires in Ohio. Anybody from Ohio? There we go. I'll take it. 7 people. It's okay. How about all you Florida people in this weather? I saw a lot of parkas this weekend so far. People are freaking out, right?
We got one sweater, one pair of joggers.
This is summer weather in Ohio, by the way. Could be worse. Final heat of athletes coming up here moments.
Gentlemen, 5 heats, the ladies, 4 heats.
Heat number 5 making their way onto the competition floor as we are in the throes of event number 4. Your top 10 women After day number 1, we are crowning Tier Wodapalooza champions today. And after 3 events, Lucy Campbell sits on top of the leaderboard with 276 points. Emma Tall in second at 260, and Alexis Raptis at 249. Your 2023 CrossFit Games champ, Laura Horvath, is sitting in 5th place at 223. 43 points behind Lucy Campbell, and this is going to be a big test for Lucy as she just has been able to re-grip a bar with a full grip for the first time about a month ago in 2 years.
Well, we're talking about all the things that she's had to overcome with that wrist injury. Look what she did yesterday with the handstand walks and the single arm dumbbell work. This is going to, I mean, she's put a little bit of cushion between her and the rest of the field, which she needs because we have some heavy hitters in this heat of people that can move barbells. You have people, athletes like Danny Spiegel, you have Laura Horvath. They can throw a lot of weight around, and that could really disrupt what the leaderboard is going to look like. I mean, other than that handful of points between her and the rest of the field up towards the top, it's not a whole lot of points to spread that top 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think there's going to be a lot of shuffle, but what's crazy is that we have everybody's listed 1-rep maxes of clean and jerks and hang cleans, but we don't have Lucy's because she hasn't been doing it for 2 years. So it's going to be really interesting to see where she fits and how she hangs, and if it's a damage control or if she's going to be like, nuh-uh, this is my event too.
The athletes will lift 2 at a time. They'll have 30 seconds to get a clean and hang clean. They can receive the bar in any position, power or squat. The lift must be completed in 30 seconds. The heaviest weight we've seen so far, 255. That's held by Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer. We have athletes on the competition floor that should be challenging or surpassing that. Danny Spiegel in lane number 3. Laura Horvath in 6. And we will get things started. Lydia Fish, 190. Brooke Wells at 230. And Brooke Wells, that is a quick start for Brooke Wells, who is sitting in 8th overall.
Chase, look at the top left corner of your screen there. That's Lucy's starting number, 190.
Lucy's at 190. Laura Horvath at 235 opener.
I mean, so again, this is that. How much damage control can you do? And sometimes damage control is like, okay, I'll give you my best, but I'm still not going to be able to give it a whole lot.
Danny Spiegel on the left at 230. Amy Kringle goes for 225. Both good. Next up is Astrid Tind, who's sitting in 6th overall. She was leading after 2 events yesterday. First major individual competition for is Laura Horvath. This is her first time competing at Tier Wodapalooza, and she opens at 235. Tind will hit 215. Next up, Emily Rolfe and Alexis Raptis. Rolfe opening up at 205, Raptis at 215. Rolfe, podium last year at the 2024 CrossFit Games. But like a lot of athletes, this will be a damage control event for her, where Alexis Raptis, who's sitting in 3rd overall. With some of the events we have later today and the position she is in, this is a big event,
right,
to get her either solidly in a podium position, but potentially a position to win the event. But she has to watch out for Laura Horvath, who's going to put up a big lift today. Lucy Campbell hits 190 on the clean. 225 is good for Emma Tall. Emma Tall currently sitting in 2nd place. Campbell will get 190. 225 good for Tall. Round 1 is done. 255 is the heaviest weight we've seen. Annika Greer, Kyra Milligan, both sharing that. Looks like Laura Horvath is at 245. Danny Spiegel at 240.
I'm a little shocked at the numbers, Chase. I'm a little shocked at the numbers, especially for Danny and for Laura. those are the athletes that have the highest listed clean and jerk numbers. We know that Laura's been doing off-season Olympic lifting events. I mean, this is something that should be right in her wheelhouse. She is a strong, powerful athlete anyway. Like, why not make a little bit more of a statement? Just not even need to make a statement. You already feel comfortable with it.
Lydia Fish at 200 on the left. Brooke Wells, 240 on the right. Little bounce in the bottom.
Woo.
And if you ever seen Brooke Wells squat,
that's how she does it.
That is what it is. Become an agent of strength. Scan the QR code and learn how you can become an agent of strength. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career in the U.S. Border Patrol as you join the golden age of America.
Yes.
Danny Spiegel, 245 with a rebound and power receiving position. 225 is good for Amy Kringle.
10 seconds.
Astrid Tin. Do not adjust your television sets. She is that tall. She is 5'11", and she's standing on an elevated floor and a platform and looking a foot over my head right at the moment. As she's going for 245, Laura Horvath for 245. Really short on the pull of that hang.
Did you see that? Like, did you see how low the bar was on her legs? And that's just kind of indicative that your torso is not coming all the way up. You're not getting that full extension, not scooping under that, scooping your hips under the bar at all. Honestly, I'm a little shocked. That looked a little harder than I thought that it should for someone that has been specifically lifting over the offseason.
Emily Rolfe going for 215 for her second attempt. Wrapped us at 220.
Ooh.
And Rolfe fighting for that, and she'll get it.
Woo! There was a lot of hand adjustment even, and she was still able to pull that one off.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, lift.
Emma Tall going for 230. Lucy Campbell, your overall leader after 3 events, 200. As Lucy will get this. And it's not a matter of leg strength or positioning, it's just familiarity and trust with that wrist position as you receive the bar in that front rack position. Final round, final heat.
Well, I like that Lucy doesn't appear to be in any sort of pain as she's doing that either. So that's a good feeling to be in.
Bill, 255 is the heaviest weight. We've seen that. We've been saying that. I'm looking at Danny Spiegel. She has 250 on the bar. I'm looking over to Laura Horvath. She also has 250 on the bar. Both went 240, 245 under the 2 best lifts. Now, if there's a tie, those 2 are going to get 100 points, but you're dropping 6 instead of 3 because you're going to get a third-place position there.
I think the person that should be making the big jump right now is Danny Spiegel. She's not going to be in the run for the podium, I don't believe. But this is the one event that she could knock it out of the park, and the 240 or 245 that she had last time was easy. She rebounded super easy. Laura looked like she struggled a little bit on that last lift. So I think, honestly, for her, I'm kind of thinking the 250 is a good call for Laura Horvath.
245 is good for Brooke Wells. Danny Spiegel going for 250. Amy Kringle going for 230. Spiegel very wide in that receiving position.
But look at this.
Jeez.
See, she could have done the 260.
So 250 is the heaviest we've seen in this heat. Still 5 pounds over the heaviest weight we've seen so far. Is Astrid Tin putting up 235 for Astrid. And a 250 attempt for Laura Horvath.
Oh, that actually looked better than the last lift that Laura had.
Horvath will get 250, and 10 will get 235. That's a good lift for Astrid.
That was a great lift for Astrid. You wouldn't look at her and think powerful lifter. When you saw her yesterday in the endurance events, that's where we're like, okay, I get it. I get it. But 235, that was a great lift. 245 was a great lift. 35.
Emily Rolfe going for 220, 230 for Alexis Raptis. Rolfe will hit. No, Rolfe will miss, and Raptis fights it out and hits 230.
And Rolf will shut it down.
Lucy Campbell
10 seconds.
and Emma Tall sitting in first and second on the leaderboard. Campbell's going for 210. Tall's going for 235. And this will be your last lift for event number 4. Campbell on the right, 210 on the clean good. Tall as well. Lucy will get 210. Tall will get 235. Now without what we were going to think would be the top 2 potential lists in this heat, the leaderboard will change, will be more of a compression at the top than maybe positions changing. Emma Tall might have put herself in a position to leapfrog Lucy Campbell, but rotations at the top, maybe not as dramatic as we've seen, as Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer take the win at 255.
We talk about how a single lift event always seems to get weighted extra. It's interesting when you are an athlete that is going to be one of your strengths, that you don't take full advantage of that. And I think, honestly, Laura's 250, I think that was a great lift for her because of how she was lifting up to that point. I think that was great. Danny Spiegel, I think she had more in the tank, and honestly, for her, why not knock it out of the park? But we're through it for the ladies.
Bill Martin will be joining us shortly. Looks like she'll be sitting down with Laura Horvath for an interview.
When some of the heats before you, were you looking at what the other ladies were hitting in the earlier heats, or was 250 always your game plan?
Not really. I just went by feel. I know what I wanted to open at, and then went by feel how that felt. So I'm happy with my lift, but 255 is great.
It's always fun to see, many women hitting those bigger numbers. You've had a lot of experience this year with weightlifting competitions. It's a little bit different competing in a weightlifting meet than it is here on CrossFit floor. What are some of those learnings that you've brought here to keep your nerves calm and really use a strategy element into your advantage?
Well, yeah, weightlifting competitions is completely different. You only got like 6 shots there, but I really enjoy it. It's a completely different atmosphere. It's like silence, and all you can hear is the music and people shouting. So it's different, but cool practice.
Something I've always wondered is when you're as strong as you are, and everybody is always looking to you to do something big, is that on your mind as you're about to compete? Is there any extra pressure, or do you use it to fuel your fire?
Yeah, not really extra pressure. I put enough pressure on myself, so I try not to take from other people, or what their expectation is. So yeah, it just, do your thing.
I have loved everyone's experiences that they've shared with us this weekend. Everyone says they're having fun, but I want to know if you're having fun here this weekend.
The sun is kind of shining. I'm having fun, but I expected Miami, 30 Celsius weather and stuff like that. But the people are great, the crowd is great, so I'm having a lot of fun for sure.
That's what I love to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura Horvath.
30 seconds. Platforms 1 and 2, stand by. 3, 2, 1, lift.
The women are done, and it is the men's turn to take on event number 4. Worth the wait, as we waited right up till the start of the event to come online and talk to you guys.
We're here. What are you talking about?
Now, Bill, as we scan the field, you're looking at, watch out for that, Tommy, as he bangs his head on the clock right in front of us that you guys can't see, but it was hilarious, is that Traven Benton was an athlete we were looking at to maybe put up one of the heaviest lifts, is not present on the floor for heat number 1.
I know, and we scan across the floor. We always kind of pre-look at what everyone's going to be having, and you're right. He had a listed clean and jerk from last year's Wodapalooza of 360, so of course I want to see something big. But I guess these guys are going to have to show us instead of him. That's okay.
No Traven Benton, no Josh Gervais. Joshua Hong and Federico Mata are lifting in lanes 3 and 4 as Hong will hit 325. Mata will hit 330. Lifting in lane number 6, we've got Brandon Shipper. Shipper will hit 335.
10 seconds.
Next two lifters in lanes 7 and 8. Nicholas Beaton and Samuel Paquin. 325 and 315 between the two of them.
Ooh, easy power clean.
Bendon in lane number 7, Paquin over to the right. And that'll be successful for their first attempt. This is the first round of 4. At 5 heats for the women, 4 heats for the men. Your overall leader is James Sprague, your 2024 CrossFit Games champion, who looks better than he did in Fort Worth.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. He looks so, it's hard, it's weird to say this. He looks strong. I mean, I wouldn't picture that, but he looks amazing. I can't wait to see what he's going to lift.
325 is good for Pedro Martins. And we'll take a 30-second break before we move into the second round.
2, 1, rest.
No athletes in the first 2 platforms, so it'll be a minute before we start and get back to our first 2 lifters. 345 on the bar for Federico Mata. Joshua Hong at 335.
10 seconds.
355 is the highest weight we see on the placards. That'll come up after Joshua and Federico. Brandon Shipper. Brandon Shipper, who is competing in his first Wodapalooza. Joshua Hong is competing in his second. He took 37th last year at the Tier Wodapalooza.
10 seconds.
As Federico Mata, who's going for 345. This is his first time competing. Mata on the right. First clean is good. Hong, 335. Now for the hang. Mata hits. Hong sits. Yes, I'm happy that I made that rhyme.
That was good. That was good.
Be here all day, folks. No, really. I will. Brandon Shipper, 355.
He moves so well. Super strong.
Right into the hang.
Oh. Wow. Wow. Man, have you ever done a hang like that where you go below the knees like that?
I mean, for a drill, not for like a mechanical advantage.
I know. I wouldn't think I'd get that either.
If it goes below the knee on a max attempt, it just keeps going to the ground.
floor.
335. Nicholas Benin.
335, good for Nick.
330 in the back for Pekin, and he will not be able to hit it. So Shipper.
10 seconds.
These are the athletes competing
Platforms 9 and 10.
in the first heat.
3, 2, 1, lift.
340 attempts for Pedro Martins. This is his first year competing at Tier Wodapalooza.
Wow, great positioning out of that bottom. Chest up nice and tall. Look at that. Elbows are up.
Oh! Usually, you don't fail that high.
I know. I think he just didn't have enough momentum coming through that sticky spot. But, man, I thought for sure that was going to be a make.
All right, final round. Again, they take a 30-second rest between rounds. We have no one in the first two lanes. So it'll be another 30 seconds.
You know, we were worried about what Trayvon was going to be pulling. He had a 360-pound clean and jerk at Wodapalooza last time they did that. So I was excited to see what this was going to look like. But at least on the floor, Mr. Shipper over there has got 365 on the bar. So you know what? Hey, you don't want to come and play? We'll watch Ship. We'll have some fun with him instead.
Joshua Hong's 340 on the bar. He's the front part of your screen. Behind him, Federico Mata has 355 on the bar himself.
10 seconds. Platforms 3 and 4, stand by.
Final attempt.
3, 2, 1.
355 is the heaviest we've seen. That was by Shipper in the previous round. Let's see on the left side of your screen, they're listed. Successful lifts so far. Hong,
Oh,
he'll get 340.
Good. That looked good.
Best lift he's had so far.
Yeah.
Oh, Mata won't hit it.
Rebounded right off the collarbone. I'm sure that didn't feel very good.
All eyes on Brandon Shipper. Going for 365. First clean's good.
There we go. There we go. Great position. Oh, man, low again.
Whoa, okay.
Oh, it's a ninja, too.
Hey, listen, if you miss in style. That's what I always say. And
10 seconds.
that's why I wear a suit when I lift, because I don't.
You don't miss?
No, I don't make.
Oh.
I say
You're going to look good while you miss it.
Yeah.
1, lift. And a 345.
Nicholas Beaton from Ecuador. 345 clean is good. Pekin missed his last attempt. And down she goes. Will not have enough time to get the lift in that 30-second time frame.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Final lifter.
Pedro Martins actually went down 5 pounds.
Not a bad choice. I think he just figured, like, you know what, I need to make the lift. And there's a little mental, like, I can do this one. Come on. Oh.
He does have a score on the board at least, but does miss his last 2 attempts. And the way to beat is Brandon Shipper at 340 or 355. As Heat 1 is done, Heat 2 coming up next.
Heat number 2 coming up. 355, the barbell to beat. 6, Connor Bolts. Platform number 7, William Bennett.
1 heat down, 3 heats to go. Heat number 2 making the way on the competition floor. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grunler. Bill Martin will be joining us later, as 355 is the weight to beat set by Brandon Shipper in heat number 1. As we have 8 athletes in this heat. Looking to see if anybody can raise the bar before we start getting into some of the stronger athletes coming in next heat. I'm looking at Jack Farlow, Guy Malheros, Nick Matthew. Get it in while you can.
You know, it's been great so far, as it seems to me that the heat of men are understanding that 30-second window more than what we've seen kind of the heats before that. You know what I mean?
Tell you what, that 30-second window is kind of like the window we had of sunshine, because
it's gone again.
Clouds are now back.
I'm glad I didn't take my sweatshirt off.
Cool air has returned.
It just blew right up your back on that, didn't it? That's what made you do that.
Yeah, the breeze is like, knock, knock. And I was like, no, please.
But we have that 30-second window. You have to get your lift in before it's done. We saw a handful of athletes that they tried, and they just realized that, like, I'm not going to make it, so they just don't. Whereas earlier we saw confusion with that. And so it's nice to see that we don't have that. Everyone kind of gets that. So now the importance of the lifts, knowing which ones to hit, know what you should hit out of the gate, and then how to adjust it as you make or break that first lift to see where you are.
Athletes will lift in 2 platforms at a time, 1 and 2, 3 and 4, all the way down.
1 and 2, stand by.
Lift must be done within the 30-second mark.
2, 1, lift.
And Ruan Pocketer, who qualified for the CrossFit Games last year for the first time out of the African semifinal region, opening with 205. That's not 205.
Right.
That's 295.
Right.
I was like, I want those kind of plates for
like,
my
what?
295.
Not look like Lucy McGonigal. Lucy's lift.
285 for Ruan. 325, 315 is next between Tom Kingdom in lane number 3 and Marcus Moriera in lane 15. 330 on the bar coming up next in lane number 6, Connor Volts, who Bill is upset that he's actually wearing a shirt because last year, or yesterday,
he's shredded. Shredded, man.
Took Bill's, all of his attention while we were watching Light Heat.
I just was brought back. I was brought back to biology class, and all the frogs I had to, like, de-skin.
10 seconds.
Connor Volts will hit 330. Good opening lift.
2, 1, lift.
335 on the bar. William Bennett in lane number 7, front part of your screen. Behind him, you have Kaike Servanet.
Whoa.
Misses 315 right off the bat. Bennett going for the hang. He'll get it. And Kaike just
10 seconds.
a little out of sorts on the first attempt. Not uncommon on the first go-around.
That was crazy, though. It's like it wasn't very snappy on his extension at all. He just kind of pulled himself down and dropped it.
Alex Katulis in lane number 9. Opening at 315. That'll be good. So round 1 is done. So we'll take a 30-second break between rounds. We'll restart at the top of the order at the 3-minute mark. As we will go back to Ruan Pocketer.
Okay, quick 30-second rest. Going to be back to the top of the order. Honkaier on platform number 2 coming up. Moving his weight to 305.
He did not do a 100-pound increase. He had a 280.
Wait. You sure?
He had a 285. on his first attempt. Honestly, we needed 205. I was like, that's my kind of lift right there.
He's really going conservative on the first one. He wants to get something on the board.
When we say get a lift on the board, we don't just mean the barbell. 305. Clean is good. Next one must be from the hang.
Good lift for Rowan Potgeier.
Crazy. Man, he hung out down there in a long time.
Oh, hey, look, 405. I like this placard. This is great. 100-pound jumps, please.
3, 2, 1.
Lane number 3, Tom Kingdon at 345 as Marcus Moreira out of Brazil. He'll hit 315. Kingdon good at 345. 355 is the heaviest weight. Set in heat number 1 by Brandon Shipper. Tanner Balaz and Connor Volts are up. Volts, if that's right, Volts on the right side is going for 355. I didn't think his opener was that heavy. As Balaz goes for 335.
Oh!
Balaz drops it. Volts hits it, and that's a way better lift than round 1 because Volts was all over the place at the bottom of that clean in the hang one on the first attempt.
You know, sometimes you need to have a little bit more weight to just kind of slow everything down. What does that look like?
Of course.
Come on.
Yes.
But that's what that looked like. Kind of took out the speed wobbles because you're right. The bar position was much better.
William Bennett had an opener at 335, and now he's going to 355. So this will match Connor Volts and Brandon Shipper.
Oh.
And that bar is just a little out in front, almost sliding off the front part of his shoulder a bit.
3, 2.
I think he kind of went up to his toes just a touch, kind of put everything to the front.
Alex Gatulis going for 325.
Man. Again, going super quad dominant, a lot of leaning forward, not able to hold that bar up against the throat in that rack position.
Okay, third round coming up. 355 is the heaviest weight we've had.
3, 2.
By Connor Volts and Brandon Shipper in the previous heat. 355 is on the bar for lane 3, Tom Kingdon. But 370.
Flipping.
360. I'll just stop talking until they stop moving the placards.
10 seconds. Platforms 1 and 2.
So Rowan Pocketer.
3, 2, 1.
325 on the bar. 370 is on the bar for Connor Volts. Jeez.
Ruan with that super narrow stance. Right under the hips. Wow. Whoop.
10 seconds.
Wow, look at that. That was like a pneumatic press. It was so slow, but there wasn't a hitch in it.
2, 1.
Kept that pressure going. That was great.
Lane 3, Tom Kingdon going for 355. Trying to match Volts and Shipper. Just outside on the left side of your screen. He got the clean, going for the hang. Okay, Kingdon will get it.
It's a great lift at 355.
3 lifts so far at 355, and up next is Connor Volts and Tanner Balaz, but Volts in the center lane, 370. Clean's good for Connor Volts. Balaz trying 335. Volts going for 370.
Oh!
And he gets it. 370. Connor Volts.
Unreal drive out of the box. That's a dead stop front squat right there.
Connor Volts competing in his second tier Wodapalooza. He was here last year, took 30th place. Connor Volts, not a lot of competition history for him. 3 best movements, he says, is anything with a box pull-up or row. And it says worst movements are max strength, and I call bull.
I don't know if that's correct.
On that.
They missed that one. It's
370.
possible. I think the Alpha Stats has just a tiny touch of an Achilles heel there.
370.
Oh, wow. That was a low squat.
Alex Gatoulis got the first rep.
Who?
And what a fight for the second one.
That'll do it for heat number 2.
So heat 2 is done. Woo! 370 is the weight to beat. And don't go anywhere because heat 3 has some of the strongest athletes we'll have in the competition. Jack Farlow, Guy Malheiros, Nick Matthew, all in heat 3 coming up next.
Here we go. Heat number 3, making their way out to the platforms. Kicking things off down the platform. Number 1, Lawrence 5A. Platform number 2, Diego Freitas. Platform number 3, Luka Jukic.
2 heats down, 2 heats to go as heat 3 makes their way out on the competition floor.
2 minutes.
As we are lifting heavy on the sands of Miami Beach, I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grundler. As we're getting set for individual event number 4. 370 pounds is the heaviest lift we've seen after 2 heats. That's by Connor Volts. And as I said earlier, we have Guy Malheiros, which will be on platform number 5. Nick Matthew will be platform number 6. Jack Farlow, platform number 4. And 370 was the weight to beat, and Guy Malheiros has 370 on the bar.
That's what we want. We want home run hits. If you're going to have a heavy 1-rep lift event, man, can you all please swing for the fence? Because that's what we want to see. So, Guy, thank you for that, my friend. Thank you for that.
He's opening at 370. Nick Matthew looks like he's opening up at 340. Jack Farlow.
Wait for those placards to be flipped.
345.
It's going to be 370. It's more than my deadlift. Can we see it this weekend here at Tier Wodapalooza? The electricity that he brings always.
I mean, we have 2 people that have a listed clean at 400 pounds. That's Jack Farlow. That's Austin Hatfield to be in the next heat. Guy was set at 395 for a clean and jerk at Wodapalooza. So I want to see what he's going to do here.
We'll be lifting 2 platforms at a time. Moritz Fiebig opening at 240 or 345 as behind him Diego Freitas. has 295 on the bar.
Platforms 1 and 2, stand by.
370 is the lift to beat.
1, lift.
We'll be lifting 2 at a time. 30 seconds is the time allotted to complete the lift, and it must be a clean followed by a hang clean. Receiving it in any way they want. Power squat split. Just bring the feet back together. Next up,
10 seconds.
Luka Jukic and Jack Farlow.
Platforms 3 and 4, stand by.
Luke on the left side of your screen going for 320. Jack Farlow on the right, 345. Farlow hit that 400-pound clean and jerk at the 2023 CrossFit Games off of his big toe. As he'll do
boom.
Good lift for Farlow and Jukic. And here he is, Guy Malheiros.
10 seconds.
Is a showman,
6, stand by.
maybe the greatest showman.
2,
Sorry, Hugh.
Well, in CrossFit. Come
In
on.
CrossFit,
In our
in CrossFit.
sport here. Oh, my gosh.
370.
He's going to pull that off the floor, no problem.
Right into the hang and just
okay.
what can only be described as disrespectful in the most
respectful
way. Is Guy Malheiros opening up with the heaviest lift we've seen so far.
Connor, thanks for coming, buddy. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Hey, Bill still thinks you look good with your shirt off.
You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
But again, so does Guy. So, you know, sorry. 305 for Saxon.
Ooh.
And he'll get time to reset. Lago Giraldis on the right will hit 315. And Saxon just looking all kinds of out of sorts here on the first lift.
All right, that looked good. That looked good. Way to finish it up.
Well, shake the rust off. Got 2 more to go. Last 2 to lift, Luke Parker and John Wood. Parker on the left, Wood on the right, both opening up at 315. Parker, the old hitch and go.
There you go.
The old Sam Dancer.
Yeah, right?
10 seconds.
Guy Malheiros has 390 on the bar.
3, 2.
Jack Farlow's got 365.
30 seconds.
Nick Matthew has 360.
Nick Matthew has 360. Now, Matthew opened at 340. He was successful in that. Sorry for Nick. I wasn't talking about you when Guy Malheiros was going. But
whipping around 370.
You're there as well. Crop top, Matthew.
10 seconds. Platforms
And we'll reset for round number 2. This is heat 3 of 4.
3, 2.
Best lift is 370 by Connor Volts and Guy Malheiros. Moritz Fiebig going for 365. Diego Freitas, 315. And Fiebig will have a misstep going backwards. And a lot of times.
For sure he was going to get that. Looks so easy.
And that's a lot of times if it's a little bit light, maybe you overpull to make sure you get it, knock yourself back a couple inches. Jack Farlow has changed his weight to 370.
Love that Price is Right technique. Love it.
Luka Jukic, 335 on the left. Luka Jukic coming off his win at the Dubai Fitness Championships in December.
Farlow looked fantastic at that 370.
Now we have 3 at the top at 370, but maybe not for long. Here comes Guy Malheiros. 390 on the bar. 20-pound jump from an opener from 370.
360. Plays are good apiece.
Wow, look at that out of the bottom like it's nothing. Are you kidding me?
He knows it's not for time as well, right? That's not the tiebreaker.
The fastest of the complex that we've seen of anyone across the board at that weight. Unreal.
Now the question is, are we going to see the number 4?
2, 1, lift.
390 was good. Nick Matthew hit 360. Panchek, who had a rough opener at 305, is now going for 325.
There you go. That looked better.
Lago will hit 325. As we go to our last lift, and as I'm looking, Bill, I see 400 on Guy Malheiros' placard.
330 for John Wood.
I don't know. We can't see it on the screen right now, but it looks like Guy's looking around for some extra weights.
Like, hey, are you using this? Do you mind if I?
Hey,
mind if
you don't need that, do you?
Yeah. I saw your last lift. Clearly, you're not going to be using these plates today.
Let me go ahead and take that.
Guy Malheiros, 390. Farlow, 370. Matthew, 360. Final round. 365 on the bar for Moritz. 365 was his attempt in the last round, but had a misstep on the hang clean. Not necessarily a strength thing, but a technique thing. So we are
10 seconds.
moving into our third and final attempt.
1 and 2, stand by.
And left side of your screen, 400 on the bar for Guy Malheiros. First, it'll be Moritz Fiebig and Diego Freitas. Diego will hit 335 on the first rep. Moritz will get his clean. Better attempt.
There we go. That looked nice. Very, very pretty.
Moritz will hit 365. Freitas will hit the ground.
Man, face first even.
Jack Farlow, 380. Trying to break that second place tie with Connor Volts. Luka Jukic, 345. Luka won't hit. Now for Farlow. Farlow got the first clean. Going for the hang clean. And he gets it.
He says no thank you.
Guy Malheiros.
Now here's the thing. He has 400 on the bar, but we saw how easy that last lift was. You still have Austin Hatfield coming up. Why not swing for the fences if you know that you can?
Matthew going for 375.
$400.
He hits 400. Matthew went for 375.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Farlow gets 380. Matthew stays at 360. Panchik going for 340.
Double pumps it.
Pinned at
Triple
the
pumps
bottom.
it. Still can't get out of the bottom.
Geraldus hits 335. Sitting at
That's a lot of distance for all that weight. My goodness.
How do your legs do that? I'm looking at you right now. Where does that come from? Maybe it's just all ligaments and tendons. I don't know. Some rookie of the year stuff.
I don't know. He is
Luke Parker at 335 is good.
Too good for being that tall.
340 is a miss. So heat 3 is done. And Guy Malheiros. The crowd was waiting for it, and he delivered. Guy Malheiros hits 400 pounds on a clean complex.
With rapid fire speed, too, dude. There wasn't even a re-rack or anything on that.
If anyone has a chance, it might be Austin Hatfield, but that's for 1 rep, not 2. But that will be done with 3 as Bella Martin. It will be sitting down with the 400-pound man, Guy Malheiros.
Ladies and gentlemen, 400 pounds from Guy Malheiros. That was an amazing performance. 400, I'm excited to see it. We were waiting for it. But you said you could have gone 405. Were we holding back on this one?
I don't know. I didn't have one more 2.5. I was about to ask them for the 2.5. But I think that 400 was a good one. I was kind of like, I don't know. I just like to risk it, and 400 felt easy.
Something that's fun to watch you. You are so dominant. When it comes to lifting, you have a little bit more fun and confidence on the platform. What's going through your mind? Are there any nerves at all? Or is it really, I'm going to put on a show. This is my floor.
It's half and half. So this is the event that I was more nervous about it. But I also wanted to be dominant and give the people what they want. Like, they're all here for it. So I got to give them. Thank you.
Giving the people what they want. We have a new celebration dance at the end. Tell me, what are we doing here?
So, so Dom, one day, he told me a story about it, that his friend used to do it. And I was like, bro, that's amazing. So, yeah, I just tried to improvise a little bit.
Coach Dom, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Guy Malheiros, 400 pounds.
Fourth and final heat on the competition floor as we close out event number 4. Worth the wait, and it certainly was in the previous heat as Guy Malheiros just put a 400-pound clean, hang clean complex.
And he was looking for other weights.
And he's like, yeah, we were joking. And then he's like, in an interview, he's like, no, I ran out of 2.5s. I was trying to see if I could borrow anybody else's. But that will be the number to beat. 380 by Jack Farlow, 370 by Connor Volz. Your overall leader after day number 1, James Sprague, your 2024 CrossFit Games champ, sits on top of the leaderboard by 27 points over second place Pat Velner, third place Harry Lightfoot, who's in a tie for points with Jonakowski. Heaviest listed clean in this heat will be in lane number 4, Austin Hatfield, who's currently sitting in 7th place with 225 points.
And he's about 50 points back, 49 points back or so from James. So this is something that we've heard a lot about Hatfield. He wants to play the game. He doesn't always swing for the fences. And now it's like, if John Young was here, he'd be like, hey, stop messing around and go grab that bar and throw it over your head. So I'm really hoping that we see some confidence and some power coming out of Austin Hatfield.
Lifting 2 platforms at a time. They'll have 30 seconds to hit a clean and a hang clean. George Sterner on the right in lane number 1, going for 315. Enrico Zanoni at 320. You're talking about expectations or noise around certain athletes. The other side of that coin is James Sprague. Talking about, is he strong enough? Was he strong enough at the games to be crowned the fittest on earth? Which is the answer is clearly yes, is that when you win the games, you do earn that crown. And Sprague knows it. He hears about it all the time as Austin Hatfield goes for 350. And this is a chance for James Sprague to prove himself once again.
Well, we talked about what he did yesterday, the power that he had with that 100-pound dumbbell, whipping it around. I mean, it didn't just come barely in second. It was by seconds doing that. So we know how strong that is, how much strength that is. So I think that this will be a good thing for him to showcase.
350 was good for Austin Hatfield. As you see Max Krieg on the right in lane number 5. And Enyol Akai going for 345. So Max Krieg, who's sitting in 6th overall, is just 12 points behind Enyol Akai, who's sitting in 5th. Now tied on points on the leaderboard is Jonakowski and Harry Lightfoot. Lightfoot on the left, Koski on the right, both going for 325. Lightfoot.
Made that look easy.
No problem. Yonikoski looking good as well.
See, now this will be interesting to watch these two because they're currently tied for points. Like, they really need to be aware of each other and the weights that they're going to be putting up, and it's a great time to kind of game it a little bit. See if you can kind of push someone into a miss.
Pat Velner also going 325. James Sprague at 320. 320 for Sprague. So good lift all around. As the first round is done, the heaviest weight is 400. Austin Hatfield has bumped up from 350 to 365. 380 was hit by Jack Farlow, so that's a 15-pound jump for Hatfield. Ricky Garrard is 355. Those look like the heaviest two lists listed for the athletes' second attempts. And we'll go back to the top of the order with George Sterner on the right, Enrico Zanoni on the left.
Zanoni, Sterner 325, Zanoni 340. Sterner 325. He will dig out and stand it up.
Oh, Sterner. That was a great little dig out of the bottom.
Out the back for Zanoni. So Sterner will get to 325. Next up, Ricky Garrard. Sitting in 8. 2 points behind Austin Hatfield on the leaderboard. Garrard on the right at 355. Hatfield on the left. Hatfield will get the first rep. So will Garrard. Hatfield going for the second. Looks very easy for both. And now the question is,
how big do you go?
High?
How big do you go?
380 is the second best lift we've seen. That would be another 15-pound jump for Hatfield.
That's very doable. Honestly, I think if he had the ability to try to 385, I think that would be the play for him.
And
he needs those points.
Krieg gets 335. Akai will get that lift at 345.
And Max will stand it up.
A Max Creek superfan is standing directly behind us.
If you didn't hear him, through the microphone, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Yonikoski, 340. Harry Lightfoot, 340. Pound for pound, point for point. Both athletes tied on the leaderboard for third and fourth place.
Nice lift by Lightfoot.
Lightfoot will get it. So will Koski.
Oh, man, I love the cat and mouse game with those two. Tied and tied.
Sprague is bumped from 320 to 335. Pat Velner from 325 to 340. Both going for a 15-pound jump. Sprague will go first.
Ooh, that looked nice by James.
335, 340 is good.
That looked better than his last lift for James Sprague.
Sprague has a 27-point lead on Velner. 39-point lead on Lightfoot and Koski. Last round.
3, 2, 1, rest.
Thought I saw 385 over there on Hatfield's placard.
Right now, Hatfield has 80. Garrard has 70, so that if he gets it, that would be a tie for third. As Connor Volts also had 370. Zanoni going for 40. Sterner, 335. Sterner, a former teen competitor, took second place all the way back in 2016 to Nick Palladino.
The clean is good. Zanoni 340 on the clean.
Oh, re-rack.
Oh, man.
Enrico Zanoni, the hang clean.
Zanoni trying to get the second attempt.
10 seconds.
The bottom re-rack and the front rack, crazy.
Just not enough.
Went for it, though.
370 for Garrard, 380 for Hatfield. This would be good for second place in the event if Hatfield hits it. Now, if Hatfield hits it, this will be good for fourth for Ricky Garrard. Gerard.
Oh,
wow. What a fight for Gerard. What a lift for Hatfield. So Hatfield will be tied for second behind Guy. Ricky will tie for the third heaviest weight, but that would be fourth place points.
Creek following suit. To the hang.
I'm going to hand them the headphones.
You don't need to.
I'm going to hand them the headphones behind us.
They don't need a microphone. They're doing just fine on their own.
Nice job, Max.
350
Coming up next. 3.
for Yonakoski and Harry Lightfoot.
Lift. Koski and Lightfoot both 350.
Now, James Sprague's board says 335, but he just hit that. As Lightfoot hits his first lift, Koski hits his first one. Lightfoot's good at 350. Koski as well.
There they are, tied once again.
Pat Velner also has 350. And it looks like that's probably 345.
345
for James Sprague. Big lift for Sprague. 345 on the cleans, good. Velner hits 350. Needs it. Gets it.
Wow.
345 for Sprague. And 350 for Velner. And Sprague is fired up.
I'm telling you, he's filling in the gaps right now. He is filling in the gaps. I'm impressed.
Airtight.
Easy. Easy.
James Sprague, he is celebrating that lift more than he did the Event 1 win earlier yesterday.
Well, he was supposed to win that one. He wasn't supposed to lift heavy, man. He's not a strength guy, right?
I mean, you think the heaviest lift he hit at the games last year was 290 in a clean speed ladder, and he comes out here and hits 345 for a complex.
Yep.
As James Sprague, who's been having a great first day of competition, we are crowning a Tier Wodapalooza individual champion tonight.
Ricky, welcome back to Tier Wodapalooza. What is it about this competition that keeps you coming back for more? Is it the energy? Is it the beach? What is it?
Yeah, the energy, the atmosphere, the crowd, the lights, the music, everything. Yeah, I love this place, and I knew I could go for it today and get the crowd behind me. Even if there was a little bit of doubt, you guys helped me get through. So I was stoked to stand it up. Nearly broke my fingers, but it was worth it.
Talk to me about some of those doubts. When you're at the top for so long, a lot of times people don't expect you to have any struggles or challenges. What are some of the things you faced in the last year or maybe last couple seasons that you've had to overcome to get to where you are now with maybe a 370 complex?
Yeah, I know being a professional athlete, it's plenty of ups and downs. There's injuries, setbacks. Last night, things not going my way with the workout. And I'm sitting in 8th place coming into today. I just had to, I'm coming out here to take risks because I want to win. I'm not here to come second. So I looked at the bar, 365 was the goal. I thought, fuck, if I want to win, I got to do more than that. So chuck 370 on and fire up, and I'm stoked to hit the lift.
You said take risks. What other risks are you going to take this weekend to maybe stand on top of that podium?
Man, just good chest pump coming up. See if I can hold on for a set of 20 to start it off, and then go from there.
Congratulations. Well done.
pecho y la extensión completa en los brazos. Latinoamérica en la arena. There's a no rep right there on lane number 10. 40 reps. Each barbell is a 70-pounder barbell. 70 librotas en cada una de las mancuernas. This is breakfast for me. 70-pounder barbell on the bench press. Easy money. Veamos, al parecer Roldán ya terminó con las 40. Wow. De los ejercicios más complicados con el juez. El juez tiene que verlo. Esa extensión completa, tiene que ver ese toque de pecho. So the judge is right there, looking to the touch on the chest, and also looking for the full extension. Right there, 30 centimeters apart of a movement. So once you get a no rep, it's a no rep. So you got to keep on going. 40 parecían fáciles, pero no lo son. Veamos, carril número 10, mexicano al grito de guerra. Lane number 10, working up. Ahora en la parte de regreso del WOD, you gotta leave the barbells where they at. It's the old school rule. You need to put back your things at the gym, at the box. Roldán con amplia ventaja. Amplia ventaja, Roldán sigue avanzando y sigue sumando burpees. Lane number 10, hitting out into 25 burpees over the blocks. Carril número 7, carril número 5. Mexicano y colombiano. Otro colombiano, carril número 12. Avanzando y en carril on lane number 11, having some problems right there. Getting through the bench presses. Lane number 8, 9, 11, 14, and 16 are working at the bench presses. The clock is still ticking and getting into the 6-minute mark. Juan Diego Tobón avanzando por las arenas movedizas a dejar las campanas de 70 libras. The bells are dinging. Y están saliendo los bench presses. Roldán de regreso a dejar los legos gigantes de 70 libras cada una. Será una vuelta de 140 libras a pasar por el pantano de la arena en Miami. Roldan, Goldman, Mexico at the front. Lane number 10, working his heat. He knows he's up the front. He knows he's controlling the leaderboard, and he is controlling the workout. 7 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, and everybody. Otra persona que viene a dejar los legos. Él es el carril número 5, Ricardo García. Another Mexican. Colombia ya en carril número 12 dejando los legos. Hay que acomodarlos dentro del cuadro. Si no están dentro del cuadro, that's a no rep. You got to put them inside the square. Inside the square, right there. A cruzar las arenas movedizas. 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
and Roldan, lane number 10, on the last part of the event. Hitting up the last 25 pull-ups. Roldan a cerrar esto. El aplauso de la grada a cruzar Roldan. De Ensenada, Baja California. Carril número 10. El reloj sigue 8 minutos 15 segundos. 8 minutes and 20 seconds right now. Terminando carril 2, Esteban Ospina. Colombia, mira nada más de este lado también, carril número 6, completando. On lane number 6, Bernardo. En lane number 5, Ricardo García de México. Marco Saldaña. On lane number 9 and on lane number 14, also working back down with the Legos, 70-pounder Legos. A cerrar. Lane number 8. 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. The cap time is 11 minutes. Getting into the 10-minute mark. That'll leave just 1 minute to the cap. Las últimas repeticiones. Veamos si completan el evento. Lane 9, lane 13, and lane 14 working out the last reps. Marco viene. Carril 14 también cerrando fuerte. 40 seconds. Lane number 11, lane number 13. You still have some time, 30 segundos para completar. Mientras tanto, carril número 6 sigue trabajando en los burpees. There you go, lane number 13. 20 seconds for cap. El aplauso, ¿dónde está el aplauso, familia? 10 seconds. Your last 5, 4, 3, 2. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Aplauso fuerte. DJ. So, all right, guys. We got some presents for you. We got the United States Border Patrol, here to give us some presents. Lluvia de regalos a la grada. DJ, give me something. Music on, because we got some presents right there. Hey, la energía. ¿Quién quiere camisas? Put your hands up. Give them some love. Give them some love. The U.S. Border Patrol that's giving us some presents for us on here, this Miami 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. ¿Quién quiere regalo? Levanta la mano si quiere regalo. Presentado por the U.S. Border Patrol. Qué ironía es. Le voy a pedir al DJ, güey. Pero me encantan esas historias de la vida, hermano. All right, where's the love? Where's the love? ¿Quién quiere regalito? Mientras estamos acomodando los Legos. Tenemos un hit más. Hay ajustes, obviamente, en los pesos. Los Legos. So that's a 50-pounder Lego. And the bells. 50-pounder bells. Pasaremos ahora con las chicas. Two minutes. Ready for presentation. Y así comenzamos el desfile de las princesas latinoamericanas. No escucho el amor en la grada. Where's the love at the stands? Así mero. Welcome your ladies, your champions. Carril número 4. Ella es Isabel Orozco. Ella es de colombiana. And here comes on lane number 4. Lane number 5, all the way from Colombia also. She's Camila Rodríguez. En el carril número 6, Costa Rica, Lucía Piedra. Brasil en carril número 7, que es Thais Franza. En el carril número 8, Natalia Fraire. Ella es de Puerto Rico. 1 minute. Saraí Rodríguez Camacho viene en carril número 9. Ella es de Puerto Rico. Mariana Mesa, la actual líder de la competencia. México. After that, Emily Andrade. Ella es la actual tercer lugar de la competencia. Ella es de Brasil. Aliadi Bass. 30 seconds. También de Brasil, María Ángela Cordero, carril número 13, Costa Rica. 14, Quilla Pafián. Ella es de Chile. Andrea San Claudio, en el carril número 15, Venezuela. Y para cerrar, 10 seconds, Argentina, Sofía Estrada. Judges, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Y comenzamos. Here we're off. Hitting up the first part of this event, the Cuban press. Ah, 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 ah. Volando en los aires, completando los chest to bars. Lane number 10, number 11, Brazil and Mexico. Right there, the first place and the actual second place of the competition. Getting the blocks. Mariana Mesa, la máquina mexicana en el carril número 10, el carril central. Carril número 9 tenemos a Saraí Rodríguez. Ella está en segundo lugar de la isla hermosa de Puerto Rico. Y en el carril central, carril número 11, Emily. That's the third place right now on the leaderboard. And she's from Brazil. Y la grada cómo baila. Porque esta parte de contar burpees, come on. It's going to be like real hard. Everyone's on the burpees. At the burpee world over the Legos. Pa, 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 tra, tra. Bienvenidos al press cubano. Sí, claro. Muévelo. Now both feet need to go over the blocks. Though there's a bunch of no reps right there by the judges. Judges just getting hard with the girls. Mariana Mesa, there's a hand right there. There's another hand right there. Lane 10 and lane 9. The first place and second place of our leaderboard on this Latin Cup. Mientras que suena el dembow, Mariana avanza y pegadito, atrasito, apretado el zapato. Saraí presiona fuerte. Doggy, doggy. Brazil, lane number 11, getting the bells. Also lane number 8 with the bells. Walking through the scents. Camila. She made an amazing work on the lifting event. She's on lane number 5. Está en carril número 5. Y parejas todas. Ahora completar 40 dumbbell bench presses with a 50-pounder bell. Súbele, DJ. Dame energía a esto. Si no hay sol, hay sonido. Súbele. Hitting the 4-minute mark. Those dumbbells are heavier. Each rep, the dumbbell feels heavier and heavier. You can see on the frequency of the reps. So right there, give a love, el apoyo de la grada a las niñas. No se escucha. Vaya, pegaditos en carril número 9, carril número 10. Atorados en los bench presses. Mariana, Saraí, que se están pisando los talones ellas dos. Mariana está solamente a 30 puntos. Y Emily está a 45 puntos. So cada rep la están defendiendo con todo. Every single rep is being defended by each athlete. The DJ is on fire. I see. So we're bringing Mr. 305 a Miami Beach. I like it, DJ. I like your attitude, boy. Súbele. Si tú quieres que te coma toda. Váyase, Mariana. Saraí y Emily battling each other face to face on the central part of this sandy stage. Pero todo mundo está trabajando en el bench press. We got Isabel, Camila, Lucía y Thais en la parte derecha en la parte central. Thais, Natalia, Saraí, Mariana y Emily. La señorita Bass, María Ángela and Kilja. Pafian also working on the bench presses. Andrea San Claudia y Sofía Estrada cierran este hit de Latinoamérica. ¿Dónde están los mexicanos? Porque Mariana Mesa comanda el evento. Saraí le mete presión on lane number 10. getting back to the burpee world. But she is taking the piece of these. 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Mientras tanto, Chopis vigila su mundo. Chopis vigila su pradera. Bonita la vida es. Llegando a los 8 minutos. 8 minutos en el reloj. 8 minutes on the clock. And the clock is still ticking. Mientras que el señor Mr. Dillon watching all action real close at the stand. The Cuban press. Ahora, vaya lío que les ha tocado con la parte de las mancuernas. Y un simple bench press. Mariana, la máquina mexicana. Lane number 10. No se siente el amor latino. Ahora sí, es que estaba muy lejos, güey. Eight minutes. Getting into the 9-minute mark. Mariana on lane number 10. Taking the piece of this event and controlling all the competition. Brazil also taking back the Legos. Importante movimiento. Emily, if she gets the points, she'll be moving on the leaderboard. Sarai still working on the burpees. We got some drama on this Latin Cup all the way from Miami Beach, Florida, hermano. 17, Mariana. Oh my God. Y lo va a cerrar. Unbroken. Oh! Mariana Mesa. Lane number 10 finishing up an unofficial time. 10 minutes and 17 seconds. But now closing up the game. Brasil, carril número 11, a cerrar la pinza, los brasileños. Esto va a hacer que se mueva la tabla. She'll get the second place on the leaderboard. Y así cierra un excelente evento, la de Brasil. Y 15 segundos, los últimos 10 segundos, 10 seconds for the cap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give it up some love. Mano arriba, aplauso para las niñas. Bueno, estamos aquí con Mariana Mesa. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está? ¿Dónde están los mexicanos? Okay, official time, 10 minutos, 14 segundos, 10 minutes and 14 seconds para la mexicana de San Luis Potosí. Ding, ding. No se vaya porque tenemos mucho más acá en la arena, mucho más cotorreo, mucha más alegría y muchas más fotos. Súbele, DJ. Esto es the Tijuana Wodapalooza. Tijuana Wodapalooza 2025 brought to you by you. No se vayan.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go, Chris. Heat number 1, your women's elite division. Kicking off the Cuban press here in the Reign sandbox. Starting things off with 25 chest to bar pull-ups. Into 25 burpees over the blocks, 40 dumbbell bench press, 50 pounds for the ladies. And then 25 burpees over the blocks, finishing up with 25 more pull-ups. Little caveat here, they're on the A-frame rig, but all the equipment is on the other side. Got to get down the lanes. Here comes everybody. A quick 25 chest to bar pull-ups, Chris. Making quick work here in our elite division. They can get those blocks down to the opposite side of the floor any way they can. 1 at a time or 2 at a time.
So that is the caveat, Mike. A little strategy got to be played here. In the previous divisions, I saw athletes carrying 2 blocks, some carrying 1. But it's all about who can get it done the fastest. Once they get 2 blocks over on the other side, they'll start working on those 25 burpees over the blocks.
Chris, an 11-minute time cap. Tori Gianni, one of your first athletes, onto the burpees over the blocks. She was attempting to take both of those ballistic blocks on her first trip. Decided against that about a third of the way in.
70 pounds each of those ballistic blocks. So trying to carry 140 pounds. After that lift they did on the Dymatize stage might have been a daunting task, but you can see the athletes working through the first set of burpees over those ballistic blocks. Patiently waiting for the judge's hand to go in the air to signify they have 5 reps left.
You said it, Chris. Going to be watching them get through these burpees. I like this event. I like this event a whole lot. Who doesn't like a little bit of bench pressing? Our ladies going to get a little bro session here. Those 50-pound dumbbells. So they got the ballistic blocks, Chris. Where are the dumbbells? The dumbbells, of course, on the other side of the sandbox. So after those burpees, they got to make their way onto the opposite side of the competition floor. And your leading ladies doing so now.
Torgiani, one of those athletes down here in lane number 13, black top, maroon pants, will be your lead athlete at the moment. But we're here to repeat everything. It's not how you start, but how you finish. And Torgiani will drop the dumbbells and set up in position to start her first few reps on those 40 dumbbell bench press.
Christensen in lane number 9, right behind her as well. Just crossing over that 3-minute mark, Chris. 11-minute time cap's going to come up quicker than we think. But your leading ladies already starting that middle portion. We're looking for 40 dumbbell bench press. Oh, yeah. Bench pressing on the beach, baby. You got to like that here at the Reign Sandbox.
Seeing some athletes break it up here smartly, trying to save those triceps and shoulders here. Torgiani taking a little break down there in lane number 13, but she'll be back to work. Victoria Campos taking that break as well in lane number 12. All the ladies within striking distance of each other. But we're going to see how this thing shakes out with 11 minutes on the clock.
Well, keep repeating it. You got to keep your eye on your favorite athlete. Watch for those judges' hands to go up in the air. But we're right in the middle of the Cuban press, that middle portion. After 25 chest to bar pull-ups, 25 burpees over the block, and gathering all their workout accoutrement.
across the sandbox. And we're right smack dab in the middle, 40 dumbbell bench press. Giorgiani leading the way. Christensen was right there in the leading lap as well. The rest of the ladies right behind him, just a few paces. See who's going to stand out in front here on the bench press.
So Mike got about 6 minutes on the clock, 6 minutes.
We'll keep an eye on the big clock for you, let you know where you're at. We're just over the 6 minute mark.
So the linchpin of this workout, that bench press, Mike, smack dab in the middle, just like you said. Because all these ladies, they do those burpees, those chest to bar. But like you said before, once they finish up these bench presses, they got to bring the dumbbells back, go back, do the burpees over the blocks, bring the blocks back, finish with the chest to bar and a sprint back, and then Droznik and Rogovic now. Two box mates here going head to head. And they're running back, looking for bragging rights. We're back at CrossFit Mayhem. 5 minutes remain, 5 minutes.
Once they get those dumbbells across, they can sprint back, get to work on their final set of 25 burpees over the blocks. Jennifer Muir heading back for her second set of burpees over the blocks.
Victoria Campos will do the same in lane number 12.
Kyra Milligan now down in lane number 16, rather.
Nina, a few reps ahead of Jessica down here in lane number 11. Working on the 25 burpees over the ballistic blocks here.
Quintero now dropping her dumbbells off, heading back for some burpees.
Got about 4 minutes on the clock. 4 minutes, athletes. Jessica and Droznik getting close, but it is Nina Rogovic down in lane number 11, ladies and gentlemen. Your Mayhem athlete looking to take the heat if she can keep up the pace here. Uno Mas, says the judge. And she will pick up one of two blocks as Jessica Droznik looking to finish up her burpees here and get her blocks moving.
Rogovic and now Androzic. Your only two athletes done with the burpees. And now working on those ballistic blocks. Chris, what time are we looking at?
3 minutes remain. 3 minutes remain. And that's what our sport's all about, Mike. Little weightlifting, moving some weight, and some odd object carrying across the field. And you see Nina right there in lane number 11, done with her blocks. Oh, she's got to stand them up. Then she'll be going back for 25 chest to bar. But she has Jessica and Droznik right there nipping at her heels in lane number 15. But Nina, your overall leader, heading back. 25 chest to bar pull-ups and a sprint to the finish, stand in her way from a heat win.
Muir down in lane number 11, heading back. Her ballistic blocks are dropped off on the opposite side of the sandbox. And Drozic and Vragovic, lanes 11 and 15, leading the way. Final set of 25 chest to bar, Chris.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, and Mayhem put those hands together for Nina Vragovic.
Jessica and Drozic will run across the line as well.
Wow, what a battle between those two box mates there. As I got an eye on the clock. Got about 90 seconds.
Jennifer Muir
will run across the line down in lane number 8. Plenty of time to spare.
All right, got some athletes trying to finish this thing out. As we got 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute.
Milligan and Christensen working on their final set of 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups. As Kyra Milligan will finish up with time to spare. She will run across the line.
30 seconds.
Maria Quintero down in lane number 4, all done.
Ten seconds. Sandbox, we're going to count them down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. Big round of applause for your athletes here. And Nina, 9:07 with the fastest time to beat. Two minutes.
Welcome back to the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. We're on the sandy shores of Miami Beach. I'm Chase Ingham. Along with me is Bill Grunler. And we are back in the Rain Total Body Fuel Sandbox. We had 2 events here yesterday. Third and final time we'll be here. And this event itself may be one of the more fun ones you'll see in competition here this weekend.
I think not just to watch, but I really want to do this one. One, because it's got some old school bro sesh type stuff. I mean, we're dumbbell benching, come on. But the idea that you have to move this odd object of these ballistic blocks and your dumbbells to the other side, you know, you got to do anything in the sand, it's going to make it rough. We saw what it was like with the sleds. This is a whole nother beast on its own, having to carry those objects across the floor. So this is really going to be a fun one to watch.
We've already had 1 heat down. This is the second of 3 heats for the individual women. In the previous event earlier today, which was the lifting event, we have a new leader at the top of the leaderboard, but a familiar name. Laura Horvath sits in first place by 11 points over Emma Tall.
Well, and that was that third place win, or third place placing in that lift, which we knew she needed. I was a little shocked that she wasn't higher, which is kind of hard to say. It's like you're third place. But she's been consistently moving herself all the way through the weekend. We haven't seen her necessarily knock it out of the park, but you don't have to win the competition, right? You just got to be up towards the top, and she's doing exactly what she needs to do.
Now, earlier we thought the sun was coming out. We might get a little bit of a reprieve from the weather because despite of saying we are in Miami, it definitely feels more like Minnesota because the wind is kicking back up. The temperature is dropping as we are getting set for Cuban press. Event number 5 for these individuals.
And right away, we start off with 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups for these athletes. 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups is not a big deal.
Nothing.
All of these ladies know that they can get through it, but it's one of the things that you always say, just because you can, should you. This is relatively fast, and we do go back and forth from pulling to pressing and, having to carry your objects and making your way through it that way and doing the burpees and all those. But it's really going to be impressive to see who pushes the pedal as we get to this odd object move.
All athletes basically off the rig at the same time. And here's the fun part. These ballistic blocks is where they'll be doing their dumbbell bench off of. They have to run across the sand and carry them back to a box where the blocks should be put. However, athletes do have the option to carry one or carry both. We've seen a couple attempt the double carry to maybe save some time, but definitely a lot more energy expended on trying to carry both of those. Those things weigh 70 pounds apiece.
And right now, we were trying to see what athletes are carrying 2 blocks, and I see one athlete in lane number 8. That's Ashley Cope with those nice long arms of hers carrying both. You can see her right up there at the top of the screen in the green top. Slow moving, but she was able to make it all the way across in one shot.
Maybe less work, but there's not much time saved. And after they bring the blocks over, they're going to do 25 lateral burpees over the blocks before they get to the middle portion of what is a up and down chipper or pyramid chipper format of 40 dumbbell bench at 50 pounds.
So we move the blocks across the sand, get through these burpees, which is just kind of kick in the gut. I mean, burpees are one thing, we know that, but this is a pretty decent step. The height of that ballistic block, trying to get up and over that. Once you get through your 25 of your burpees, you come back, and then you have to grab your dumbbells for some real fun. You get to do 40 dumbbell presses.
And you go from the, as you said, this push-pull combo of movements alternating through. So we had the chest-to-bar pull-ups. We have these burpees, which is that press and bound or jump off the floor. But you go right into 40 dumbbell bench, so you're pre-fatiguing the same movement pattern, obviously with a gymnastics movement. Now they're going to have to run back across the sand, grab 2 50-pound dumbbells, and bring them back here. And it looks like Claudia Gluck and Ariel Lowen and Annika Greer are your top 3. Annika Greer having a great performance in the previous event, having one of the matched, I guess, the heaviest lift on the women's side at 255.
Trying to watch. You can see Ariel Lowen down there in the bottom. We just changed the screen there. She's actually carrying the weights on her shoulders, so she's not using a grip. Very smart. Man, she's a smart athlete. It must be that mom thing. You're just smart. Situational awareness. You understand what's going on. Very relaxed as she comes down, but she just saved her grip, saved her arms. Smart.
40 dumbbell bench, 50 pounds in each hand. And the standards here is that one head of the dumbbell must come in contact with the chest and shoulder area. It's the same standard we saw when dumbbell bench was brought to the semifinal stage back in 2023.
And this is really fun. And I think it's fun mostly, one, because I did the old school lifting. I get it. But it's something that a lot of CrossFitters don't do. A lot of general CrossFitters don't do bench press at all, whether it's regular bench or dumbbell bench press. And it's a cool movement to throw in there. It's something fun to put in. It kind of changes up the training a little bit, and definitely in competition, just kind of switches it up on all the athletes.
See Claudia Gluck starting to struggle a little bit with those dumbbells, and it's part of the weight, but it's also part of the control.
Oh, yeah.
Now to her right is Emily Lundberg taking a bit of a break. As you can see, these athletes will sit up and rest here in this position. And as far as the standards of, it looks like chest area shoulder area are all in play, but that's a big difference between having to come down to your chest versus your shoulders.
Absolutely. And I think that, there's an element of game playing, just like with everything else when you're competing, you're trying to figure out what the rule is and then where you can move within that rule. So if it's a matter of where do I touch the dumbbells, how strict am I trying to make this movement, what's my positioning going to look like, and the other thing strategically is how many reps do I do so that I can make sure that my rest time is short. I'm already seeing a lot of women that they'll sit up and they're shaking out their arms. That's a lot of fatigue that's happening. And the thing is, it's 40 reps. Everyone's going to be okay to about 25. It's that last 15 that it's like, am I doing sets of 3, or am I going to be able to get a handful more than that and really keep moving?
Now the clock's not working in the upper left corner of your screen, but we just passed the 5-minute mark. Best time we saw in heat number 1 was right around 9:20. As Claudia Gluck is doing everything she can to get through these last few dumbbell bench, and she does, and she sits up and goes right into it. So they'll have to bring the dumbbells back to their original position before they go into their 25 burpees over the ballistic blocks. I'm starting to see a couple no reps for some athletes. So Claudia Gluck will make her way back.
And that was great. I think the fact that she was able to do, and we talked about how many times we've said this so far this weekend, small sets, short rests. And that's what she was able to do. She didn't disengage. She kept her hands on the dumbbells, did a handful at a time, would sit up right away, rest it, and go right back into it. Allowed her to finish that last rep and run across the floor, and then still look decent on those burpees.
Annika Greer and Ariel Lowen are the second and third athletes done with these 40 dumbbell bench. Greer is basically hugging these dumbbells as she brings them across. Now, Bill, we're ending with what we started with, the 25 chest to bar pull-ups. We have basically 90 pressing movements in that horizontal plane. One's face down on gymnastics, one's face up with the dumbbells. Leading in the dumbbells, say maybe not blow out your press too much. The intensity of those burpees, blunt that a little bit because how hard the dumbbell bench will be. At this point in time, with it being a burpee, knowing it's just 25 at the end, I would say for these athletes who are insanely fit, do you really push the pace now versus save it for a chest to bar pull-up?
Oh, man, I just want to be able to hold my pace. I'm not going to push the pace on the burpees because it's just one of those things that it can really suck the oxygen and the life out of your muscles, even though you aren't using your pulling muscles right now. One of the things that I thought Annika Greer did great was she put the dumbbells on her shoulders on the way back, saving her grip a little bit, letting the arms and the forearms kind of relax so that she can get through the burpees, deal with getting rid of those ballistic boxes, then get back for that set of pull-ups that she has at the end.
Claudia Gluck has one ballistic block across the side. Once they finish their dumbbell burpees, they must bring both blocks back before they go back to the rig, and then once they finish their pull-ups, they've got to run all the way back one more time. So there's a lot more involved in this event other than just pull-ups, burpees, and dumbbell benches, which is another reason why this event is so much fun. It's very unique to a competition setting, and I think for the athletes, as you said, Bill, probably one of the more ones they're looking forward to than any else.
There's a large element of the workout itself that you really don't see, and it's the transitioning of all of the pieces back and forth and back and forth. Everyone knows the pull-ups. Everyone knows even the dumbbell bench press. It's like relatively unique. It's the transitional part that most of the time if you're just transitioning, it's not a big deal, but now the transition matters because it's part of the work.
Claudia Gluck got to the rig at 8:05. The time to beat is right around 9:15 from the previous heat, as we have 3 total heats of women, and Claudia Gluck, who is fantastic at gymnastics, being one of her main strengths, looks to hold on for 25 and will sprint across the floor. Time will stop once she crosses the red, and 8:37 is going to be the new time to beat for heat number 3. You see Annika Greer just dropping her second ballistic block, so she is holding on to that second place, trying to keep ahead of Ariel Lowen. Let's see, Erica Folo in lane 16 is making her way done with the bench press, so she still has burpees and chest bar pull-ups to go. So it looks like Annika Greer in lane 15 all by herself, as you see the rest of the field working on getting their ballistic blocks back across the floor.
And there are a handful of standards, even with those ballistic blocks. They have to stand them up exactly like they have them here on the bench. They have to do the exact same thing on the other side.
Annika Greer still holding on to the pull-up bar. 25 is done, and now a short sprint across the floor. Georgia Pryor has one block across. And 9:33 for Annika Greer, so she'll take second in this heat. So good performance to start off the second and final day of competition. Remember, we've got one more event after this, and we are crowning a Tier Wodapalooza champion.
I just love the fact that today we got to go heavy. Now we got to go relatively fast. It's a quick one.
Ariel Lowen off the rig. She's in third in this heat. Has about 1 minute before we hit that 11-minute time cap. Lowen is done right around 10:06. Claudia Gluck's time of 8:37. The fastest time we've had. Second heat of 3, Georgia Pryor. Working on her final set of 25 pull-ups. Haven't really seen anybody break on these final 25. So, Bill, now it's not a foregone conclusion that you can just rip off 25 chest bar pull-ups at the very end, being the 5th event in 2 days. But you've got to understand is that not many people are going to be doing any passing once those burpees are done. So you need to plan and strategize accordingly where you can move ahead of other athletes.
You have to look across the field and think, okay, can and will everyone go unbroken on the pull-ups? The answer is going to be yes. That's not where you're racing. Can and will you go unbroken on the burpees? What's the tempo you're going to go on that? So basically, the place where you're going to be able to do your movement is going to be on transitions and on the bench press.
I just saw Lucy McGonigal came about 10 feet shy of finishing this event. So it will be Claudia Gluck. Time of 8:37. As we have one final heat remaining for the individual women. And a new leader, Laura Horvath, looking to see if she can extend her lead on the field. Coming up next.
And we got our crew here from Rain, because we're, of course, in the Rain Total Body Fuel Stand. Competition floor heading down to lane number 3, Linda Kiesman.
Third and final heat making their way out to the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox competition field. As we have a full heat of athletes. New top 5 after event number 4. We'll say unofficially, but if competition quarter doesn't have it updated, it's good to have a John Young in your back pocket texting you some numbers. So,
Thanks,
John, we appreciate your autism and your attention to detail. Laura Horvath unofficially sits on top of the leaderboard at 327. Emma Tall, 11 points behind her at 316. Alexis Raptis has moved up to third at 297. Lucy Campbell came into the day in first place, is only in fourth place by 1 point behind Alexis Raptis, and Brooke Wells is right there in 6th with Danny Spiegel in 5th. But it's 292, 296, 297, so it's pretty close there as Laura Horvath has moved herself into the lead for the first time this weekend.
You know, Lucy Campbell had a rough go on the lift. She was 33rd place on that lift, which is a big, big hit. But she was happy with how she performed. This is one of the things that is really impressive with her is she's not getting thrown by what my place is or whatever.
Well, she's got to know. It's like, why am I even in first place right now?
100%. I mean, and I think that's what's great is it's not about the placing because you can't affect what the placing is. If she's lifting the way she lifts and it was a good lift for her, then she's happy with that. The thing is she's been on fire on every event but that. We still have this event and one more. The fact she's only 1 point out of the top 3, that's a great position for her to be in.
And this event is huge because it is very close at the top. Like we said, only 11 points separating first and second. Only 1 point separating third and fourth. As we do have a final event coming, we will also reseed these heats.
Start out for those 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups, 25 burpees, but before we can even get to those, we have to come on over to get those ballistic blocks, and we have a lot of ladies that are making that charge right now.
And it looks like Alexis Raptis is absolutely flying across the sand, knowing how close she is, and not only in a podium position, but Alexis Raptis at 297 is only 30 points behind Laurel Horvath. What's important there is the point system. It drops by 3 from first place down to 11th. So with only 10 place differences, that's a 30-point gain. If she can get 5 places here, she cuts that lead in half and gives her a better opportunity going into the final. We saw this in Heat 2, Bill, but the ballistic blocks are on the other side of the sand, and athletes must carry them back and forth to get to the burpees over the blocks.
See Alexis Raptis right there in the black pants and the red top. First to get her ballistic blocks down to the ground and head down and moving over those ballistic blocks on the burpees. One of the things that I really like is we've kind of moved away from like you must have the 2 foot, like just get over the stupid thing. So no one cares anymore. It's like it really makes you and allows all the athletes to move faster because they aren't worried about the crazy standard of whatever that jump's supposed to look like.
You see Lucy Campbell to the left, Alexis Raptis to her right, and your leader overall after 4 events, Laura Horvath. Now Laura Horvath and Raptis were about rep for rep there, but it looks like Horvath is starting to pull away from Alexis Raptis, but Lucy hanging tough with Laura Horvath.
That speed, that rapid fire of Lucy is unbelievable. And we saw this yesterday with the box step overs. Like she knows how to get into that zone and just hold on. She knows her tempo, knows that capacity, and is able to hold on to that and not slow down at all.
It's one thing I'm curious about Lucy, as we've talked about her wrist injury that she sustained over the course of basically the last 2 years, is that what do you do when you can't hold a barbell because of a wrist issue? What piece of equipment do you use all the time when you can't use a barbell?
Maybe she's got 2 of them on her shoulders right now.
We'll see if the dumbbell work has been paying off, and it looks like Amy Kringle has actually moved ahead of both Laura Horvath, Alexis Raptis, and Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell in second as Kringle sits back and starts her set of 40 dumbbell bench press at 50 pounds.
Oh, man, those look good. Laura keeping those dumbbells nice and flat. Now, I mean, if I had my druthers, I would be saying this is what the standard should look like, that those should stay totally parallel to the ground. We'll see some people starting to work to show what the standard is, touching the head of the dumbbell to the shoulder.
Now, one part about dumbbell bench specifically is that you have to be careful of knowing exactly what your max capacity here is before you get to failure, because unlike a barbell where you can kind of manipulate your body position to worm a bench press up in a barbell setting, when dumbbell benches go away, they do not come back anytime soon.
Well, you have to remember, since we're using unilateral work, that's the idea of one object, one arm at a time. You don't have, like you're talking about, the balance against it, where you can't have your dominant arm help out the weaker arm. If you are running low on one of these, you have to play to the weaker arm, meaning you got to come down because that one's going to fail.
Lucy Campbell.
And again,
doing quick sets of 5.
Super smart. That is short sets, short rest, right?
Emma
say that
Tall
all the time.
Emma Tall sitting in 2nd overall. Only 11 points behind Laura Horvath.
Wow, that's a big break for Laura, standing up like that. And I know she's trying to kind of give herself a little bit of get some blood back into those hands. And you can see the struggle on this too. That's that stability that you're dealing with.
And the number to get to is 90. So Lucy Campbell, left side of your screen, that's the rep count we have so far. And it's between her and Danny Spiegel.
Danny Spiegel up there. You can tell her setting on those dumbbells on her knees, trying to get a little bit of a rest there, taking her hands off.
Getting close, and this is where do I take the gamble? Do I take a chance to try to squeeze out extra rep? First hand in the air for judges. Actually in lane 17 is Alyssa Fuliano as she has moved ahead. Danny Spiegel is done. Lucy Campbell's got 4 more reps, so Danny Spiegel has moved into first place, followed by Alyssa Fuliano. They're going to bring the dumbbells across the sand, and then they will go back to their 25 burpees over the blocks. And as Spiegel is finishing up, Lucy Campbell is moving into third ahead of Emma Tall.
And that's exactly what Lucy wants, and actually what she needs. Get a little bit of distance and hopefully get a little bit of help from some of the other athletes to get herself up into that top 3 position.
Now, Danny Spiegel is in 5th place with 292 points. Lucy Campbell is in 4th, only 4 points ahead of her. There's a 3-point difference between 1st and then 11th. They drop by 3. So if it stands right now, Danny Spiegel would move ahead of Lucy Campbell by 2 points if their places wouldn't change with Alyssa Fuliano being in between both of them. But Lucy Campbell looks like she is trying to push the pace here on the burpees as you see Alyssa Fuliano, Brooke Wells also in the mix for your top 5. Danny Spiegel on the right side currently trying to hold on to her lead. And I think this is where she'll probably give a little bit of that time back on the burpees.
Well, I mean, Danny's moving great. I mean, she did fantastic on the dumbbell bench press. And this is actually really strong for her on the burpees as well. But Lucy Campbell is so quick on her burpees.
Time to beat. 8:37 set by Claudia Gluck. Danny Spiegel is done. Now we're carrying the blocks back across the floor. Lucy Campbell's done. Fuliano is done. So Danny Spiegel still holding on to her lead, but Emma Tall has moved ahead of both, and Emma Tall's figured it out. You got to put the blocks across your shoulders.
I don't know. Look at Fuliano. She's got 2 of them. Lucy Campbell also is carrying 2 of them.
Fuliano has 2. No wonder it looks so different. 2 blocks for both, and that should launch them into the lead.
That's huge. That was a huge strategic advantage.
They got to put him back in the box, and Fuliano.
This is huge for Lucy. Fuliano had him laid down. They got to be stood upright as what they were set up. So now Lucy's your leader.
Now the race where we thought nobody could escape each other. 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups. Lucy Campbell, Alyssa Fuliano, 25 chest-to-bar pull-ups and a sprint across the sand for 100 points. Make that 97 points, Bill. We're at the 8:15 mark. Claudia Gluck's time of 8:37 is going to stand. But Lucy Campbell needs every single point she can get. Lucy Campbell on the right, Alyssa Fuliano on the left. It's going to be a race across the sand.
Oh!
Approaching the 8:37 mark. It's going to be close. Alyssa stumbles, but she's ahead. And it is going to be Lucy Campbell.
Oh, my goodness.
Takes the heat. Should be second in the event. And it was all because that move of carrying both ballistic blocks and setting them vertically as they're supposed to be. It was the no rep for Fuliano that cost her.
It was a no rep, and also she fell on the jump, on the pad that she had to get up on it. That was a little bit of a stumble, allowed Lucy to get up into the front. Oh my gosh, that was a great race.
Emma Tall's in. Alexis Raptis is in. Brooke Wells is in. Laura Horvath just got off the pull-up rig. She only had an 11-point lead coming in, and now that point differential is all but gone. We still have 90 seconds before the time cap, and actually, Sydney Wells is in. Brooke Wells is now. Emily Rolfe is coming in, just trying to catch Hattie Canyo. And oh my goodness, are we going to have a hell of a final tonight?
John, do us some math. We need some math. John, Barclay.
Isn't that a movie, Dear John?
Dear John. Competition corner, hurry up and do some math for us.
Laura Horvath had an 11-point lead over Emma Tall. Emma Tall finished at least 2 or 3 positions. And 8:38 is the time by Lucy Campbell, and that was 1 second slower than
goodness.
Claudia Gluck.
Wow. Wow.
And what a move. Bill, you nailed it. When I was watching Emma Tall run with the 1 on her shoulders, I was like, what is Lucy and Alyssa doing? You're like, no, they have 2. They're holding on to 2 of them.
No, I couldn't believe it. That was a great move. Didn't do it on the opening round, but did it on the back end. That was super smart.
That was awesome. And what we've seen is that when you should carry the 2 is on the second round, because anybody that carried 2 on the first, yes, they only took 1 trip, but they had no time advantage.
I know. We were watching Danny up towards the front. She was killing it in the front, but then that just smashed her, having to go the two lengths of the floor.
2, 1.
Hit the time cap, not enough time for Linda Caseman. But it was the race between Lucy Campbell and Alyssa Fuliano, and the 2-block carry paid off. Alyssa had a stumble coming off the pull-up rig, as Lucy Campbell was just 1 second behind the time of Claudia Gluck. So Gluck should take the event win, but Lucy, who had fallen out of first place after the lifting event, comes back with a vengeance in this event, and now we wait for math, and we have 1 more event. Should look more like a winner-take-all final here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Lisa, what a phenomenal performance. A couple of things went awry for us. Were you looking around where Lucy Campbell was, the rest of the field, to try to catch up? You would have taken the heat had it not been those 2 things.
Yeah, I didn't expect this, because I'm not this good on this kind of workouts, but I did practice a lot since 2 years ago. I was here in Wodapalooza, and on the final event, there were heavy dumbbells, bench press, and I kind of blocked. So since then, I started practicing a lot, and now I'm quite confident in those. So me and my coach did apparently the perfect strategy for me, and like I could have done 1 step more. So that's good. I mean, I perfectly managed the whole workout. I'm so.
Wodapalooza is not one of the events that it takes to qualify to the CrossFit Games, but so many athletes of your caliber come every single year. What is the reason that you're here this weekend? Is it experience? Is it the fun? Why are you here with us this weekend?
I think, honestly, Wodapalooza is even better than the games. I love these vibes. I think they're the best, really. I think Wodapalooza is the competition I like the most. So I'm so enjoying being here, even if the weather is not that good, but I'm so happy.
Weekend is not over just yet. You have today, and then you're competing on team this weekend. What can we expect from you and your team?
Yeah, as I said, since I love very much this competition, I want to enjoy all of it. So I'm gonna go for the whole 4 days. I'm gonna do team with my girls, Linda and Fee, for a Reebok team, and I can't wait because yeah, it's gonna be 4 long days, but also the fun will be there, and I can't wait. But there is still one more workout for individuals. So first of all, my focus will be on that. And then on Saturday in Sanda, I just want to have fun and, of course, give my best. Maybe be top 10, but first thing, the fun. And I'm for sure having it.
Heat 1 of the individual men here for event number 5, Cuban press. We're at the Rain Sandbox stage. And my heart rate is still trying to come down from what we just witnessed at the final heat for the women.
It's really good because I am so cold, and that was such a hot race that everyone's pulse and heart rates were up like crazy.
3, 2, 1, go.
2 heats of men for event number 5. As we said earlier, we are crowning Tier Wodapalooza individual champions tonight, as we will close action out in Tier Arena, but all eyes are on the sandbox. 25 chest to bar pull-up buy-in. And on the other side of the competition field, it is ballistic blocks and 70-pound dumbbells. And we know the race is going to be in the middle.
You know, it really is, and I think even more for the men, it really is going to be how you decide to pull these boxes and set them up. I think with the women, they didn't really have the ability to do that very often. But I think with the guys, as we're seeing across the board, everyone's stacking them. So now we saw the difference in where you could have the race with the women. Now we have to look for the men. Everyone's going to go unbroken on the 25. Everyone's taking their boxes across at one point. Now it's the only real area that you can make your race is going to be on your bench press. So it puts a lot of emphasis on riding the line of failure. You talked about they go away. You don't have that option in this race anymore.
And it's one thing to factor in is that's the same ballistic blocks at the same weight for the men, and that, you know, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to carry, longer arms, easier grab. So yeah, now the strategy is kind of out the door, as you just said. Is like you have to carry 2. You don't have a choice because otherwise you're just
you're done.
Yeah, I'm out.
You're going to just watch everybody from behind. But it will be really interesting, I think, to watch the race and the strategy with the dumbbell bench press. Yes, we have a lot of guys that have done bench, and you know all these guys are going to be very strong and powerful in the shoulder press in that pressing position. But I wonder what they'll do if they're going to do more of like what Lucy Campbell did in that last set. 5 reps and rest. 5 reps and rest, keeping the rest nice and short. Or do you just go, all right, they're 70s. I can get a set of 15. And then I can do maybe 10 after that. And then I can hopefully hold 10 after that. But that's what's going to be really interesting to see how they push that.
After the burpees, they have to go and grab their dumbbells. Your current leader in this heat, Samuel Paquin. 70 pounds in each hand. It's about a 50-foot sand strip between the dumbbells and the rig. 40 dumbbell bench at 70 pounds. And Bill, as you said, there's a dramatic difference between maybe your first 15 reps and how those last 15 reps feel. Not to mention the 10 in between the 2.
Tom Kingdon, if you look right about just off the middle, about the 4th, I think he's actually in lane number 6 or 7. Quick sets of 5. That's pretty smart, too. And he had an easy set of 5. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys decide to strategize that. I want to see who has the ego. I'll go 12 because I can. Look at me.
I'm doing 2 sets of 20.
I'm going to do 2 sets of 20.
Tom Kingdon in lane number 7, taking a quick break, and this is where we see both athletes. They'll sit up, try to rest those on their knees. They've got to extend the arms before the dumbbells can come down. On the left side of your screen, you can see your rep counter for these athletes. The number to get to is 90. As Marcus Moriera is over that halfway point at 22, 21.
That's Marcus right there on the long sleeves. It's a long break, and this is what we talked about. If you break off too much at one time, it's going to force you to have to take a longer rest.
Shipper is not at 90 yet, although he looks good in his Jesus 1 shirt. Good flow, strong lifter, as we saw in the
strong lifter.
as we saw in the previous event.
It's got some strong legs, that's for sure. I mean, this is what we talked about. The first, just over half. And it's not even, you can't even say half. It's just over half. You get these guys to 25, then that last set of 15 is so frustrating more than anything. It's tiring, but you're like, I just did all of these reps. These should not be that hard. I mean, look at that. Look at the resting that Kingdon's doing right now. And he was one of your leaders coming off of this right out of the gate.
And with those last 15, you have to play this panic versus patient mode with not just with yourself, but you don't know where everybody is. Right. You assume everybody's going faster than you to begin with. Just past the 5-minute mark.
A lot of arms being shaken out, trying to get rid of the dumbbells, trying to get rid of them, trying to get off your body.
Keep an eye on any judge gets their hand in the air shortly. Looks like Joshua Hong. He'll be the first with his judge's hand in the air. Joshua Hong in lane number 3. 2 more reps to go.
There he goes.
Hong is done. They've got to carry the dumbbells across the sand. See those boxes, those white boxes is where the ballistic blocks will have to come stacked vertically within those lines. Tanner Balaz sprinting across the floor. We move back to 25 burpees over the blocks.
Huang was first on the dumbbell bench. And you know what? We talked about what sort of fatigue is that going to pre-fatigue you for on these burpees. These look a lot different than his first set of 25. He really pushed that set of 40, so you can tell that he's moving a little slower than I think he wants to.
And what we thought would happen is that this is really your last opportunity to make up ground, catch somebody. This is also an opportunity for you to lose that ground, which we saw on the women's side in that final heat. Barring mistakes, not a lot of changing is going to happen once we get to the chest of our pull-up. So this is a last-ditch effort for a lot of these athletes.
And you really want to be able to build on your set of 25 burpees here. I mean, maybe, okay, first 5, all right, kind of getting into it, find your flow a little bit, build into that because you're going to have to race these things back to the other side. And then again, it's just about like dropping the hammer at that point for your 25 unbroken pull-ups.
His burpees, 3, make it 2 remaining for Balaz.
11-minute cap in this event. It's just heat 1 of 2. We have not reseeded since this morning's lifting event. We will reseed going into the final. And we talked about precious points being available. And we've got a 2-man race between Tanner Balaz and Joshua Hong. Both carrying both blocks at the same time. That's 140 pounds of compressed rubber.
Of just awkwardness is what it is. I mean, and impressive for these guys.
Oh, Tanner Balaz.
Tanner.
Yeah, that's the wrong way. They've got to be vertical, not horizontal. We saw the same thing happen to Fuliano. And he was in the lead, and now it's gone. And it's going to be hard-pressed to make that up on 25 chest bar pull-ups that pretty much every guy here can do unbroken.
You have to be very smart about your movements because it's so, I mean, that was an expensive mix-up. Wong's looking good.
As we cross over the 8-minute mark. See if these gentlemen are going to hang on.
Tanner Balaz about 5 reps behind him. Cycle rate a little bit slower for Hong, but just a couple of reps, actually last rep. And that'll get him across the finish line right about 8:39 and 8:41 for Tanner Balaz.
So you're right. We watched that with Hong, the way he was able to be into that lead position coming off the dumbbell bench press. And then he just basically held on to it. Granted, he got a little lucky with Tanner with that little mix-up with the stacking of the boxes wrong. But
2-second difference between the two. Probably a 5 or 7 second mistake with the blocks.
Was very close.
Samuel Paquin is done. Kayeke Servanet is finished. Connor Volts is crossing the finish line as we have 90 seconds left before we hit that 11-minute cap. Now, the benefit of being in the second heat is that there's only 2. You have a time to beat. Now, how do we deconstruct that to pace those 40 reps? It's like, I know I need to be done at this time. How do I do that the fastest, easiest, most efficient way possible? And then I start the race on the burpees.
You know, and when you deconstruct it, I think that there were more opportunities to deconstruct on the women's side. On the men's side, there isn't. Everyone's carrying the boxes at the same time. Everyone's going to be going unbroken. It's going to be, how are you going to manage the dumbbell bench press? It literally comes down to that one piece.
And with that, if competitors out there is like, okay, the fastest split we saw was this amount of time. All right, you have 1 minute and 45 seconds to do 40 reps. How are you going to do that the easiest way possible to not blow up or slow down?
Yep.
About 30 seconds left. Few athletes still left out in the sandbox. 8:39 for Joshua Hong, 8:41 for Tanner Balaz. Tom Kingdom is running across the competition floor as Bill Grunler is showing me some updated numbers on the women's divisions. You guys are in for a treat tonight. Woo! Not going to spoil it. You're going to have to keep watching later.
Or check competition corner.
Or check competition corner. Heat number 1 is done. Second and final heat of event number 5 coming up next. One heat down, one heat to go for event number 5. As you see the overall standings after 4 events, James Sprague took 13th in the previous event, and I say that with all positivity for James Sprague, still holding on to the lead by 15 points over Patrick Velner. Harry Lightfoot Yonakoski tied at 331, and Austin Hatfield has moved himself into 5th place, just ahead of Ricky Garrard.
We are setting ourselves up for a fantastic final. We saw what it looked like on the women's side. We saw how crazy it got in the last heat for the men, and we have a handful of guys that are going to make this a very, very exciting race. The part that's making me most excited is that we've heard that James Sprague has been like, oh, I practiced my dumbbell bench press. I'm ready for this one. The kid is calling his shot. So for the CrossFit Games champion that's been the most underrated, the most talked down to, the most disrespected up to this point, man, he is putting on a show.
Well,
trying to prove everybody wrong.
He's got 2 more events to do just that, as your top 20 athletes are now out here in the sandbox. As you see the Rain Body Fuel logo in the back, as we are on the sands of Miami Beach. We have 2 events left to go before we crown 2025 Tier Wodapalooza individual champion. Your top athletes are still in their center lane, so though we haven't reseeded just yet today, everybody in the middle is in the mix. James Sprague on top of the leaderboard, 358 points. Your 2024 fittest man on earth, trying to make a statement here in Miami Beach. Pat Velner is right next to him, 343, just 15 points behind him. Harry Lightfoot and Yonakoski are tied in points, 12 points behind Patrick Velner. Austin Hatfield's in 5th. Ricky Garrard is in 6th, with Aniola Kai in the mix in 7th place as well.
I think after all the athletes saw the last heat, it ramps it up for everyone. Everyone has already played with this one. It's a fun one to do. Well, like we said, probably out of all the events that I would like to try, would be this one for sure. It's going to be fun to watch, but I think that they just really put themselves into the fire, because this one is going to be exciting.
25 Chester Par pull-ups to start things off. James Sprague, 358 points. Your overall leader after 4 events.
You know, one of the things you have to look at with James, he's one of the taller athletes, right? Taller athletes, longer arms. That does put him in a little bit of a disadvantage here for the pull-ups and even for the bench press.
Another athlete to keep your eye on as far as speed, power, and bench press is Austin Hatfield, who's in 5th place overall.
Oh, hi, Austin.
1st place off the rig. 2 ballistic blocks weighing 70 pounds apiece. Every male athlete has carried both across the floor. You can opt to carry one, but you're choosing to lose this event if you do.
Yes, you are.
Once they bring their ballistic blocks across the floor, you have 25 burpees over the blocks. No separation just yet with the field. Looks like Sprague and Velner and Hatfield all to their burpees over the blocks at the same time. 25 reps. Waiting on the other side of the sandbox, 2 70-pound dumbbells. After these burpees, they'll have to go grab them, bring it back, and then the event truly begins with those 40 dumbbell bench.
Again, we're talking about range of motion. You got James Sprague right there, big cat. He's got to get a lot of body up and off the ground and over the blocks. If you look at the other side of the coin on that, it's going to be Austin Hatfield. Austin Hatfield over in lane number 7, a lot shorter, and he's moving very, very quickly.
Not as quick as Harry Lightfoot. Harry Lightfoot is blasting through these burpees over the blocks, and over in lane 13 trying to keep pace with him is Max Krieg. But is Lightfoot off the blocks first, as he'll run 50 feet across the sand, grab those 70-pound dumbbells, and work his way back. You've got Max Krieg in 2nd, Austin Hatfield in 3rd, James Sprague, George Sterner, and Pat Velner.
Now, this is where the race is. All these athletes are coming on their way back. They're all going to be quick. how many reps do you go before you decide to break? How fast can you get through this 40? And what's going to be the strategic effort of doing that? Big sets? Small sets? I'll tell you what, if I was someone like Austin Hatfield, shorter range of motion, I'm going to use that to my advantage in a big way.
Austin Hatfield is cranking through these as Harry Lightfoot takes his first break. So does Hatfield. James Sprague is working through these as well, and he has just as much speed as anybody. Now, one athlete to maybe worry about when it comes to upper body pressing fatigue is Pat Velner. He's had a bit of a history with that, whether it's shoulder overhead, snatches, kettlebell clean and jerks. So he'll have to navigate. Partly, too, is that Pat Velner probably has some of the longest arms of any athlete outside of Austin Malleolo.
There's that big rest. You can see that's a very classic rest setup. Nice short break there for James Sprague right there in the middle of your screen. Still has a decent setup. Now, one of the things that James needs to think about is maybe you're going to go sets of 5, but if you are getting tired before you get to 5, come down early. Don't hold those weights up for no reason without a rep being had.
Sprague looks like he has a rep or two on Hatfield as Hatfield sits up and scans left and right. Hard to tell where each other are, so you're just going to have to bench press by fate and not by sight as James stands up to take a bit of a break. The number to get to is 90. So if the numbers are correct on the left side of your screen, Hatfield has 5 reps left to go, and he does.
And this is a great position for him because if you get to those pull-ups, he's going to have the faster cycle rate.
Now, the good thing for James is that he doesn't necessarily have to worry about Austin Hatfield, even if he's within a single place. Austin Hatfield has 322 points. James Sprague is beating him by 36 points at this point in time.
Yeah, Austin needs this to get into the top 3. James is trying to stay up at the top.
Austin Hatfield sitting in 5th overall. He has 9 points, not only out of 4th, but out of 3rd, because Lightfoot and Koski, who are holding on to that 3rd and 4th position, are both tied at 331.
Now, we saw how fast Lightfoot was on his burpees, but Austin Hatfield's really taken over that position. See Lightfoot right there in the red, just under our little moniker, our numbers, but James Sprague, man, he's moving well. What the heck is he doing? Oh, he must be a CrossFit Games champ or something. My goodness.
James Sprague trying to keep pace with Austin Hatfield. Austin Hatfield on the left, James Sprague on the right. 25 burpees over the blocks. Then you got to carry him all the way back. Race across the sand one more time to chest to bar pull-ups. Just past the 5-minute mark. The time to beat, 8:39, set by Joshua Hong. Tanner Balaz has the second best time at 8:41. Trying to look at the pacing between Hatfield and Sprague, and it looks like Sprague is trying to inch a little bit closer. Hatfield has got about a 3-rep lead with a judge's hand in the air. And Sprague as well, so 3-rep lead on James Sprague. Hatfield hits the deck, looks over. James Sprague, you can hear the floor announcers talking about where these athletes are at. Hatfield is done. 2 70-pound blocks, 145 pounds across the floor. James Sprague is done, trying to keep pace with Austin Hatfield. 6-minute mark, that time to beat does not have a shot.
And I'm watching to see what Austin Hatfield's doing. A little bit of like jumbling there, more than I would want to have if I was him, especially on a race. But he got those down, got him out to the front. Now this is where he can really put the hammer down. Shorter range of motion, get those chest to bar, and finish this thing up with the win.
Very smooth transition for Austin Hatfield, and 25 chest to bar pull-ups is a mere formality for Austin Hatfield. But James Sprague, just to the left side of your screen, in second place. This is great for Austin Hatfield's chances to vault himself into podium position with one event left to go, but even better for James Sprague, who's trying to hold on to the overall lead. Hatfield is done. Hatfield could crawl across the sand and still beat the time to beat. And he was 8:39, and with a front roll across the finish line, Austin Hatfield gets himself 100 points. James Sprague calls his shot, good enough for second overall. 97 points for James Sprague. Second coming into this was Pat Velner. He had 343 points. He only had a 12-point buffer over Harry Lightfoot and Yonakoski. And it looks like Max Krieg is off the rig. So great finish for Max Krieg. He needed that. We're at 7:30. Pat Velner, what a comeback. That is fantastic news for Pat Velner. Pat Velner, who's won Tier Wodapalooza 3 times in his career, keeps himself within an earshot of challenging for that with 1 event left to go. Ricky Garrard and Yonakoski are in. Bottom left part of your screen is Harry Lightfoot. So Harry Lightfoot, who was in the lead going into the bench, has now fallen into 9th or 10th in this heat as we are approaching the time to beat from previous heats. Austin Hatfield was in 5th place with 322 points. He has now moved ahead of Harry Lightfoot and Yonakoski, who only had him by 9 points. Crazy. So Austin Hatfield, at the very least, should be looking at a 3rd place position coming in. Hatfield was only 21 points behind Pat Velner. So that point differential should be decreased going into the final event.
That was a huge event for Austin Hatfield. You know, that's the thing. If you have your shot, you have to knock it out of the park, and that's one of the things we've been waiting for him to really do that. Not play the game so much, but really take it to the fences like that.
And someone who really needed a good performance here is the middle part of your screen was James Sprague.
I'm just so impressed with that guy. This has been, honestly, other than him winning the games, one of the most fun events to watch him work because he's doing things that we aren't expecting him to be able to do.
We are just a minute and 40 seconds before we hit the 11-minute cap. We have 2 athletes left onto the field. That is Lago Geraldes and Diego Freitas. Lago is done. Still plenty of time. Again, these need to be stacked vertically inside the box.
Legos.
1 minute remaining. And the wind is picking up here in Miami. That flag does not tell the truth.
Doesn't tell the temperature either.
25 chest to bar pull-ups for Diego. 30 seconds left.
Come on, Diego. Hands are up. Can he make it?
Holding on. He's still holding on.
Got to make it across.
He'll have a few seconds to spare. That'll do it for all your elite men.
And that'll do it for event number 5. We couldn't have asked for anything more, not just for the men's division, but for the women as well. It is all coming down to this. We will have one event to decide it all of what individual male and female is going to take home the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza Championship. Max Krieg, who was sitting in the top 10.
Here with Max Krieg. Max, it's been a great week to put out yet against a field like this. What have you been up to, and how does it feel to be trading punches with these guys?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's awesome, to see the progression throughout Wodapalooza, just this competition specifically. 2 years ago, I did the gauntlet. Last year, I did RX, and then being here in the mix with the elite. It's really cool to see that progress. In terms of what I've been doing, training side to get me here, I recently got a coach, Lynette Berger, a few months ago. Shout out, she's back there with the crew. And then I also recently moved to Fort Knox, Kentucky to be on the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team full time. That's helped a lot. Helped the Army with its recruiting mission to try to get people who are physically fit to join the Army. And it's been like cool to really focus on CrossFit this year, not have as many distractions. Obviously, huge shout out to my wife, our dog Dennis, for being very supportive. Yeah, just like same thing you hear from a lot of these top CrossFit athletes. They couldn't do it without the corner that they have, and I'm just so like thankful to have those people in my corner.
So you're having a conversation with one of the legends of the sport, Pat Velner over there. Any insights of what you guys were talking about?
Yeah, we were just talking a little bit. So some background, 2 years ago, the first time I went to semis, I reached out to Pat after, and he was super nice enough to get on an hour FaceTime with me. I picked his brain, and like you don't see that in many sports outside of CrossFit. You know, at the time, Pat probably didn't see me as one of his competitors, but like, you know, we're competing against each other, and for someone to be kind enough and gracious enough to like let you pick their brain to try to get you better. And so he was just complimenting me for like how far he's seen me come. And then we were also talking about the first event, 2 rounds too many. I got to the box step overs, I think like 30 seconds ahead of Pat, and I let him pass me. I was pretty upset about that. And we were like, he was shirting me after about it. So then this time when I found myself ahead of Pat by a few reps, like coming into the last leg of the workout, the only thing I was thinking about was like, you can't let Pat beat you again.
Well, you also are a kind and gracious man. Thanks for giving us the insights. Good luck on the final tonight. You looked great.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
very gentle with how he decided to set his rings. Look at them sitting there in lane number 4. Now, you're right. The wind hasn't kicked up yet, which is great. But I think for the most part, if you could take a big chunk, get the big chunk of these ring muscle-ups out of the way.
Seems like the wind is only swirling around the broadcast booth at the moment.
It's only on me. Someone is blowing in our direction. It's really kind of annoying.
We are approaching the 11-minute mark. The time cap for this finale is 14 minutes. Your overall leader is in lane number 5, Roldan Goldbaum. And he has a 65-point lead on second place position. And that is lane 4, who's working their way back to the rig. Actually, that's Esteban. He's in third place. It is Enrique Moriera, who's in second. But in lane number 3, Juan Diego Tobon, who's sitting in 5th, he has 390 points. He's tied with points with Marco Saldana and only 10 points out of a podium position. So if Juan Diego can move maybe a spot or 2 ahead of Esteban Ospina, he might be able to find himself in a podium position. He has 2 minutes to do it.
Well, he looks fantastic, and this is where we finally started to see some separation between those 5 or 6 guys that all basically made their way to the rig for the first time. We knew that the ring muscle-up was going to be where you'd start to see some separation, and once you get a little bit of separation there, then you really start to see it on the thruster, and that's what we're starting to notice.
And these points, there may be a 5-point differential because we have less than 20 athletes in the field, and I believe that is the case. 5-point difference between place finishes. On the left side, you have Juan Diego, who's 10 points behind Marco Saldana. If you look on the left side of your screen, that's where the athletes are right now. Lane number 3. Tobon is trying to catch and pass lane number 6. And the horn blows, but that was at the 13-minute mark. They had added an extra minute as the floor announcers are telling the athletes to keep going. So it is a 14-minute cap. Restart of the clock. We are at 13:20. 13:20. And we'll have to see when the final reps shake out. But Juan Diego Tobon is doing everything he can to try to get those 10 points back between him and Esteban Ospina. Ospina has a 10-point lead on him. He's holding on to that third-place position. Enrique Moriera has a 15-point lead. But your overall leader, who's only 10 and 15 points behind him, in lane number 3, is trying to get as many reps as he can in the last 3 seconds.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh, look at the last little minute shuffle there.
Oh, yeah, assuming these are all official, which I don't know, because a lot is happening at the moment. And we'll have to see how that shakes out. So they'll tally the scores, they'll set the leaderboard. But that will do it for the Latin America Cup for the individual men. Individual women for the Latin America Cup coming up next.
Rolling stones are acting, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? How about great responsibility? F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and look like heat.
Diferente. Aquí es una nueva locación por Tier Wodapalooza este año. ¿Cómo fue en este nuevo venue?
Fíjate que me gustó mucho todo lo de la arena. Me hubiera encantado que estuviera soleado y hubiera mucho calor, pero fuera de eso me gustó más que el Bayfront Park. Me gustó más aquí.
Muchas gracias, Rodan. Felicitaciones.
Damas y caballeros, un poquito
Rodan
de
Golden, bon.
amor para Roldán Golden. Sí, más aplausos, se lo merece. Come on, give it up. Put your hands together to Mr. Broadband. Ah, sí, chiquitito. Mírame. ¿A dónde? Y bueno, vienen las niñas. A continuación. No se vayan porque viene más diversión, más cotorreo. Ah, sí, Chuy.
All right.
2-minute mark. 2 minutos y así le damos la bienvenida a la belleza.
All right, check this out, athletes and fans. If my sheet is correct, only 10 points. If my sheet is correct, only 10 points separates second from third coming into this event. That's going to be Sarai Camacho and Emily Andrade. Oh, my goodness. It's going to be close.
Oh, my. Presentemos a las niñas de este hit. 2 minutes. Carril número 1, Kilpa Pafian. Ella es de Chile. On lane number 2, la señorita Bass from Brazil. Natalia Freire de Brasil también. Carril número 4, Emily Andrade. On lane number 5, ella es Mariana Mesa, actual líder. Y ella es mexicana. De Puerto Rico, Saraí Rodríguez, carril número 6. Brasil presenta a Thais Fransta. En el número 8, Lucía Piedra. Ella es de Costa Rica. También Pura Vida Mae, María Ángela Cordero. Camila Rodríguez comes out. Next on lane number 10, Colombia. On lane number 14, on the other side of the
The Latin American women are taking the stage here at Tier Arena as they close out the LatAm Cup presented by Whoop. As we saw the men take on the finale, Mariana Mesa has a 40-point lead as she is looking to have her second win of the Latin America Cup. In second place is Sarai Camacho. She has 450 points. 10 points behind her is Emily Andrade. So separated by 10. No one else is really close for podium contention, so these are the podium. However, second and third only separated by 10 points.
Juan, I think this is going to be a very different race than what we saw with the men. They're going to do this exact same thing. 30-20-10 of the wall balls and the hang power snatch, 15-10-5 of the thrusters in the ring muscle up. And whereas the men normally are able to handle more of those ring muscle ups, I think for the women, it's going to be how many of the ring muscle ups you're able to get. That first set of 15, I think, is going to be really, really important. Not to see who can get the most unbroken, but who's going to be able to stay as consistent as possible with those ring muscle ups.
Your overall leader, Mariana Mesa, is in lane number 5. Bracketing her in second and third. In lane number 4, Emily Andrade is at 440. She's in third place. In second place is Sarai Camacho. who's in 450. So your top 3 will be in lanes 4, 5, and 6 on the other side of the competition floor. Time cap for this is 14 minutes. It's a 20-pound ball to a 9-foot target for the women.
Big use of the hips. That's what you like to see with those wall balls. You know what's crazy is a lot of times we think so much about using your legs in the wall balls, but we never really think of popping the hips and then really using your shoulders. Everyone just expects it to be a jump only, but they almost forget to use their arms to really throw the ball up and help those legs out.
Now we're looking at our top 3. There's 2 sides of the competition floor in this heat. And it is lane number 5, your overall leader by 40 points, Mariana Mesa.
And there's that leg bounce. Ugh.
75 pounds for the women. It's a shorter bar, which means it's a lighter bar. Same for the men. Quick little break on that first set of 30. And Bill, the muscle-up numbers in the second half of this aren't changing. Sometimes you'll see the women getting less. Here, it's the same. And we talked about how the muscle-ups are going to be a big deal for a lot of these athletes in the final, even more so on the women's side.
Absolutely. You normally, I think if you were to see 15, 10, 5, you would probably see something more like 12, 8, and then maybe 4 coming on the way down, just so that they can get through that, because where the women normally have it's normally that pulling power that isn't as much as what we'd see on the male side. But the priority now becomes not how many can you do unbroken, like it's going to be more on the men's side, but how many are you able to go. So this first half, I think, is way more important for the women than it is on the men.
Back to the rig, Mariana Mesa in lane number 5. Showing why she is the overall leader and trying to repeat as a Latin American champ.
Now, one of the things that Mesa is really doing very well that I think that is going to bode really well for her is that she's breaking these up early. Work to those big sets. She's under a set of 20 right now. Break them up so that you can contain yourself as you make your way into the ring muscle-ups. Again, yes, you want to have a little bit of time for those ring muscle-ups, but save as much energy as you can so you can get through as many of those ring muscle-ups as possible when you get to them.
Oh, we didn't see any athletes on the men's side finish this event.
Nope.
14-minute cap. They actually extended a minute.
And I'm not sure if they knew that they extended it or not.
Honestly, during a final event with that left to go with heavy thrusters, I'm like, you can actually shorten it a minute if you want to. Lane assignments on the left side of your screen. That designates the number of reps that they're on. As Mariana Mesa looks like she has an 11-rep lead on the field as she is in the center part of your screen in all black, working on to her second round of hang power snatches. 20 reps at 75 pounds.
Again, nice smart break. Give the hands a little bit of a break, give the arms a little break, and if nothing else, lower that heart rate.
After this set of 20, they'll work back to the rig for their final set of 10. 5 reps left to go.
As much as all these athletes are trying to, use as little of their body as possible so they're not wasting a lot of energy. See other athletes here, like Lucia Calderon, trying to use her hips to move the body, not trying to bounce it, not trying to get momentum that way. Are you a swinger or are you a bouncer? How's that for a question?
That is a very loaded question, Bill Grimmer.
Hey, it's CrossFit. You can say all kinds of strange things, and we're all talking the right stuff.
I would say I'm probably more of a I'm a swinger.
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot cycle a bar and bounce it off my thighs. I tried once. It was an absolute disaster, and I have yet to try it again.
Well, I think that if you are more the type of athlete that uses your hips, it isn't as abrasive on your body. It's slower, especially on smaller numbers, but I think over the long haul, it actually does kind of pay you dividends. Especially if you have to use your legs for the wall balls.
It's almost a bit like you're doing a farmer carry, and do you decide to run with him or walk with him? Maybe more time under tension, but less impact on the grip, the shoulders, and the entire body. But is it worth getting through it a little quicker?
To be smoked at the end of it?
Minus feeling like you're in a car wreck for 20 reps.
Meza makes it through her 30, 20, 10, and she's going to set up for those thrusters in the ring muscle-ups. And this is where I think it's really important. Look at the time. We're at 6 minutes right now. She has a lot of time left to work on the thrusters and then into those ring muscle-ups. I haven't seen any of these. I mean, we haven't had the chance to see any of these athletes do their ring muscle-ups, so it's going to be really interesting to see what sort of capacity we do have.
Mariana Mesa on her first set of thrusters. Weight for these is 100 pounds for the women, as the rest of the field is still working through their wall ball shots. And Bill, you said is that we're 6 minutes in before she started the second half of this event. That allows 8 minutes. It's half the reps left, but it's basically double times, maybe 4x the weight they were using on the wall ball. I mean, the heavy thruster is just a crappier wall ball shot.
Right. It is definitely that, yeah.
But there's going to be much more braking and resting in this. So, yes, you have more time. Yes, it's less reps, but you got to make sure that you're in control of the time in between and you don't basically lose focus on how much time you're leaving on the table by taking all these breaks.
Well, Meza decided to break up her set of 15 into sets of 5, which I think is a really smart setup. Move the bar up ahead, get rid of those, and then see. Now I'm really interested to see what the muscle-ups are going to look like. Do you take a big chunk because you're sort of fresh and you got some time left, or do you think, okay, let me go sets of 3. Sets of 3, come down, shake them out. Hop back up again, sets of 3. If you can hold something like that, again, you're trying to kind of play the long game here rather than who's going to get the most unbroken in one set.
Well, and the nice thing, too, is that you're in a heat with all the people you're competing against. So
you know exactly how many you have to do.
You exactly know where you are, you know where you stand, and you know you have to beat. Mariana Mesa is 40 points ahead on the leaderboard, and she's leading this event the entire time. So she can, I mean, you want to be cold-blooded, I would just sit at the rings and wait for someone to catch up to me and then start. Left side of your screen is the reps that they're on. As Mariana Mesa has a 25-rep lead on the second place athlete.
I mean, she really could rest a whole minute.
She's a 40-point lead. She could stop.
Well, you're right. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't always trust those numbers over on that one side. However,
approaching the 9-minute mark.
10 down for Mesa, 5 to go. We see a handful of these other ladies working through the thruster. And Mesa is the only one on the rig working on her muscle-ups. We do see a couple hands going up in the air for ending some of the thrusters, but I think by the time they even make it to the rig, she's going to be through her set of 15.
Gets that last rep, and she moves on, so she'll go from 15 down to 10. Still plenty of time, but that set of 15 took just over 3.5 minutes to get through. And that is it. Those shaking out the arms, the triceps, and the shoulders is going to be screaming at you on the second half of this. 60 wall ball shots, 60 hang power snatches, already gone through 15 ring muscle-ups and heavy thrusters.
You know, but look at the movement. If nothing else, I know she's in the lead. She's like doing her race. Those are beautiful thrusters. Full lockout, full extension, nice deep squat, great positioning in the front rack.
Hand in the air, 5 reps left to go. Still holding the same rep cadence as she did in the set of 15.
and gentlemen, a commanding lead among the field of phenomenal athletes here at the Latam.
10 reps done. As Mariana Mesa will move back to the rings. 3 minutes left to go. Now in the final set of 5 and 5, that is definitely an opportunity to speed through this if you have the capacity after 2 days of competition. This is event 6 for these individuals. And think about what they just went through in their previous event with 50 burpees.
All that
max
pressing from the
intensity
last
and the
event.
dumbbell bench presses is. If you don't know where your tricep muscle is, you will know tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you definitely left them over in the sandbox in the other arena.
Mariana Mesa is on the rings with the 2 athletes that are in second and third. As they are finishing up their first set, she is deep in her second set. Coming up on the 12-minute mark, clock in the upper left corner of your screen. Cortadito 2.0 is what the finale is called. Ooh, got a no rep on that last one.
On the push out.
That push out being a press back.
Pushing backwards.
Yeah. I can only hope they keep the same standard in the elite individual division. And some athletes will have a lot of trouble with that standard. The correct standard, I should also say.
There you go. There you go.
Bravo and the judge making a great call. We need more of you in the field. 90 seconds. 3 reps left to go for Mariana. Lane number 4, Emily Andrade. She is sitting in third with 440 points. She was 10 points behind second place, which is Sarai Camacho. Point drop per place is 5. She would have to get 3 spots on Sarai to get herself in second. The top 3 are locked in, but the order is not.
Can you make some noise for this 50 seconds? Come on, let's go.
40 seconds left to go. Last 5 reps for Mariana. First place overall. She's won this event before. She's looking for another. 30 seconds to go. She doesn't have to do them, but she's going to do them anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your champion. Come on, guys. 15 seconds, let's go.
Just wave to the crowd. Just enjoy it. You've worked hard enough. You won.
Winner!
Fine, sneak one more in there.
Just cause.
Heart
get
of the
it.
champion. Why not? Don't you dare know that. Give it to her.
Hey, I mean,
your 2025 Latin America Cup female champion, Mariana Mesa.
I mean, she got further than the guys did.
I mean, you know.
Great movement. That's a good champ right there. Nice job.
That'll do it for the Latin America women. We'll most likely do an interview with our Latin America champ. And after this, it is going to be the individual elite's turn to take on Cortadito 2.0.
Estoy aquí con Mariana Mesa y en el segundo año de la Latam Cup. Todavía solo tenemos una campeona en la división de las mujeres. ¿Cómo te sientes de hacerlo otra vez este año?
Estoy muy contenta, estoy muy agradecida con lo que mi cuerpo puede llegar a hacer. A pesar de los momentos malos, las adversidades que puedas pasar cuando estás entrenando, el objetivo era volver a ganar volver a demostrar que en México hay nivel y que podemos ser los mejores donde nos ponemos.
Y es claro que tiene mucho gentes aquí de México, pero en la competición de Latam Cup hay muchos países representando, hay mucha competencia antes de eso para cualificar. ¿Cómo es estar aquí con los otros?
Pues muy padre poder
2 minutes.
convivir con el nivel de otros países y pues estar aquí.
Guys, give it up. Two-time champ, Mariana Meza.
All right, here we go. You're
Rolling stones of the rap game, not bragging. Look bigger than Jagger, not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Track the backs, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are crooked crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me?
The stage is set. The leaderboard is updated as Emma Tall is your new leader with 404 points behind her. Laura Horvath at 400, and Lucy Campbell is moved into third. As we have 3 heats of individual women, your final is Cortadito 2.0. And these times are going to matter because we are separated by mere place finishes in the final heat.
And it does put a lot of pressure, not just for these ladies in this first heat here, but they can really throw a wrench into the play if they wanted to, if they're good at these particular movements, for those top women at the top of the leaderboard. Now, this is a very dirty event. It's a beautiful one. I mean, I like it, but it's dirty and nasty. 30-20-10 wall balls with a 20-pound ball. The hang power snatch, we're at 100 pounds. And then we have 15, 10, 5 on the thrusters and ring muscle ups. 75 pounds on the bar for the power snatch. I'm sorry, 100 pounds for the thruster. That's what it was. I knew it was somewhere in there. It's cold, man. My brain is thawing out. I was gonna blame everything on that. But you know, we saw this. We talked about this a lot. What this is gonna look like, and the 30-20-10 really is a buy-in for these ladies. All these women can do ring muscle ups, and I think that the attack will be much different for these women than what we saw even in the Latam women. For them, it was just how can you get to these? These ladies really have to push the limit on that set of 15 and 10 on the ring muscle ups.
Lane 16 in the red pants on right side of your screen. Ariel Sanders, early leader. We have 2 sides of the competition floor, as we'll have 2 heats, 2 bigger heats of women to start. But that third and final heat will only have 10, and they'll only be racing on one side, and we will get to see
all
who's
the glory
take home. Coming down to this, again, 4 points separate Emma Tall and Laura Horvath on the top of the leaderboard. Lucy Campbell, with her performance in Cuban press, has put her back up into third place. Only 7 points behind Laura Horvath, and only 11 points back of Emma Tall.
What's wild is that she's done so well and so consistently well in all of the events, save one, that basically it's almost like she took that event out. I mean, 33rd place is a big drop, but still is sitting only 11 points out like that from the top.
And for her, not a big deal because she hasn't been able to do a clean like that with a full grip in 2 years. And what a way to just test where you're at. She did an off-season competition, won it, smaller comp. Most people might not know what it is, but that's just to see if I can do this again.
Right.
Now, not only are you doing this again, you were doing this at a level that you were better than when you were originally making the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Kyra Milligan on the left side of your screen, trying to keep pace with Ariel Saunders, who is still leading in this heat. This is heat 1 of 3 for the individual elite females. 20 reps, 20-pound ball, 9-foot target. As they'll work back and forth with the first couplet of wall ball shots and hang power snatches, and this is all a build-up to the second. 15-10-5 thrusters and ring muscle-ups. Kyra Milligan's off the rig at the same time as Ariel Sanders. You can see Ariel Sanders straight across in the red pants. These athletes are able to face each other and see exactly where they're at.
I look at those scores off to the side there. I mean, it's literally separated by 1 or 2 reps. Transition for these ladies is really important, but they're all virtually working at about the same rep rate and how they're breaking it up too. So everyone's kind of taking the same page out of the same book, which is going to be interesting. Like who is saving for the ring muscle ups? Is someone kind of pushing past their limit and they're trying to hang up with the leaders of this group, or are they really riding the brakes a little bit when they get to the meat of this and they hit those ring muscle ups in the thrusters?
Kyra Milligan took a little break, back at it. 5 reps left to go. Ariel Sanders now picks up the bar. These athletes are just exchanging rep for rep as Sanders has a handful of reps left to go before they move into the set of 10. We're just approached the 5-minute mark. Time cap for this is 14. Kyra Milligan is done. Kyra Milligan earlier today in the clean event tied Annika Greer at 255 pounds. 10 reps as Kyra takes a break at 5. That gives Ariel Sanders a chance to make up some ground as Sanders is going straight through her set of 10. Sanders on the right, Milligan is done. She's on the left. Sanders about 5 seconds behind the pace set by Kyra Milligan. Milligan right to the barbell. Final set of 10.
And I think that was a really smart break for that set of 5 and 5 instead of going 10 unbroken. I mean, it only sounds like a small number, but look at the rep set, being able to go right to the bar. Quick transition, held onto and went unbroken there.
Milligan is done. Now for the fun stuff. 100 pounds on the bar, 15 thrusters, 15 ring muscle-ups, 10, 10, 5, 5. All trying to get underneath that 14-minute cap. We've seen a lot of athletes get to the 6-minute mark on the first half. That second half is, look, it's less reps, but it's a different world.
Well, it's a completely different world. Not only are they more demanding movements than what you're playing with on the first part, yes, the reps are down, but they are elements that you will either, one, smoke your heart rate, or 2, you're going to end up failing reps. None of these other reps you're going to fail. You might get a no rep at depth or whichever, but you're not going to fail a rep. Ring muscle-ups you can fail.
Milligan done with her first set of thrusters. Saw athletes choose to do sets of 5. Ariel Saunders on the other side of the competition floor is on her first set. Milligan back to it.
You can see Kyra's really utilizing her legs and his hips, trying to save those arms as much as she can.
Milligan,
again, being very smart about those breaks, too.
Milligan doing sets of 5. She's already done through 10. She has 5 left to go. Sanders is back on the bar on the other side of the competition floor. Final 5 reps for Milligan. Hand in the air for Sanders. Final rep for Milligan on the left. We've been competing for 8 minutes, and they're going to get their first taste of reality once they hop onto the rings. 15 ring muscle-ups after 75 repetitions of tricep fatiguing movements, as we have 6 minutes left until we hit that 14-minute cap.
Sanders and Saunders will finish at the same time, advance their barbell. They will make their way to...
Nice use of the hips. You can see that nice piking and pop. Pike with the legs, pop with the hips, getting into that over the ring position. Man, she's coming up really high, so it's not a super deep dip.
Milligan hits a set of 6. Sanders hasn't even started her ring muscle-ups yet. And Sanders is also joined in lane number 18. That is Mary Helen Saunders. So we have Saunders and Sanders on one side of the competition floor. And in lane number 9, we got Elizabeth Wishart also in the mix. Sanders on the right, working through her first set of muscle-ups. Milligan opened with a set of 6. And Wishart, who's over in lane number 9, temporarily had moved into the first place position.
You know, Wishart's been kind of hanging right behind both Milligan and Saunders the whole time. Just a rep or 2 behind on the thrusters. You just kind of pacing herself out.
Milligan getting a talk from the head judge. Judge is focusing on clean lockouts at the top. The lead is becoming more and more compressed at the top as Saunders on your right is trying to make a move ahead of Milligan and Wishart. Milligan in the left side, in the blue and black. Saunders on the right in the yellow and red.
And that was smart that she came down. Looked like she was contemplating another rep there, but that would have been either close to a fail or taken a lot of energy out of her.
Milligan looks to have 3 reps remaining. 4 reps remaining for Sanders. 4 minutes remaining. Milligan is done. Now to the set of 10. As she walks to the bar, she can look across the floor and see Sanders isn't done yet. She has to roll her bar forward in the next section. 14 minutes is the cap. Sanders is still on the rings. And it looks like Mary Helen Saunders is off the rig along with Wishart. Saunders in the center part of your screen has moved into second place in the heat. Trying to keep pace with Milligan. Milligan's got her 5 reps in the bag. Wishart's on the bar as well. 100 pounds for this part of the event.
Right there in the back, you can see Wishart trying to get in there, hanging in there with Kyra Milligan, right in the blue.
Mary Helen Saunders on the right side, upper left or upper right part is Milligan as she's making her way back to the rig for her set of 10.
14-minute cutoff. And 2 final heats to go for your elite ladies coming up.
Wishart just finished her set of 10 as Milligan steps up to the rings. Bill, as you said, catching really high on that. And what's the benefit of that?
Well, it's a press out, that lockout. We've already been blowing out our triceps, so the less pressing you have to do, the better. Now, granted, they make it so that one of the standards is you have to be able to press out through a quote-unquote dip. So it's got to be a little bend into your arm. So if you can get up there, great. That's just going to save your arms.
5 muscle-ups in for Milligan, 5 left to go. Wishart over in lane number 9 is working on her first set of ring muscle-ups in the round of 10. As Saunders and Sanders are trying to catch up to Milligan. Milligan taking a big break here. 90 seconds remaining. 5 reps left to go for Milligan. And we got some new names keeping up. We got Warren, Wishart, Torgiani. A set of 3. That was a big break for a set of 3.
Yeah, it was.
That was probably a hopeful set of 5 that turned into a unfortunate set of 3. We've all been there.
Well, and this is where it gets really interesting. We're just under a minute left here, and every single rep's going to be really important. So instead of trying to do a large set, singles if you have to. Get them done.
Final rep for Milligan's got to have it, and she does. Now we're in the set of 5. 5 thrusters, 5 ring muscle-ups, but only 40 seconds left to go, and she has company. Milligan. Zoe Warren. So we got Zoe Warren and Kyra Milligan racing it out here to the finish line. Zoe Warren is closed hard on Kyra. 10 seconds to go. Separated by not even a rep. Kyra gets in 1.
Oh!
Not sure. If you go by the horn, that second rep won't count.
Woo!
But if you go by the heartstrings of a judge, you never know.
Man, that execution was great, though. I love the way that she was able to push just enough, waited at the right times, not at the normal times, but like at the right times. I'll take my breaks here. I'll try to get my reps in on the thrusters because you know what? I got great legs. I can go ahead and do thruster all day long. We saw what she did on the hang cleans earlier. So, man, that was a brilliant race for her. She needed it
177 or 176, depending on what, if you're a fan or
whichever.
A competitor.
You know, win is a win. Win is a win.
Kyra will take the heat with 2 more heats to go for the individual women, so we'll keep an eye on that. So, no one is finished yet for LATAM men and LATAM women, as we have 2 more heats of individual action for the women as well as men, as the second heat is making their way out on the competition floor. Now, after this heat of women, we are going to switch to the men. And we are going to save the final heat for the final 2 heats in this. So in this second heat, you can see your lane assignments. And just to reiterate how close this race is at the top, Emma Tall has moved into the lead with 404 points. Laura Horvath is only 4 points behind her. Lucy Campbell, 7 points behind Laura. 11 points separating your podium. And that's the men's leaderboard, which you don't need to see right now. Emma Tall, 404. Laura Horvath, Lucy Campbell, Danny Spiegel, and Alexis Raptis are in the hunt for a podium position. Kyra Milligan, they just announced 2 ring muscle-ups into their final set of 5 as it stands right now unofficially. So that's 177 total reps. We got a 5-athlete race for 3 spots on the podium. We are not there yet. We still have the second heat of 3 for the individual women, taking on Cortadito 2.0.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat number 2 underway. 30-20-10. Wall ball shots at 20 pounds to a 9-foot target. Hang power snatches at 75 pounds. Targets just got to hit the front face. 9 feet is the bottom edge. Saw some athletes in the first heat break up the first set of 30.
You know, I was just going to say, when I'm looking across the floor at the rate that these ladies are moving, they seem to be a little bit more frantic, a little bit more trying to hurry through this part. I'm wanting to see some more breaks because, again, this is not a wall ball event. It really is going to come down to those ring muscle-ups. We saw especially the last thrusters in the ring muscle-ups. So this is your buy-in. How fatigued do you want to be? And from that fatigue, with all the pressing that you're going to be doing, what are you going to feel like on those ring muscle-ups, pressing out on the ring muscle-ups?
1 minute into a 14-minute capped event, Kyra Milligan holds your score to beat at 177 total reps. That's 2 ring muscle-ups in the final set of 5, as these athletes are working their way through their first set of 30 hang power snatch. Names on the left side of your screen is the number of reps that they're on. 60 is the number to get to before they move back to the wall ball shots.
You can see your current leader up there in the white T-shirt and the black knee sleeve. That's Ariel Lowen. I was planning on this being a very good event for her. She's just so strong, well-rounded, and knows her body so well. But the speed that she was working on those hang power snatches, man, that was fast. Nice quick break.
Able to cycle that barbell very quickly, as you said. Lowen in the center part of the screen in the white shirt. Just to her left, we have athletes working on both sides of the competition floor. Lowen on the right side of your screen. See Ashley Cope on the left side, taking a break. She's in the black tights, hands back on the bar. Lowen back to the wall ball shots, 20 reps. And you think about this event is, for lack of a better phrase, a classic CrossFit style event. You've got nothing fancy, nothing that anybody hasn't seen before. Classic rep schemes, 30, 20, 10, 15, 10, 5. And that's where Ariel Lowen thrives in a competition.
Oh, yeah.
It's just basic, classic CrossFit style events. Nothing cute, nothing tricky, nothing out of the box. She handles herself well here, but where she shines are events like this.
Yeah, this is, probably in all reality, it's probably the fact that she does her training in her own gym. A lot of times, gym programming or even like remote coaching programming, they want to get fancy. Look at the cool thing that I can do. 30, 20, 10 wall balls and snatches. It's not fancy, but it's eloquent. Very eloquent.
And 2 athletes that have stood on top of the podium at the CrossFit Games before. Emily Rolfe on the left, Ariel Lowen on the right are your top 2 leaders in this heat. Abby Dahman on the left side in the all yellow. Annika Greer to her left. So on the right side, you have Emily Rolfe, Lexi Neely. And on the left, you've got Annika Greer, Emily Rolfe, and Abby Dahman. We are just approaching the 4-minute mark. 10 minutes left in this event. 4 reps left for Ariel Lowen on the right. 3 reps left for Emily Rolfe on the left. As we'll move from 20 reps down to 10. 10 wall ball shots, 10 hang power snatch.
I think she just double tapped that. Give that little bar a pet. Did you see that?
I'll be right back, sweetheart.
Stay right here. You stay right here. I'll be back. Mommy will be back. Mommy will be back.
Ariel Lowen rocking the strong mom shirt. Emily Rolfe right back to the wall ball shots. Again, it's a 20-pound ball to a 9-foot target. 2 reps remaining for Ariel Lowen.
What's crazy is that these 2 ladies are on opposite sides of the floor, so they can't really see each other other than when they're doing the snatches.
Rolfe will get to the bar first, ahead of Lowen. And she'll get 3 reps in before Lowen starts. Now, Lowen's cycle rate is a little bit quicker.
Who's a swinger and who's a bouncer, right?
You can ask me that question. Only me.
Well, no, we're talking about what it does, and we were saying what that can do, especially in the short term. So if you only have 10, what's going to get you moving faster?
Explore the Chili Goat cold tubs. I am, but I'm just not in the tub.
This is a big tub. Chili Goat.
Lowen is done. Rolfe is done. Now we're adding some weight to the bar. We're changing the movement. We go from Hang power snatches at 75 pounds, so loading it up to 100 pounds and moving to thrusters. 15, 10, 5 is the rep scheme, and we're pairing this with ring muscle-ups. Right near the 6-minute mark, Emily Rolfe is to the bar first. First heat, Kyra Milligan has the score to beat at 177 reps, and that is 2 ring muscle-ups into the final set of 5, so she just came 3 reps short to finishing this event. Rolfe will take a break. Lowen on the right side, however.
And I was going to say,
huge set.
That, you know, the way Lowen was moving the bar, way more comfortable, much more power. Rolfe on the first couple, like she was jumping back, you could tell that like there was a little bit more struggle in that press, in that use of the hips and the press out overhead. I mean, it looks like there's a little bit more strain, which even though she's ahead, what is that press out going to look like when you get to the rings? We talked about how important that's going to be, especially on the women's side, that lockout. And it just looks to me like Emily's having a little bit more of a struggle than Ariel is.
Emily took 2 breaks. Lowen took 1. She did a set of 9 and set of 6 as Rolfe and Ariel Lowen make their way to the rings. Left side of your screen is the reps completed. The number to get to is 180 for total, but 150 is the number to move back to the set of 10. 15 ring muscle-ups. Rolfe will be to the rings first.
Whoa.
Big swing for Rolfe. You see Lowen on the right side of your screen. Rolfe still going. Takes her first break.
Now Rolfe got 5, but man, that was a rough get to 5. Maybe that should have been 3 with the shorter break and going for sets of 3.
Lowen will take her first break. Rolfe did 5, Lowen did 6. A lot of times in this rep scheme, you'll either see sets of 5 or maybe a 6-5-4 if they can do it in 3 sets. But as you said, 3s and 2s are always on the table.
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of how fast you do at this point, not a matter of how fast you do the reps. It's how long is your rest in between. The longer you go, it doesn't matter how fast you do the reps in between.
Yeah, you can sit there and be like, listen, I want to be in the rings for about 1 minute and 15 seconds. How do I do that the easiest way possible?
Yep.
Annika Greer in the white and blue is in the mix, along with Abby Dommett on the yellow to the right. Lexi Neely, you can see on the left side of your screen, that is the number of reps completed. So Lexi Neely is moving up to challenge your top 2 athletes between Lowen and Rolfe. Five reps remaining for Emily Rolfe. 3 reps remaining for Ariel Lowen. Set of 3, 2 reps to go. Lexi Neely is in lane 17, so she's just 2 lanes over from Ariel Lowen. Rolfe is back on the rings on the left side of your screen. Black top, blue pants. Lowen is done. Lowen's to the barbell. Greer is done on the other side of the competition floor. Now we're moving to 10 reps. As we are just past the 9-minute mark, much more time left for these athletes to finish this event. The score to beat is 177 total reps. That's 2 muscle-ups in the final set of 5. Annika Greer trying to keep pace with Ariel Lowen. Lexi Neely also in the mix. Emily Rolfe back on the bar. Abby Dommett as well. Total reps on the left side of your screen. The number to get to is 160. Before they move back to the rig, Lexi Neely has now moved into first. Annika Greer, 2 reps left to go in her final set of 10. Lexi Neely is now your leader. At the same time, Annika Greer makes her way back to the rings. Annika Greer on the left, Lexi Neely on the right. Neely in the teal pants, black top. Emily Lundberg on her left is still on the first set of 15. Neely made a big move on that set of 15 ring muscle-ups. So did Annika Greer.
When we talked about how important that one hinge was, that will either kind of catapult you in, or it will make people kind of crash and burn because you can go out too hard, and then that's kind of the end of your race.
Both athletes to the rings at nearly the exact same time. 3 reps for Greer, 3 reps for Neely. 4 and 4. Neely a little quicker on the turnover. That's 5 reps for both. Greer drops. Neely stays on.
Oh,
Neely's going for 7. 3 reps to go for Neely. 3 minutes left in this heat. 177 set by Kyra Milligan. We're going to get our first athlete to finish this. We've had the Latam men and women, 1 heat of women. And Lexi Neely is going rep for rep with Annika Greer. Greer has 4 reps left to go. Neely has 3. Greer is on the rings first. Greer needs to hold on for 1 more rep. Lexi is done. Greer is done. 5 reps to go for each. Got to advance your bar forward. Neely's running, Greer's walking, and Neely's on the bar first. 5 reps at 100 pounds. Final rep for Neely. Greer hasn't even started yet. We have 2 minutes left to go, and here goes Lexi Neely on the right. Greer still solidly in second. Ariel Lowen's onto the bar. Lowen was leading early over Emily Rolfe. And Lexi Neely ripped off a set of 7 on her set of 10. And she's got to be thinking 5 here.
She's going to go unbroken. She knows she can do it. That was a beautiful set of 7, too. That was a needed set of 7 to kind of catapult her.
2 more reps for Neely.
Big hips.
Final rep is good. Sprint across the floor, 12:41 is the new time to beat. And the first time that we've had set. Annika Greer should be coming up next, but it is Abby Domit who sneaks in just ahead of her. We're all still working on her thruster, so Abby Domit, that last set of 5 got her ahead. Of Annika Greer. And those are, I mean, we had no one finish, and now we're finishing in almost 90 seconds underneath the cap, so 12:40. Times that are going to make a huge difference as the final heat of women, the final 10 have yet to take the floor. They will after 2 more heats of men, so this will be the last heat of women we have. We'll hit 2 more heats of men, and we will close the night out with our top heats and our top 10 as Rolfe fails at the end. So 3 make that 4 athletes finished. Ariel Lowen came in. Might have had 5 athletes finish in that heat. As we'll switch gears to the men. 2 heats of women down. We'll have 2 heats of men before we bring out our final heats to close out the night. So the women in the back can wait just a little bit longer.
Those cats who pose as heroes take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loot by heat.
Gentlemen, making their way out to the competition floor, heading down to lane number 1, Sam Packett. Lane number 2, Joshua Hall. Lane number 3, Brandon Skipper. Lane number 4, Diego Brintas. Lane 5, Tom Payton. Lane number 6, Alex Pachulos. Lane number 7, Nicholas Bennett. Lane number 8, Pedro Martins. Lane number 9, Marcus Moriera. Lane 10, Ron Potgeier.
It's the individual men's turn. We'll have 2 heat of men before we hit our final heat of women, and then finishing out the night with the final heat of men. This is your leaderboard after 5 events. James Sprague, your 2024 CrossFit Games champ, has a 21-point lead on the 3-time tier Wodapalooza champ, Pat Velner, and Austin Hatfield has now made his way into the podium, just 9 points behind Velner. It is not over yet. Nothing is settled, and everything is on the line. But James Sprague has put himself in a great position. As we are starting with Heat 1 of the men. We'll do 2 back-to-back heats of the men, and then we'll go finals for the women, and then finals for the men to close out the night.
Now, I love the fact that this is a pressure cooker event, especially for the men with how close everybody is. Once we see what kind of scores these first 2 heats get, what kind of times that are thrown into the mix, it's really going to put the top athlete kind of against the wall, not just to do well in the event, but now it's like you're being pressed to do how many of those muscle-ups are going to get at one time. Yeah. We saw the difference of what happened with Lexi Neely doing 7 on that set of 10.
It's a weapon.
That was a weapon.
Muscle-ups.
Right? That's what I mean. So it's going to be really interesting, especially to see the guys in this event, to see how hard they decide to push when you get to that 15 and 10.
First heat of men.
10 seconds.
We'll have 15 on the floor.
3, 2, 1, go.
We had 5 women in the second heat finish this event. None in the first heat. We'll see if any men out here on the floor can finish this. 30-20-10, 30-pound ball to a 10-foot target.
Saw a couple no reps there right out of the gate. That's not what you want to have happen.
No. 10-foot line marks on those plexiglass targets. The barbell weight is 105.
Friday night underneath the lights here at the Tier Arena. Shout out to all the fans out there watching their favorite athletes.
And so your top 10 rotating. Your leaders. The number to get to is 30.
Oh, another no rep. You know what? Good job on the judges. We saw a couple no reps there. That's in lane 16. Federico Mara, he got 2 right out of the gate, and he is riding really close to that line.
First 2 athletes.
30 hang power snatches. But we talked about this combo of movement patterns, and we say this would be complementary movement patterns between the two.
Yes, you know, like shaking hands.
Yeah.
Like shaking hands.
Go from a squat to a press, from a hinge to a pull. 30 reps. Not much separation with your top athletes so far. But things change in a hurry, especially when you get to that round of 20. Oftentimes in a 30-20-10 rep format, the 20 may be 10 less reps, but somehow it feels like 10 more.
Because you just eke your way through the set of 30. And you basically have to do that all over again. You know, I'm seeing a lot, at least in this heat, honestly on both sides, a lot less of that bounce. There's that bounce that we were talking about right there. And what that really does is it is faster on the short term. A lot of people say that it saves their back. I never really felt that myself. I know that it does. I understand the mechanics of it. I never had that for myself. But
in poor Federico Mata, just sitting alone on the other side of the competition floor, all by himself.
No one to push him.
Looking at everybody else on the cool side of the class.
Why did they get to have fun on that side of the room? But look at all these guys, 60s across the board for the most part. And again, I think that everyone is going to, I mean, you're not going to try to win the event here. If you do, that wouldn't be a very smart move. You just want to be able to make it through this to where you still feel okay to really execute against that second part of the workout.
30 reps are done. Back to the wall ball. Shots for 20. Again, it's a 30-pound ball. Coming up to the 4-minute mark. First heat of 3 for the elite individual men. Martins is done. The number to get to is 80. Packin is done as well. Again, not a lot of separation, as most athletes are working their way back to the barbell.
Nice bounce for your last set of 10 here. I think that's a good move. It's faster. It's easier. Save on the body a little bit. You don't have to worry about your legs too much anymore. Well, except for the thrusters coming up, but they're already warmed up, so.
Pedro Martins is your early leader. The magic number on the left side of your screen, that is the total reps completed. 100 is the number to get to before they move back to the med ball for the final time.
His set of 20 wall ball shots before he makes his way back to the barbell for a second helping of those hands. Crossing over to 5-minute mark, gentlemen. Miami, how you guys feeling out there?
And Samuel Paquin in lane number 1 did not get to the barbell first, but he will be off the bar first. At the same time as Pedro Martins. Back to the rig one more time for 10 wall ball shots.
Sam Packett down in lane number 1 as well.
10 reps on the rig, 10 reps on the bar.
Moving on to portion number 2, thrusters and ring muscle-ups.
Smart move. Break up that last set of 10. Give your legs just a little bit more breather before you have to get into those thrusters.
Set of 10. We're going on to those thrusters. 1 of 45 on the barbell. 15, 10, 5.
Paquin and Martins done at the same time. Paquin looks over to see if Martins is moving with him, and he is. It's like, yes, I'm right here with you. Right to the barbell for Samuel. Takes a break at 5. After this set of 5, we'll move into 15, 10, 5 thrusters at 145 and ring muscle ups. Athletes will load their own bars. Kind of feels like digging your own grave.
Why is that?
I don't want to add weight to my barbell.
Oh. I mean, part of me at this point would be like, okay, cool. I'm through the first part. It's a little bit of a it's like an active recovery. You have no, I mean, you can only go so fast when putting the weights on, right? As you're sitting there trying to take some deep breaths, trying to compose yourself, knowing that you have some thrusters you got to do. I don't know about walking all the way back yet.
Well, I don't know about walking to the rig thinking you're starting with ring muscle ups.
I know.
One of those is Dear Samuel. That is not the correct order.
Yeah, there you go.
I would have liked to start with ring muscle ups too because I just had
to deal
with
you
the
just
barbell.
did the leg.
But,
I know.
that is incorrect. So that allowed Martins to pull ahead along with Kingdon. Samuel Paquin is now working through his first set of 15 thrusters. The weight on the bar is 145. 15 reps on the bar. Then he can go to the rig for 15 ring muscle-ups.
Man, but even after that walk to the rig and back, maybe a little extra rest.
It could have been the best thing for him.
Little did you know that it was actually a nice recovery.
5 reps left to go. Samuel has already moved back into first with Tom Keenan. Pedro Martins on the right side of your screen.
Whoa. And man, he really fought to get all the way up to that last rep to put it down. I would have put it down a long time ago. I don't want to rest. Either get the bar off you. Time under tension is an important thing in this event.
Samuel is done. Now he gets to go to the rig. 15 ring muscle-ups, and this is the question is, what type of sets were we going to see on the men's side? Paquin on the left, Martins on the right. As we are approaching the 9-minute mark.
Oh, all right. All right. Sets 5.
Martins will hop up on the right side for his first set. Catching
way
much
high.
higher.
Jeez.
Paquin back for his second set. You said open up with a set of 5. Martins on the right, still going. 5 left for Paquin. It might have been 8 or 9 for Martins on the right.
That was a big chunk, but you see how much lower he got on every single one of those lockouts. I'm sorry, the catch into that dip.
Let's see if you'll still have the heat coming off the rings. Now headed back to the rig, but for his first set of 15.
Looks like Paquin is done. Martins might have one set, so a big set to start for Martins, but might have had to break up the second set anyway. As Samuel Paquin is on to a set of 10 thrusters. 5 reps. 5 to go. And Ruan Pagadir has moved into second.
Nice movement by Ruan right there. Keeping that chest up nice and tall. Looks strong through the legs after all those wall balls. Still looking strong.
10 thrusters done for Paquin. Potkater's done with 5. Martins is getting to the bar. So a big opening set for Martins, but at least on the 15-ring muscle-ups, maybe too big because what he was in second and has now dropped into 5th or 6th in this heat. With Potkater done with his set of 10, and he'll work his way back to the rig.
Well, we said it earlier with the women. This ends up becoming like if you're like, all right, I don't have the capacity, I don't have the ability to go unbroken, then what I need to be thinking of is keeping the rest as short as possible. So, the way Samuel was setting up here, he was doing sets of 5 with not a long break in between, just feeling it out, knowing exactly how long he'd be able to do it, and staying as regular as he could between that, instead of doing a big chunk and then having to rest 45 seconds on the floor.
Now, Paquin will be on the far right of this shot. Potkater on the far left. Of course, our 2 leaders are outside of, outside of our
7-10 split is what they call, right?
2 reps left to go for Pekin, so Pocketer, who made a move on the set of 15, is trying to keep pace with Pekin. Lane 1 and lane 10. Pekin is done. Pocketer has 2 reps left to go. Final 5 reps for both athletes. Pocketer is done. Pekin picks up the bar. 5 thrusts is a 145. Got a slight glitch in the matrix. His Pocketer is already on his thrusters.
I don't keep missing some reps in there. I don't know how it happens.
Sam Pekin's looking around, and look, it's you and the clock right now, buddy. 5 muscle-ups for Pekin. Pekin's already on his 3rd. 2 more to go. Left side of your screen. Final rep. No rep.
Ooh.
And with 5 seconds left to go, that is not what he was hoping to happen. So we thought we were going to get a finish, but he did not. And it looks like he got 179 listening to our MCs on the floor. So Pekin with that costly no rep cost him to finishing that event, as Pocketer was about 4 reps behind him. So heat 1 is done, as he'll reset the floor and bring out heat 2 next.
I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
going down here on a beautiful Friday night. Hope you guys are having fun. Not even at the midway point here for Tier Wodapalooza 2025. Hopefully you guys are going to stick around with us all weekend long. Elite competition coming up tomorrow morning. Well, we got to get through our elite individuals as they make their way on to the competition floor. Heading out. In lane number 1, Connor Volts. Lane number 2, George Sterner. 2 minutes. Lane number 3, Moritz Feibe. Lane number 4, Enrico Zanotti. Lane 5, Nick Matthews. Lane number 6, John Wood. Lane number 7, Saxon Action. Lane number 8, Luca Jokic. Lane number 9, Lily Parker. Lane number 10, Thiago Geraldus. On the side of the floor, lane number 15, Tanner Palaz. Lane number 16, William Bennett. Rounding out heat number 2 for your gentlemen, lane 17, Kate Servane.
One heat down, 2 heats remaining. We're going to do the second heat of individual men. After this, we'll do the finals for the women and finals for the men. Samuel Paquin was just 1 rep shy of finishing Cortadito 2.0. Do that 1 no rep in his final 5 ring muscle-ups.
In the final 3 seconds.
We'll have the final 10 women and final 10 men after this.
Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, heat number 2.
13 men out here on the competition floor, 10 on one side of the floor, 3 on the other. And we're starting out with 30 wall ball shots at 30 pounds to a 10-foot target, with 105-pound barbells waiting for him for hang power snatches. We saw on the women's side some what appeared to be, we'll see when the top 10 go, but what appeared to be some very solid times between the 5 athletes who finished that event. And with how tight the race is on top of the leaderboard, especially for the men, you've got James Sprague, 21 points on Pat Velner, 30 points ahead of Austin Hatfield. But when you look at those 2 athletes, only separated by 9. So there's a lot of things, and we're dropping 3 points per place. 9 points is the difference between 3 spots.
Right, which is barely anything. And in reality, if you think about it, that can literally happen with 1 no rep on the ring. So if you hit a no rep because you're just pushing into that red zone just a little bit too much, you don't get a lockout, even if it's not because of fatigue, but because it's of a judge's choice that you didn't lock out or you press back or whichever, that's going to be an expensive no rep.
Athletes done with their 30 wall ball shots, everybody onto the hang power snatches. Early on, it looked like Luka Jukic, Saxon Panchik, and John Wood are your top 3 in the heat. 14-minute time cap. Score to beat, 179. That is 1 rep shy of completing all the work, as the 30-20-10 is just the first half of this event.
We've seen a little bit of everything, Chris. A lot of sand dragging. We had some bench pressing today.
You know, I'm really wondering if, I think the strategy that each of these individuals are going to have is going to be, for the most part, pretty similar. Things that we've been talking about. They know that this is a buy-in when you get to the muscle-ups. They know they have to get through here. They know that they have to be smart about their rep set. But I see a lot of athletes out here, no shirts, just a shirt. And I'm not talking about like, oh, it's cold, it's cold. Yes, I have been saying that because I'm freezing. I'm not doing a movement. But when you're cold and you're out there, it does change how your body feels, changes how like snappy or flexible your shoulders might feel when you're working through the snatches, or how tight you're going to feel when you get into the ring muscle-ups.
Saxon Panchik to the rig first. Done with a set of 30, on to the set of 20. Coming up to the 3-minute mark. Luka Jukic in lane 8. Joining him, see Luke Parker in lane 9. Over in lane 10, you have Lago Geraldes.
Which makes sense. There's a lot of wall balls here. I'll take that tall guy.
Yeah.
Take that tall guy. And then all these guys, you know, they can whip that barbell around. So range of motion-ish, okay. But, I mean, for the most part, this first half for Largo is definitely his jam.
Get it in while you can, son.
Heck yes. Do it, man. I just dig seeing someone that tall actually moving as well as he is.
Panchik on the left side of your screen is done. 20 hang power snatches at 105 pounds. Left side of your screen is the reps completed. The number to get to is 100 for Scott Panchik. Sorry, Saxon Panchik. John Wood joining Saxon on the bar. Lago Geraldes on the right side of your screen also. Just a handful of reps behind Saxon. See Luka Jukic on the right side, very wide on the bar.
What's going to change up
not
that?
a normal snatch position, but there's an intent behind that.
Oh, 100%. If the wider you go, the shorter the range of motion is going to be, right? What was interesting with what Luka was doing was there was almost like a pause as he was loading up onto his hips. Maybe it was because of that wider grip. It's bringing the bar up higher, so he's going to be hitting higher if he tries to do that rebound. You see a lot of these other athletes, when they are rebounding, it's not at the normal hip crease that you would want to normally hit as a snatch. I need a little bit of meat to bounce that bar off of. Somebody say something? I didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
I don't know, just bouncing the bar off your meat. I don't know.
I said you need more meat to bounce the bar off.
5 minutes in. Anyway.
Anywho's.
Enrico Zanoni, Nick Matthew, former Games athletes. In the background in lane number 6, you see John Wood has moved into first place. Sorry, he's on his second set of 10 as Saxon Panchik has done his last set of 10 hang power snatches. John Wood now getting to the barbell, as Saxon will load his bar up to 145 pounds and move into the second piece of this finale. 15-10-5, thrusters and ring muscle-ups.
Saxon looks really good right now. I don't see a whole lot of heavy breathing. Doesn't look like he's frantic. Doesn't look like he has to catch his breath, which is a great position to be in as you get into these thrusters. Man, right to the bar. Look at that.
Lago Geraldis is also done with his hang power snatches and loading his bar up for thrusters. 15 reps at 145 before we move to the rig for 15 muscle-ups. Saxon took a big set. Looks like a set of 9.
6.5 minutes in. Saxon Panchik leading the charge.
There are 60 total reps left in the second half of this event. The number Saxon's trying to get to is 135. Numbers on the left side of your screen is reps completed in order in the top 10 in this heat.
9-6 for Saxon.
Saxon Panchik working his way back to the rig on the right side. As we are just past the halfway point of the 14-minute time cap. Score to beat 179 by Samuel Paquin. 1 rep shy of finishing this event. This is the second heat of the men. The third and final heat will be after the third and final heat of the women, which will be next after this heat. Five reps for Saxon. John Wood making his way back to the rig on the right side of your screen. Saxon back up to the rings.
That was a nice short break for him, too. Very smart. That's what we were talking about. Are you able to keep that rest as regimented as possible?
We have 4 athletes done with the thrusters. Wood, Sterner, Geraldis, Bennett. That's George Sterner. Former podium athlete in the teen division all the way back in 2016. Looking very good on the rings.
Yeah, he does.
Done with his first set. John Wood, Saxon Panchik, his last 2 reps as he'll take a break. Open with a set of 5. 2 final reps left to go. Still has a 6-rep lead on William Bennett. William Bennett is actually on the total opposite side of the competition floor. So Saxon might not even know where he's at right now. Nick Matthew on the ring muscle-ups in lane number 5. Enrico Zanoni just to his left. Saxon Panchik is done and back to the bar. Saxon Panchik on the right side of your screen now advancing his bar for the round of 10. Plenty of time left on the clock. We saw a huge difference between Heat 1 and Heat 2 for the women. It looks like the same thing here for the men.
Yeah, the way that Saxon's really calculating his rest. I mean, his transition times are fantastic.
6 reps for Saxon. The number's 160 before he moves back to the rig. No one else on the barbell yet.
Man, right at it again. I love it.
2 reps to go for Saxon. Final rep. 10 reps done. Back to the rig for 10 ring muscle-ups, and we are at the 10-minute mark. 4 reps remaining before we hit the 14-minute cap. John Wood in the center part of your screen working through his first set of 10. Right across at the very top is William Bennett, who's sitting in third in this heat. George Sterner in lane number 2, also in the mix. 5 reps left to go for Sterner. Saxon, you can see on the back right side of your screen, already on the rings. 4 reps in, make that 5 reps for Panchek. Sterner still has 3 thrusters to go. Panchek is still on the rings. Looks like he opened up with a set of 6. Same thing he did for the thrusters. Wood is done. William Bennett in the all black, trying to keep pace with your top leaders in this heat on the other side of the competition floor.
God, he looks fantastic on those thrusters. That looks so light for him and those big legs of his.
3 minutes left to go. William making his way back to the rig. Saxon on the other side of the floor in lane number 7 has 2 reps remaining on the ring muscle-ups before we get into the final set of 5. Plenty of time left before we hit that 14-minute cap. The score to beat's not going to last much longer. We're going to get a time in this heat. Panchek is done. 5 and 5 is all that's left. This is heat 2. Your final heat will be coming up after the individual women's final heat, which will be directly after this. And make sure you stick around because we have had a tight race like this and probably the history of Tier Wodapalooza. It's the closest race we've had on the men's side and the women's side.
Yeah, it's packed all the way through. And I'm just impressed with what Saxon Panchek is doing. The transition from the rings to the thrusters, got him done, walking right back and striking, which has been huge. 2 minutes to spare? We haven't seen anything like that yet.
Saxon Panchek to the rings for the final time. 5 reps left to go. Right at the 12:24 mark. 3 reps remaining. Final 2 reps. After the final rep, he's got to race to the middle. Final rep is done. And right around 12:39 for Saxon Panchek. William Bennett moving his bar forward for his final set of 5. Sterner is done as he looks over to John Wood. Enrico Zanoni may have moved up to challenge these, so we're going to have a race on the rings. Zanoni in lane 4 in the blue shorts. Sterner just gets up in lane number 2 in the red. John Wood in lane 6 in the black shorts. 50 seconds left on the clock. Who's it going to be first? Zanoni is done. Zanoni, 13-16. Nick Matthews crossing the finish line. 13-28. John Wood just got pinned on the rings as George Sterner gets in. 13-36 for Sterner, 13-38 for Wood.
We're gonna count down. Come on, Mike.
10 seconds remaining. William Bennett is in. Right around 13:55. Moritz Fiebig crosses the finish line. 13:55, 13:58. And that'll do it for heat number 2. And they'll change the floor. And it's what you've been waiting for after 2 days of competition, 2 heats of individual women, 2 heats of individual men. The final heat to determine who the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza champion coming up next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, who wants a from 5'11", make some noise out there. The Wodapalooza packs are going to be thrown out. Exclusive here, only in Miami. There you go, make some noise. Got some people over here on this side. Just the top 10, Roger. Shout out to 5'11". Used to wave vest yesterday in the first workout. Of your elite female division.
Emily wrong. Oh, wait, no. She's not first. Those are wrong. Those are wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong.
Here at Tier Wodapalooza Miami, your top 10 female athletes. Making their way onto the competition floor.
Take them off. Take them off. Take the floor off. Take the floors off. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
Headed down to lane number 10.
The final heat of individual women making their way onto the competition floor. Your top 10 after 5 events. Your leaderboard looks like this at the top. Emma Tall, 404 points in first place. Second place, 4 points back, Laura Horvath. Third place, 11 points back, Lucy Campbell, who's only 7 points behind Laura Horvath. 4 points, or fourth place, Danny Spiegel at 385, 19 points out of first. And then in fifth place, Alexis Raptis at 382, 22 points out of first. And only 11 points out of a podium position.
Oh my gosh, so tight with all these ladies.
First through fifth place, separated only by 22 points, and Lucy Campbell on the comeback tour, holding on to third place, has sat into first place after the first day of competition. We've only had 5 athletes in total finish this, and those top 3 times are going to make a difference. Emma Tall, your current leader. If she wins,
she wins.
She wins. Laura Horvath, if she wants to take the title, is going to have to beat Emma Tall by 2 places. One's not going to do it. It's only a 3-point difference between place finishes in the first 11 spots. She's down by 4. So Laura's going to have to win or at least beat Tall by 2. Lucy Campbell, 11 points out of first, 7 points out of second. If she beats Laura Horvath by 3 spots, she'll be in second place. If she beats Emma Tall by 4 spots, she'll be in first place.
The crazy thing about how tight all these positions are, the way the points are set up, the point spreads between the athletes, the way the point scale is for the number of athletes that we have here out on the floor, it really is going to, I think, even though we have a lot of experienced athletes out here, it's going to push some people into places that they don't want to go. We very easily could see some failures and some epic failures in some of those ring muscle-ups just because they know how close the point spread is. If that happens, if you're talking about the must-have things that need to go on and the way that things have to fall into place, it's very likely that those things could happen. The other thing is this. There are times for athletes to think, at this point of the season, do I need to push this hard? And that game is going to set in there. You miss a rep, I bet you we're going to see some people not just drop a spot or 2, but a handful of spots.
30, 20, 10. Wall ball shots and hang power snatches. 75 pounds on the bar, 20 pounds on the med ball. Laura Horvath, your 2023 Games champ, is 4 points out of first place. And I got to say, as far as the programming lining up in the final, it really does line up well for Laura Horvath's skill set.
100%. She's strong. She's got great legs. She's got a lot of power on the bar. And the other thing is, even though we talk about all that strength stuff, she's fantastic on the ring muscle-ups.
Emma Tall, though, one of her biggest strengths is upper body pulling strength and stamina. However, it looked like at the Rogue Invitational earlier this year, she was dealing with a little bit of a lat shoulder problem, which could take away from her biggest asset on the competition floor.
Well, hopefully, one, that the injuries have healed up. The other thing is, mentally, is she strong enough and ready to go to really put it to the test here?
Laura Horvath to the bar first. 30 hang power snatches at 75 pounds. Emma Tall about 5 reps behind her. If Emma Tall can just stay next to Laura, she can still win. Laura has to have one person between her and Emma Tall. Lucy Campbell on the left. She's in 3rd place overall, 11 points out of first. Danny Spiegel on the far right in the white top, gray pants is sitting in 4th place overall.
Just 90 seconds in. 12:39, the time to beat.
See Lucy Campbell with that pop off the legs. She's going for that bounce technique. I see the rest of the ladies, Emma Tall and Laura Horvath, a little bit more of a hip swing, trying to save the legs for the other movements.
Now, Lucy Campbell has a very narrow grip, but that is because as the wider you go in a snatch position, the more that cranks on your wrist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Now, one thing that does, even though she's tending to the wrist pain, it does increase the distance that bar has to travel. So I like the fact that she is going from that high hang bounce, because that is going to save it a little bit, use a little bit of momentum.
Laura Horvath is done. Emma Tall still holding on to a 2nd place position. Emma Tall could lose to Laura Horvath by 2 minutes, but as long as she's within 1 place, she still has a chance to win. Lucy Campbell moving into 2nd. That's exactly what Laura Horvath needs. She needs to win, and she needs some help. 20 reps at 20 pounds, 9-foot target. Laura Horvath went unbroken on the first set, breaks for the first time on the second one.
And that was a short rest. That's one of the things with the wall balls. You can do that. Do a set of 10. Take a quick 2-second break. Get right back on it. That'll bring that heart rate down.
Emma Tall just to her left in lane number 5 will break for the first time. That's the second break for Laura Horvath. 2 more reps remaining. Laura Horvath is sitting in 2nd place, 4 points behind Emma Tall, who's just to her left. Horvath now moving to the bar for the 2nd time. 20 reps at 75 pounds. 5 more reps for Emma Tall on the rig. 1 more rep for Lucy Campbell. And then he has Sydney Wells down in lane number 2, along with Astrid Tind, moving into that top 3 position in the heat. Laura Horvath takes a break. Lucy Campbell just to her left. Again, even with navigating the wrist and having to have a more narrow grip, still holding strong, going toe-to-toe with the 2023 Games champ. Emma Tall back in the mix. You got Laura Horvath, your top 3. Laura Horvath in 2nd on the right. Emma Tall in the middle, is currently sitting in 1st. Lucy Campbell on the left in 3rd. 4 minutes in.
Okay, so this is the part I was talking about. These ladies are rep for rep so close that the pressure is going to start to build to now, what are you going to do on those ring muscle-ups? That's what I want to see. I want to see who's going to be able to handle that pressure.
Laura Horvath still in the lead, going to the wall ball for the final time. 10 reps at 20 pounds. Lucy Campbell, Sydney Wells, 2nd and 3rd. Final 10 reps for them. 2 more for Laura Horvath. Laura Horvath's doing exactly what she needs to do to try to get 1st place as she is moving into the barbell for the last time for these hang power snatches. Laura Horvath needs to win, and she needs to have at least 1 person between her and Emma Tall because she's down by 4 points. The point differential per place on the leaderboard is 3. Final rep for Horvath. Lucy Campbell on the barbell. Now Lucy Campbell's giving herself an opportunity to maybe move up fighting for the podium right now, holding on to that third place position. She's trying to fight off Danny Spiegel and Alexis Raptis. Spiegel's only 8 points behind her. Sydney Wells on the bar, Alexis Raptis as well. Laura Horvath has her bar loaded already in their first set of 15 thrusters at 100 pounds. Danny Spiegel, if you look at the left side of your screen, is dropping down to 8th. And Emma Tall down in the 6th. Laura Horvath will take her first break, and Emma Tall is still on the barbell for her hang power snatches, and she is slowly falling apart.
I saw Laura look over to see where Lucy Campbell was and see how she was moving. But wow, Laura, it looks fantastic. So far, of all events that we've seen, she looks phenomenal here.
We're talking about Lucy Campbell and coming back off that wrist injury. She was just able to full grip a clean as of about 3 months ago. Heavy thrusters, definitely a different challenge as well.
Right.
Laura Horvath takes her second break, 15 reps. Sydney Wells has moved into first in the heat along with Astrid Tin. I tell you what,
wow,
this is a coming out party for Astrid. Normally a team athlete, and she is making a name for herself here in Miami. Background in your screen, Laura Horvath is done, moving to the rings. Normally a very, very good athlete on the rings. Horvath is sitting in second overall with 400 points. Emma Tall is your leader at 404. Horvath currently in first, Tall in sixth. If this were to shake out like this, Laura Horvath is going to win. First year competing here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Big, big hip hop by Laura Horvath on each one of these. Still looks great on that lockout.
Really big set for Laura Horvath. Lucy Campbell on the far left.
Lucy looks nice and snappy. Look how she's coming up pretty high on her dip into that ring as well.
Campbell takes her first break. Laura Horvath reps haven't updated yet, but definitely was a set of 6 or 7 on that first go. 15 ring muscle-ups. Looking for a hand in the air, there it is. 11 reps for Laura Horvath. Still going. Laura Horvath looks to have about two reps remaining. Lucy Campbell, white shirt, black pants, sitting in third, trying to hold on to that podium position. Final rep for Laura Horvath.
Ooh.
Emma Tall's made her way to the rings. Set of 10 coming up, and we're not even at the 9-minute mark. The best time coming in before this was Lexi Neely at 12:40. 10 reps at 100 pounds for Laura Horvath. Set of 5 done, 5 more to go. 5 minutes left in this event. Top 10 athletes after 5 event. Lucy Campbell, 1 more rep to go. Holding on to second place in this heat. Lucy Campbell is sitting at third overall. She was only 11 points behind Emma Tall and 7 points behind Laura Horvath. Campbell starts her first rep at 100 pounds. Laura Horvath is done. Alexis Raptis looks to be moving into third. 5 more reps for Campbell. Raptis got her hands on the bar right away. Raptis is sitting in 5th overall with 382 points, but she's well ahead of Danny Spiegel, who is 3 points ahead of her in 4th. Spiegel's down in 6th in the heat. Emma Tall dropping down the leaderboard. She's already in or just finished her first set of 15 as Laura Horvath is into her set of 10. Laura Horvath on the left, still holding on to that lead. Lucy Campbell up onto the rings for the first time for her set of 10.
Still flying high on the rings there in lane number 4. She'll finally come down.
4 reps for Lucy. Horvath's already on the rings. That's 5. 4 more reps left for Laura. Three more remaining for Laura Horvath. Lucy Campbell's back on the rig. Emma Tall in the center part of your screen, watching her lead slip away. 3 more reps for Lucy Campbell. Horvath about to jump on the rings for the final time in this set of 10. That's 1. She needs 2 more. A little bit slower in the bottom part of that dip.
Yeah, she's trying to get a little bit of that kip up at the top, using those legs. That's a nice, smart kipping way to get through that.
1 minute remaining between Laura Horvath and the time to beat of 12:40 by Lexi Neely. 5 thrusters, 5 ring muscle ups, and here comes Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell not backing down. Laura Horvath on the left. 5 reps left to go, 3 more reps left. Lucy Campbell onto the final set of 5 thrusters. Lucy Campbell's in 3rd. Laura's in 2nd. Laura making her way back to the rig. Same with Lucy Campbell, 12 minutes in, and it's going to be close. Lexi Neely times at 12:40. Set of 5 left. They're going to have to go unbroken if they want to get Lexi Neely's time. Who's it going to be first? Laura Horvath's on. We saw those last 3 reps were a little bit of a struggle for her. She has 3 reps left to go of the 5. Lucy Campbell, 3 reps herself. Laura Horvath gets a little stuck and she breaks. The door is open for Lucy Campbell. Campbell, can she hold on? And she does. And Lucy Campbell, welcome back.
Wow. Oh, Laura got another no rep.
Laura failed again. Now the times in previous heats. 12:40 is gone. 12:50 just went up the clock. 12:51 just went up the clock. We have 2 more times left in the previous heat. Alexis Raptis is in. Woo! Lucy Campbell, Bill, was 7. Now Laura Horvath is done. Tall's out of it. She's gone. 4th place was Danny Spiegel. Lucy Campbell was only 7 points behind Laura Horvath.
Right.
Lucy Campbell, I think, got 2nd because of Lexi Neely time of 12:40. But there's a 12:50, there's a 12:51.
That's what I wanted to see, those other
times that we didn't see because Lowen had finished, and another. There are 5 women who finished in the previous heat.
Yeah.
And because of that one failure, there is an outside chance that Lucy Campbell just won Tier Wodapalooza.
So much math going on right now. Oh my God, that's what we were talking about, the pressure situation of how that's going to fall. Unreal. Unreal.
This is not drama. I should have written more times down from heat number 2. Lucy Campbell was behind Laura Horvath the entire time. Horvath fails twice.
Yeah.
Broke once, failed once.
Broke once, yep, and failed once.
Lucy Campbell goes unbroken in her final set of 5. 7 points behind Laura Horvath. So she needs 3 people to get between her and Laura. And Lucy Campbell
would
may
make the jump.
have done it, but we don't know. We don't know. But Lucy Campbell's down with Bella Martin.
Lucy, congratulations on one of the best performances I have seen all weekend. That was beautiful. What went into this final performance? You seem to have given it your all, and there's a lot of emotion right now.
Yeah, I literally didn't know what to say. Like, I can't believe that. That's not a workout that for me, especially given the last 2 years and the things that I have and haven't been able to work on, that's not a workout that I would have put my name on as like a top two workout. So to know that that's where I am off, like, that's probably the first time that I've not had a wrist strap on for thrusters, just because of the movements that it was with. So I literally don't know where that came from.
Well, not only are we proud of you, but you come back to competition. Are you proud of the performances that you've put on this weekend?
Oh, so proud. Like, I was proud coming into it, qualifying for this, let alone, like, I don't know where I finished, but let alone finishing wherever I have. You know, coming into day 2, top, like, what the hell? So I've just constantly shot myself, and like, my coach can't be here, and he's been a huge part of this journey. And my mum and my godmother are here, but the rest of my family can't be here, and they've been a huge part of this journey. My friends at home, like, we lost the gym went under, it went bankrupt, and like, losing that community has been so hard. Like, there's just been so many things to get to this point. I only have positive things to say at this point.
Well, it's been an honor to be here with you this weekend. Congratulations. We've got one left to go. The top of the elite men.
That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
Bill, I don't know how we top what we just saw. We still don't have a clear indication of who took the women's side. All we know is that it might be the difference between a 1-point victory or a 2-point loss between Lucy Campbell and Mo Horvath.
The fact that you play this many people in between, this many things, and all the things have to line up, there was so much shuffling that, like, that's what made it so crazy. But the pressure that we saw in that last heat, which is crazy. We're going to see the exact same thing in this heat. Bring it.
Austin Hatfield has moved himself into 3rd place with 422 points. Pat Velner in 2nd place with 431 points. Has won this event 3 times in the past. And James Sprague is your overall leader, coming in by 21 points. Your 2024 CrossFit Games champ is 1 event away from a 2025 Tier Wodapalooza championship. We have about 6 athletes in the mix, but the big race is in the middle. Austin Hatfield, Pat Velner, James Sprague, lanes 4, 5, and 6. Velner's in 2nd, 21 points behind James Sprague. Hatfield's in 3rd, 30 points behind James Sprague. 9 points between those two themselves. And here we go. 30 wall ball shots at 30 pounds. 30 hang power snatch at 105. 20-20, 10-10, and then we move back. 15-10-5 thrusters at 145 and ring muscle-ups. James Sprague won the CrossFit Games on a thruster muscle-up event.
Yes, he did.
James Sprague won the CrossFit Games behind in a thruster muscle-up event.
That's right. That's right, because he came out of the thruster and the pull-up before that. But if you watch what these guys are doing, I think just the strategies involved between Austin Hatfield, range of motion athlete, Pat Velner, just experienced athlete, plus the gymnastics element to it. And then James Sprague, the fact that he can use his length to where he can mute the fact that he's so dang tall and be able to go on and do all these other movements the way he does. This is going to be a very, very fun race to watch between these two.
And Sprague is doing exactly what he did at the finals in the CrossFit Games. Is he's taking a lot of breaks early.
Oh, yeah.
He was behind early, almost left for dead after the first heat, and then closed in the final seconds of the final event.
Well, again, we know that this is really a muscle-up workout, right? So this is still a buy-in in the beginning. So he's doing what he's done before, which is be very smart. Talking James Sprague, of course. He's used this. Look at that wide grip on the bar. We talked about how that change of range of motion. Except for Austin, he can't reach out that far. He can't reach out that far.
If he went that wide, he'd hit himself in the face with the barbell. James Sprague takes a break. He's probably in the back half of this heat to start, but that's all part of the plan. Thumbs up to his coach. 2 minutes in. Pat Velner, the only one moving the barbell, and as I said that, he takes his break. Center lane is James Sprague, has a 21-point lead on Pat Velner, who's in second place, just above him in the white shirt. Austin Hatfield below him. He's 30 points back. Austin Hatfield had a heck of a performance himself at the final event at the CrossFit Games last year.
Wow,
a lot more pacing out on the men than we saw for the women.
Oh, way more pacing there. In fact, that break between all three of our leaders there was a long break to where they're looking around. It was one of the longest breaks that we've seen any of them take so far in this event.
James Sprague has already moved himself back into first, and he is first onto the wall ball shots. 30-pound ball for 20 reps to a 10-foot target. Pat Velner's 21 points behind him. He's got to beat James and have about 7 athletes in between the two of them if he wants to try to get his 4th Wodapalooza championship. Austin Hatfield's now to the rig. On the right side, you've got Ricky Garrard and Austin Hatfield, both getting a pair of no reps at the same time. Hatfield takes a break. Sprague and Velner on the left. Jonakoski just to the right. Jonakoski sitting in 4th place. He's only 9 points behind Austin Hatfield for a potential podium position. Velner is done. Sprague is done. Sprague made up a lot of ground on the hang power snatches, and on the far right side of your screen, that's Jack Farlow. Has moved himself into the top 10 after 5 events. Pat Velner on the right in the white shirt. James Sprague to the left. Sprague currently leading Velner by 21 points. Your top 3 are in those middle lanes on the left. Austin Hatfield in the no shirt is in 3rd place. James Sprague takes a step back. He's currently holding the number 1 spot with Pat Velner. On the right side, you've got Ricky Garrard. Ricky Garrard is in 5th place. He's 17 points behind Koski for 4th. And over 30 points out of 3rd place, Austin Hatfield.
You know, Ricky hasn't had the greatest of showing here this weekend, but he can still kind of toss a wrench into the mix here on those that are trying to get into that 3rd place spot.
And by greatest of show, he's won it the last 2 years.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, you know?
Ricky's standards.
Yeah, Ricky's standards, right.
Hatfield and Sprague move to the rig together. Final 10 reps, 30 pounds for the med ball. As Koski, Max Krieg, Garrard, and Lightfoot are finishing up their final few reps in the set of 20 hang power snatches.
Ooh, strategic break right there by Hatfield. You know he doesn't need to break up 10 wall balls. But it's smart because what do you have coming up next?
The thrusters is where he's going to make his hay. And James Sprague now in the lead, working back to the bar, just ahead of Pat Velner and Austin Hatfield. 10 reps at 105. Then they'll load up the bar to 145. And we'll move into the second portion of Cortadito 2.0. 15, 10, 5 thrusters and ring muscle-ups.
Ah, see, James didn't break that up. Pat decided to break that up. Man, I'll tell you what, James has come back so well from that pneumonia that he had when he was in Rogue.
And that was one of the things, is like all the pressure and commentary and discussion about James Sprague winning the games, and then this performance at Rogue, obviously coming off like a week or two post-pneumonia.
Right.
The fact that he even went there is
amazing.
And here he is in Miami Beach, and he is about 30, 60 total reps away from maybe solidifying a Tier Wodapalooza championship.
Pat Velner has taken a lot of time off getting into this set of thrusters. Now, I think, again, the thrusters aren't going to be an issue for these athletes. It's going to be trying to set themselves up for the ring muscle-ups. So that was a long break. Maybe Pat's going to use that to his advantage, but it really seemed long.
Sprague takes another break. Big set for Velner. Austin Hatfield has 5 reps left to go. 4 reps left for Sprague. Hatfield's 30 points behind James Sprague. 5 reps remaining for Pat Velner as Hatfield and Sprague make their way to the rings for the first time. 15 total reps on the muscle-ups.
So Pat took a longer break getting to the bar to start. James Sprague broke up more than the other 2 did. We'll see what these ring muscle-ups look like. This first set of 15 is going to be a real telltale factor. Are they going to try to game it? Are they going to go 9-6? Or how much into that 15 do you want to bite off?
Sprague stays on the rings for an extra rep. Pat Velner, always very dangerous when it comes to ring muscle-ups. Hatfield on the left, gets back on the rings. Sprague taking a big break. Now Sprague doesn't have to win the event. He's just got to stay within 2 or 3 spots of these 2 athletes on either side of him.
Ooh.
Austin Hatfield, who's sitting in 3rd, is only 9 points behind Pat Velner for 2nd. Sprague breaks again.
I think Pat did a set of 10 on that.
Hand in the air for Pat Velner. 2 more reps for Austin Hatfield. Ricky Garrard just to his left on the rings. Coming up to the 9-minute mark. Hatfield's off the rings first. 1 more rep for Sprague. He'll get it. Velner should be closing in just behind him as Austin Hatfield starts in his set of 10. 10 thrusters at 145. 5 reps to go.
Smart move by Hatfield. You can see he was slowing up just a little bit. Take that little rest.
Sprague working into his first set. 4 reps. Make it 5. He'll keep going. And he'll drop at 6. Hatfield. Final 2 reps to finish out his set of 10. Hatfield's done. Velner's got 5 reps to go, and he'll put the bar down. Sprague's got the bar back up on the left side. 3 more reps for James Sprague as Austin Hatfield in the back works his way to the rings. Hatfield's in 3rd place, 9 points behind 2nd place Pat Velner. And James Sprague, your overall leader, is doing exactly what he needs to do. If Hatfield wants to at least get into 2nd, he's going to have to win the event and get some help. He's getting some from Sprague at the moment, but he's going to need at least 3 athletes between him and Pat Velner. James Sprague on the rings. Hatfield did a set of 5. Pat Velner right up. Quick transition for Velner. Sprague does a set of 5. He's going for 6. Sprague will break. 4 more reps to go for him. Austin Hatfield trying to close out his set of 10 before he can move into final set of 5 and 5. Pat Velner rips off a set of 6. Hatfield is done. 5 thrusters for Hatfield, 5 ring muscle-ups. The time beats 12:39. Janikowski's on the bar for his set of 10. He's outside looking in 4th. He's trying to chase down Austin Hatfield, who's in 3rd, and James Sprague is off the rings and back to the bar while Hatfield is done. We are at the 11:15 mark, about a minute and 20 before the fastest time. That doesn't matter for Austin in terms of winning the event. He should lock that up. But it matters of what Velner does if he wants to try to jump into that second place position. Sprague is done. Austin Hatfield, 1 rep to go. He'll win Cortadito 2.0.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Now the count begins. Get on Sprague. James Sprague trying to get his final muscle up, and he gets no rep, but he goes right back up and gets it. Your 2024 CrossFit Games champ is a 2025 tier Wodapalooza champion. Patrick Velner squeaks in at 12:26, and that should be enough to solidify his second place position. The totals between the two may change, but your top 3 will not.
And I was looking right there to see what Jack Farlow was doing over there in lane number 10, just to see if he could squeak in. Missing it by 2 spots there right behind Pat Velner.
James Sprague will take the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza Championship.
Man, I tell you what, any doubts that anyone has had, hopefully that answered a couple people. Answered it for me. Answered it for me. Nice job, James.
Winning doesn't lie.
Nope.
James Sprague coming back after being sick right before the Rogue Invitational. All the pressure in the world put on him to perform. Doesn't do that. Doesn't phase him. Comes out here and puts down one of his better performances. Obviously, you win the CrossFit Games. That's about as good as it's going to get. However, the way he performed this weekend, especially in that lifting complex.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
13th.
13th in that lifting. He knew what he wanted to hit. He said, if I could hit that 345, that would be good. But also the way he handled that heavy dumbbell, the way he handled the body weight movements, the range of motion movements. What a way to finish.
And how about a finish for Pat Velner? Second place. The guy's basically dead. He's 36 years old. They rolled him out here in a wheelchair just to get into his lane. Pat Velner still at the top of his game.
Still so good. So good.
And Austin Hatfield living up to the hype.
Oh, yeah.
Great weekend. Really just a bad finish to start things off. We kind of saw the same thing at the CrossFit Games this year. Is a slow starter, a strong finisher. That's Pat's bag, by the way.
Right.
You got to get your own shtick there, Mr. Hatfield. But Sprague, Velner, Hatfield. And Hatfield's down with Bella Martin.
Okay, ready.
All right, Austin, you asked me to ask you a small question. So how does it feel to win the last event of Wodapalooza as an elite individual athlete?
I like winning. Like I said, if you're not first, you're last. So I took that to heart.
It sounds like you have a lot of friends and family in the crowd. They've been cheering for you. I can hear them from now. What do you have to say to all of your supporters and the new fans? I've asked you this question before. Those new fans of Austin Hatfield, what do you have to say for them?
I mean, first off, I want to thank my family. They're always supporting me. To the new fans, I'll be here for a while. get used to me.
My favorite thing about you is you always continue to build and impress upon us your athletic prowess, I would say. What have you learned this weekend that you're going to continue to use to build upon in the future seasons if you're going to be around for a while?
I learned that I like winning more than losing, so I'm going to continue on that.
Daddy got nothing to do with rap. Check the backs, expose those cats who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are cooked to crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Fight for power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loot my feet.
Pat, what a fun time watching you this weekend. We chatted yesterday about how you've overcome training and being a dad and trying to make everything happen. Do you feel like you did a great job in making everything happen this weekend?
Overcoming being a dad is like, it's just part of life now, which is an awesome part of life. But, you know, I think I feel like I represented myself well, and that's always the goal, right? To put a production out that you're proud of. So I think I did a good job of that, and I enjoy being here, and it's fun to talk a little shit with the fellas and have a weekend.
Well, let's talk about the fellas that you've been competing against this weekend. This is like the games field out on the competition floor, but it's Wodapalooza. Does that give you some confidence knowing where everyone else is stacking up leading into whatever the season's going to look like for everybody else?
It's a bit of data mining sometimes. Like I think one of the things that's made me good over years is I pay a lot of attention to what's going on, and events like this can be a good place to learn a little bit about your competitors, and you know, guys like Austin Hatfield that are coming up and have a great showing, and you sort of get to know where the guys sit in certain types of workouts and where you got to race and where maybe you let them run away from you because you're going to get yourself into trouble if you try. So it's good. It's fun. You learn a little bit about more people. You get some time, more downtime. That's a little less tense to get to know people even on a deeper level other than what's on the competition floor. So that's always a lot of fun.
Now, on the competition floor, it's looked a little different this year than you've seen in the past. It's new to all of us. We have this stage, we had the sand. Out of all of the venues, which one was your favorite and maybe which one was your least favorite? If we don't want to go back in the sand, no one's going to hold it against you.
I think every floor has something kind of fun, and you know, the sandbox was something different, something cool. I was talking to some other athletes today. Were saying, you know, they've never done a competition workout in the sand before. So even like some of them have been competing for a long time. Like, when you've been doing this for a long time, novelty is really fun. So it's exciting to do something new. That was fun. The weightlifting stage is always fun. It's high energy. Like this event with the venue looking out at the ocean, like how do you not love it, right? So I think we all had a lot of fun. I love this type of venue. We did it in SoCal. They recreated that kind of vibe here. And the atmosphere is super fun. I hope we get a little more sunshine the next couple of days and it really comes to life. But I don't know, what does everybody else think? You like it out here? There you go.
Well, 2026, let's dream big. What would you want to see, either as an event or something different? What would be fun for you?
Like as in a workout or like a, oh man. I mean, look, in time it'll be fun to get out in the bay and out in the water. I've seen lots of fun surf out there this weekend, so it'd be fun to do some stuff like that. I think some of the things that we did at the old Wodapalooza venue as well, it'd be fun to recreate some of the things we did there, like the Bayside stage, like that with the high ropes under the lights. You could see something like that out here, be a lot of fun. You know, the thing is, there's endless opportunities, and every venue provides new opportunity to do something special and unique for that area. So, you know, I'm right now, I'm struggling because I just think back in my mind of all the stuff I have already done, but it's hard sometimes to imagine things you haven't done yet that could be awesome.
Well, guys, let's give it up for Pat Velner, one of our favorites.
Here at Miami Beach has been one for the history books here in our Elite and Latam Cup competition. Epic battles going down all weekend long for some heavyweights on the clean complexes happening on the Diamondized lifting stage. The Range Sandbox showcasing some intense sled pulls and spicy finishers here tonight in Cortadito 2.0 here at the Tier Arena. We started back in October with our online qualifier welcoming over 2,050 here into Miami. Our top athletes putting on an incredible show for us tonight to celebrate our top finishers here on our podium. Whether you've been cheering from the sidelines, completing on the floor, or watching from home tonight, streaming on the web, tonight is about celebrating love and the sport of its community. So thank you guys for sticking around for all of these moments here, the first 2 days of competition. Tier Wodapalooza Award Ceremony getting started here with our Latam Cup. If you guys hear your name, our Latam Cup Award Ceremony brought to you by and presented by Whoop. I'm gonna hand it over to my man Omar.
Thank you, Mike. And now, let's present the podium. Let's go with the man first. Okay, man first. Ready for celebration? All right, guys. Let's wrap this thing up. Let me tell you who the winners are. First of all, I need a big round of applause para todos, for everyone. For you to be sitting here at 9 p.m. and waiting to see your champions. And now, presenting your third place of this Latin Cup, brought to you by Whoop. On third place, ella viene de Colombia y representa al café. Él es, we're with the man, Alejandro Trillos. Where's Alejandro? Vamos! Give it up, give it up. Alejandro Trillo, he got 2 events and 4 top 5 event finishes. Desde Colombia, Alejandro Trillo. Moving up with your second place. Second place of this Latin Cup brought to you by Whoop. Desde Brazil, él es brasileiro. From BRB CrossFit, Enrique Moreira. Where's Enrique? All right, let's go to first. All right, let's go to first real quick. And your champion of Latin America Cup, brought to you by Whoop. Él es from Mexico, Roldan Goldbaum. Okay, second place is coming. Yes, where you at, boy? Come on, give him some round of applause to your second place from Brazil. El segundo lugar. And he had 1 event win and 4 top 5 events. Enrique Moreira, desde Brasil. Amor y aplausos para Enrique. So are we done? Are we waiting for Roldan? Here he comes. Allá viene. Should be here. Yeah, he's coming. Is it Coach? Is he coming? The champion? It's too cold, right? That's why. Come on. In Latinoamérica, we're not used to this kind of chili. Ah, Bogotá. Yeah, is it frío? No. Así. Oh, hermano mío. Muy bien. Come again. And now, your champion is not here. Roldan. And now, the champion of the Latin Cup with 3 event wins and 6 top 5. It is de Ensenada, Baja California. Y así llamamos a Roldan Goldbaum, el mexicano, con 3 eventos ganados y 6 top 5. Yes, yes. Give it up for your champions. From Colombia, Alejandro Trillos. De Brasil, Enrique Moreira. Y de México, Roldán Goldbaum. Ellos son sus campeones. These are your men elite champions of Latin Cup. Brought to you by Rope. Sponsor time. Come on. All right. Yeah, of course, it's sponsor time. Because it's cold. All right. Aplauso. Let's continue with your next podium thing. Okay, moving up to the ladies. And your third place of the Women Latin Cup, brought to you by Whoop. With top five events. Ella es de la Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico. Saray Rodríguez Camacho. Aplauso para Saraí Rodríguez Camacho desde la Isla del Encanto, representing your third place of this Latin Cup. Now moving on to the second place. She had one event win and top five event finishes. Ella es de Brasil, Emily Andrade. Emily Andrade with the flag, yellow and green on the second place. So, and now let's move on to your champion with 5 event wins and 6 top 5 events. Ella viene de San Luis Potosí, México. Mariana Mesa. Your champions. Big round of applause, big round of applause. One more time, give it up for your Latin Cup finishers. All right, I invite you to stick around. Stick around, girls. Stick around, all your champions for the...
Yeah, we want all of our podium finishers to stick around for one big class finisher at the end. Next up, your elite division. Going to be bringing out our men. Gentlemen, when you hear your names, come on up to the podium. All right, looks like we're going to do the women first. We're going to do the ladies first. Okay, in third place, when you hear your name, come on up. Our podium finishers in third place, 470 points. Make some noise for Alexis Raptis. $20,000 for your third place finisher. That's a lot of coin. In second place, let's make some noise. 485 points. A very
Your second place.
That's Laura Horvath, your second place finisher. And on top of the podium, with that big old check, 490 points this year, 2025 Tier Wodapalooza champion, Lucy Campbell.
Yeah, give it up for Lucy. What a surprise, Lucy Campbell.
Lucy taking home $75,000 here this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your female elite division champions, Alexis Raptis, Laura Horvath, and Lucy Campbell. Thank you, ladies, very much. We'll get our pictures here. Please stick around for one big picture when we're done. Thank you very much, ladies. Our gentlemen are up next. When you hear your name, gentlemen, come on out. In third place for your men's elite division 2025 Tier Wodapalooza champions. Third place, 522 points. Let's hear it for Austin Hatfield. Third place for Austin and a $20,000 check. In second place, 525 points. No stranger to Tier Wodapalooza, taking home a $30,000 check after his 525-point weekend, Mr. Patrick Velner.
Your second place. Getting his medal.
And your 2025 champion here at Tier Wodapalooza, Miami, beautiful South Beach. 549 points and $75,000 richer. Make some noise for Mr. James Sprague. Ladies and gentlemen, your gentleman podium, Austin Hatfield, Patrick Velner, and James Sprague. Dynamite weekend, gentlemen.
Big old smile for that first place.
All right, looks like we got our pictures taken. Let's get all of our podium finishers out here on the competition floor, please. Our women's elite and our Latam Cup. If you're still here, please come on out.
The Cup champions.
Latam Cup champions, please come back out to the podium. Women's elite, please come back out to the podium.
Yes.
Don't do that yet.
Adentro la foto. Yeah, the Latin American guys, my champions. Ready?
All right, guys.
Yay! Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you guys very much. That's your 2025 podium champions for our 13th year here at Tier Wodapalooza. Please feel free to hang out, take those pictures. I can let you podium winners know my friend.
Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Check the facts, expose those cats who pose as heroes, take advantage of blacks. The government's gangsters are crooked crap. A war going on, so where y'all at? Power, cause great responsibility. F the police, who's stopping you from killing me? Disasters, fiascos, and loop like
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Where every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.